welcome to China's Living Legends.
欢迎来到我的频道。
We're here to take a deep look at fascinating topics and pull out the insights that matter for you. Today we're tackling a legend you probably think you know really well, Mulan.
Mulan.
Yeah.
The warrior woman.
Exactly. You've seen the Disney movie, maybe you've even heard of the famous Ballad of Mulan, but how much do you really know about her story?
It's actually incredible how much a single figure like Mulan can change over time. She's not this fixed point in history. Her story has been constantly reshaped. For instance, that famous ballad. It might not be nearly as old as people think.
Really?
And her surname, Hua, that wasn't even part of the original story. It came much, much later.
Okay, wow. That definitely sets the stage. So our mission today is to go way beyond the cartoon, beyond even the simple history lesson. We want to explore how Mulan's story evolved from its kind of mysterious origins right up to its modern versions.
And how it always seemed to reflect the world around it. You know, the history, the poetry, the shifting ideas about women.
Exactly. We're going to unpack all those layers that shaped this iconic figure.
So yeah, get ready for some surprises. It's quite a journey.
Okay, let's start right at the beginning then. We're often taught the Ballad of Mulan is this ancient folk song from the northern dynasties, maybe 5th or 6th century China.
Right, that's the common understanding.
But you're saying, maybe not. What if the poem we actually know isn't quite that old? What's the thinking there?
Well, this is where it gets interesting. It's a bit like literary archaeology. You have to dig through the layers. Now, the theme of woman warrior, yeah, that was popular back in the northern dynasties. Yeah. We even have a couple of Mulan poems listed in Song Dynasty collections centuries later. But the specific poem we all know and love, the one with those really famous, powerful lines, it shows pretty strong signs of being well-polished. Maybe even significantly rewritten by poets from the Tang Dynasty, which is later.
The Tang Dynasty, so 7th to 10th century-ish?
Exactly. And, you know, many scholars back in the Song Dynasty who were closer to that Tang period, they already thought of it as a Tang poem, not necessarily an ancient folk song.
Okay, so what's the evidence? What's the first clue pointing towards the Tang Dynasty poets having a hand in this? Is it the style?
Absolutely. The style is a huge clue. Think about those lines from the ballad we know. 1,000 miles to the battlefield she sped, over mountains and passes, swift as flight. Northern winds carry the clatter of metal watches. Cold light shines on iron armor. Generals die in 100 battles. Brave soldiers return after 10 years. It's very refined, heroic, right?
Yeah, definitely. It's powerful.
Now, compare that to actual known Northern Dynasties folk songs, like the Chile Plain. The plain where the Chile people live is at the foot of the Yinshan Mountains. The sky is like a herdsman's tent covering all directions of the earth.
Okay, simple, direct. Very different feel.
Or another one, driving sheep into the valley. Driving the sheep into the valley. The white sheep walk in front. The elderly girl is still unmarried, stamping her feet and calling out to the heavens. Again, very plain, straightforward.
Wow, the contrast is really stark when you put them side by side. The Mulan ballad sounds so much more polished, sophisticated.
Exactly. That's the key question. How does this incredibly elegant heroic language, this delicate elegance with heroic boldness, emerge from a period known for much simpler folk poetry? It feels very Tang Dynasty, almost like, you know, the great poet Li Bai.
So you think Tang poets might have sort of upgraded an older story?
Or perhaps even composed it, drawing on older themes. Tang poets were masters of imitation. They can make their own sophisticated works sound like older folk styles. It's likely not just a folk song passed down untouched. It feels like a literary masterpiece shaped by Tang sensibilities.
Like a kind of historical literary camouflage. Okay, that's clue number one. But you mentioned something else, bureaucratic details, acting as a smoking gun.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
This is where it gets really specific and I think quite convincing. The poem says Mulan is awarded 12 ranks of merit and turns down the job of Xishi.
Right, I remember that part. Sounds like details to show how amazing she was.
They do that, but they're historically specific details. If you look at the actual history of government ranks, well, the Northern Zhou and Sui dynasties, where the story supposedly originates, they only had 11 ranks for military merit officials. 11.
Not 12?
No, it was the Tang dynasty that introduced the 12-rank system.
Whoa, okay.
And Xishi, that wasn't just a random title. It was specifically a 5th-rank official position in the Tang bureaucracy. Exactly the kind of administrative job someone with 12 ranks of military merit would be transferred into.
So the details don't just sound impressive, they actually match the Tang system perfectly. Like finding a Tang Dynasty coin in a supposedly older setting.
Precisely. It's like a historical timestamp embedded in the poem. These details, even if exaggerated for effect, they point squarely at Tang Dynasty influence, or even origin, for the ballad as we know it.
So the Mulan ballad we cherish is likely a Tang creation, building on older legends. That really reframes things.
So she's already a figure built up over time, layer by layer.
And her evolution didn't stop there, right? Even her name, Hua Mulan. You mentioned earlier that the Hua part isn't in the original ballad.
That's right. It's another layer added later. Yeah. It really shows how stories morph like that game of telephone, picking up new bits along the way. The surname Hua, which means flower, probably came from poetic association. Specifically, connections made by the famous Tang poet Bai Jui.
Bai Jui. How did he connect flowers to Mulan?
Well, he wrote poems about magnolia flowers, which in Chinese are called Mulan Hua, and he explicitly linked them to the warrior Mulan. He talked about their feminine charm, but also their resilience.
Ah, so it was a poetic wordplay that eventually stuck. Do you have an example?
Sure. In one poem, playful inscription on magnolia flowers, he calls them girl flowers, and then adds, they also wear armor to fight in battle.
Okay, I see the connection.
And in another, inscription on magnolia flowers at Ling Hu's home, he says something like, these flowers are like Mulan, mixing beauty and strength. It's a lovely image, really. It just wasn't part of the earliest known version. It caught on and became part of who we think she is.
So a poetic nickname becomes her actual name over time. Fascinating. But okay, beyond the text and her name, how did people in the Tang Dynasty actually see Mulan? Was she just a story character?
Oh, she was definitely more than just a character. There's evidence she was genuinely revered. Like, people built temples to her.
Temples, really?
Yeah. We know this from another Tang poet, Du Mu. He wrote a poem called Inscription on Mulan's Temple. It shows ordinary people were worshipping her. She wasn't just folklore. She was a fellow of respect, maybe even devotion.
What does Du Mu's poem say about her?
It's quite moving, actually. It depicts her on the battlefield, still grappling with her identity. He wrote, bending her bow, she fought as a man, yet in dreams she once painted her eyebrows.
Wow, that captures the duality.
Right, and it continues. Time and again longing to return, she raised her cup on Fuyun Mound, praying to bright concubine, Zhao Jun.
Praying to Wang Zhaojun, another famous woman from history who served the country.
Exactly. It shows this sense of female solidarity, recognizing the sacrifice and the inner conflict of women contributing in unconventional ways. It's a really rich, complex view of her.
That's a powerful image. But then things seem to change. You mentioned earlier that later, from the Song Dynasty onwards, the focus shifts dramatically. Storytellers become obsessed with her. Chastity.
Yeah, this is where the narrative takes a really uncomfortable turn. It reflects a big cultural shift, a much more conservative attitude towards women starting around the 10th century and getting stronger through the Ming and Qing periods. Mulan, this woman who lived and fought among men, became a sort of focal point for anxieties about female virtue.
How did that play out in the stories? You said there were tests.
Right. Basically, later versions added these plot points designed to prove her purity. The first big one was what happened after the war. The emperor finds out she's a woman.
And he's impressed, right? Offers her rewards.
Yes. But in these later stories, he also wants her as a concubine. And Mulan's response, she commits suicide.
She kills herself. Why?
She declares that a loyal subject cannot marry their sovereign. Her suicide becomes the ultimate proof of her loyalty and her sexual purity. It's how she earns the title General, Filial, and Valiant in those versions by dying to protect her virtue.
That's drastically different from returning home. And the second test?
The second was this constant, almost obsessive questioning of how she possibly remained undiscovered among soldiers for 12 years. The implication was that if she had been discovered, her chastity would inevitably have been compromised.
It sounds incredibly intrusive.
It was, and they added these bizarre anachronistic details to explain it, like stories where she has to carefully hide her tiny bound feet.
Bound feet. But foot binding wasn't common practice back in the northern dynasties, was it?
Not at all. It became widespread much, much later, mainly from the Song Dynasty onwards.
Yeah.
So they're literally inserting a later custom back into her story, just to create another scenario focused on hiding her femininity and, by extension, protecting her chastity. It makes no historical sense.
So they're rewriting history to fit their own concerns. Did it get worse in the Ming and Qing dynasties?
Oh, definitely. Writers like Xu Wei and Zhu Renhu really leaned into this.
Yeah.
You get plots where Mulan has to formally report upon her return that her chastity is intact. Like it's an official debriefing point.
Seriously?
Yeah. Or even darker storylines where her father gets so depressed by all the nasty rumors circulating about what she might have done while she was away as a female soldier, that he actually dies from shame.
That's incredibly bleak. It feels like they're punishing her for her heroism.
It feels oppressive, exactly.
Yeah.
Because it reflects the grim reality of that period. There was a lot of violence against women by soldiers, and frankly, many women associated with armies were camp followers or prostitutes, not warriors. So these storytellers twisted Mulan's narrative into this rigid, almost impossible ideal of purity, maybe as a way to counteract that reality. But it really suffocates the original spirit of her story. It becomes less about heroism and more about enforcing a specific restrictive female morality.
It's disturbing how a story of strength could be warped like that. But thankfully, it didn't stay stuck there forever, right? You mentioned the May 4th movement in the early 20th century.
Yes, the Republican era. This was a time of huge change in China, rethinking everything: tradition, culture, gender roles. It was a chance to rediscover and reimagine figures like Mulan.
A rebirth, almost.
Exactly. A chance to create a Mulan for a new era.
And one really striking example was a 1928 play, The Female Valiant by Zhuo Ganchen. This sounds like a radical departure.
Oh, absolutely radical. In this version, Mulan doesn't just join the army out of duty to her father or emperor. She has a conscious goal: to prove that women are just as capable as men, to fight for women's potential.
So it's explicitly feminist from the start.
Pretty much. And her personal life is complex, too. She has a relationship with a male military doctor, but she also faces a marshal who tries to force her into marriage. It's not a simple heroic arc.
It sounds much more modern, dealing with relationships and power dynamics.
It really is. And it asks us, what does it mean to be a hero? Her awakening is intense. There's this moment where her lover, the doctor, fails her. He doesn't protect her, and even doubts her chastity after everything.
And how does she react?
She delivers this incredible line. She basically says, we don't need husbands. If having a husband only means adding a yoke over our heads or a closer but false friend, then why must we have husbands?
Wow, in 1928, that's rejecting the whole foundation of traditional marriage.
It's incredibly powerful. A really defiant stance against patriarchy that makes a lot of later feminist statements seem, frankly, kind of mild in comparison. She's not just asking for equality, she's questioning the entire structure.
So what happens to her in this version? Does she return home?
No. She doesn't commit suicide like in the Ming Qing versions, and she doesn't just go back to domestic life. She chooses her own path. She leaves with a foreign princess to find a better, freer world outside the constraints of the society she knew.
A truly independent choice. Okay, so from that radical Mulan, let's jump to the one most people listening probably know best. Disney's 1998 animated film.
Yes, Disney's Mulan.
It's definitely a Western take full of historical glitches, but it just works somehow. It connects with people globally. What's the magic there?
Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because despite taking all sorts of liberties with history, the Disney film actually taps into some really deep traditional Chinese cultural values, sometimes in ways even Chinese filmmakers haven't quite captured.
Like what? Give me an example.
Okay, take the emperor. In the Disney film, he's this perfect embodiment of Confucian ideals for a ruler. He's benevolent, he cares deeply about his people's safety, he's loyal to his principles. Remember that line? Only when the year grows cold do we know that the pine and cypress are the last to wither.
Yeah, very stoic and wise. He seems quite quiet, though, not very active.
Exactly. And that itself is interesting. He understands human nature, like when Mulan gives him that awkward hug, he sees her sincerity. He tells Li Shang to go after her, showing Shu that Confucian idea of empathy and forgiveness. Even seeming a bit useless or passive aligns with Confucius's idea of the ideal ruler. The North Star stays in its place, and all other stars revolve around it. He leads through moral example, not brute force.
Huh. I never thought of it that way. He's like a character straight out of the Analects.
Pretty much. And it's striking because you rarely see emperors portrayed quite like that in many Chinese historical dramas. Usually they're more about power struggles or grandeur. Disney made him kind, principled, maybe a little ineffective in action, but deeply respectable and lovable.
That's a really insightful point. And it's not just him, is it? What about Mulan's father?
No, her father. That scene where he gets the conscription notice, despite his injured leg, he accepts it with such dignity, ready to go and die for his country. That's a truly powerful moment for his character.
It really is.
And it's something you almost never see in the centuries of Chinese Mulan stories before Disney. Often, the father is just portrayed as old and frail, a victim of circumstance, or later, someone dying of shame. Disney gave him this quiet nobility, which makes Mulan's motivation so much clearer and more moving.
And Mulan herself in the Disney version, she struggles, right? She's not instantly amazing at being a soldier.
Right. She physically struggles to keep up, which is a reality many women would face. But she doesn't win through sheer strength alone. She uses her intelligence, her perception, her ability to mediate between the guys, her problem-solving skills, like with the avalanche.
Yeah, using the cannon.
Yeah,
clever.
Exactly. It makes her heroism about wit, perseverance, and character, not just fighting ability. And that makes her story relatable to all modern people worldwide, as the analysis put it. She's a leader who uses her mind. That resonates everywhere.
So tracing this whole arc is incredible. We started with a ballad whose origins are murky, likely polished or written in the Tang Dynasty.
Then saw her become a revered figure in Tang temples, grappling with her identity.
Only to be kind of hijacked by later dynasties obsessed with proving her chastity, leading to some really dark story versions.
Followed by this radical feminist rebirth in the 20th century, challenging patriarchy head-on.
And finally, landing with Disney's global blockbuster, which, despite everything, managed to capture some profound traditional wisdom alongside universal themes.
It really shows how enduring stories aren't static. They live and breathe and change with the times. Mulan is less a single historical figure and more a continuous cultural conversation.
It's such a powerful reminder, isn't it? That our heroes evolve. They reflect us. They challenge us. It makes you think what other ancient stories might be out there, waiting for a new interpretation, waiting for a retelling that speaks to our world today, maybe uncovering things we've forgotten or challenging ideas we take for granted.
That's a fascinating question to ponder. The next Mulan, so to speak,
Mhm.
might be hidden in a story we think we already know.
Maybe so. Well, thank you for joining us on this incredible deep dive into the many faces of Mulan.
All right, let's jump into a world of magic and wonder today. We're diving deep into Chinese fairy tales, specifically the ones about female immortals.
Ah, yes.
Powerful goddesses, clever sorceresses,
Right.
and those who sort of, earned immortality through these incredible feats. We've got some excerpts here from a book called, well, it's in Chinese, but the title translates to Fairy Tales, from Folklore to New Era Culture.
Okay.
And, well, let me tell you,
Yeah.
you won't believe the twists and turns we're going to find as we, trace how these tales evolved and how different people, different perspectives shape their meanings.
People often think of fairy tales as simple stories, unchanging over time, but they'd be so surprised. These stories are dynamic. They evolve alongside the cultures that tell them. They're like windows into different eras, reflecting how values and beliefs change.
Exactly. It's like, they hold up this mirror to society, right?
Yeah.
You can see what people valued, what they feared, and even how they viewed women in different times. And speaking of women, the book, very cleverly, categorizes these female immortal stories into 3 types.
Yeah, so we have the first one called Record of Events. This is where a female immortal swoops in to save the day. Imagine a village facing a drought or a fierce beast, and suddenly, boom, a powerful goddess appears, wielding magic, restoring balance.
Those sound pretty epic, like ancient superhero tales almost.
Yay.
Then there's the Cultivation to Immortality. Love that name, by the way.
Yeah.
It's all about a mortal woman's journey to becoming immortal. It makes you wonder what trials they face, what secrets they had to uncover.
It's a journey of transformation and self-discovery. It speaks to that human desire to transcend our limitations.
Right.
And then, of course, we have the love story category, which, as you might guess, gets pretty complex.
Yeah, I bet.
We're talking about relationships between female immortals and mortal men, but the book really cautions us against applying, our modern ideas of love to these ancient tales.
I can see why. I mean, love and relationships are always complicated, but trying to understand them in a totally different culture, historical context, that's a whole other level.
Yeah.
But that's what makes this so intriguing, right?
Right.
Okay, so the book highlights some very imaginative love story tales. And there's one in particular I'm dying to get into. It's from a collection, Xishi and Guanyu Zuan, compiled by a Taoist priest.
Yeah.
And it involves a father, 3 sons, and, well, a tempting offer.
Okay.
So this father, Yao Shen, had 3 sons. And let's just say they weren't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Right.
I mean, they were so academically challenged, he basically sent them to a mountain house, hoping isolation would force them to study.
Sort of out of sight, out of mind parenting, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I guess even fresh mountain air couldn't inspire those guys.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Months went by, and their academic progress was, well, let's just say it was non-existent. But then, one day, this noblewoman appears, and she offers a solution. Marriage to her 3 daughters.
Okay.
And get this. She promises that if the sons can keep a secret for 100 days, they'll gain immortality and worldly success.
Okay, that's a deal I might even take, even if I wasn't academically challenged.
Yeah.
But, given their limitations, they probably needed a little extra help to uphold their end of the bargain.
Exactly. So the noblewoman brings in some serious high-powered tutors. We're talking Confucius himself, followed by Jiangzi, the legendary military strategist.
Wait, Confucius?
Yeah.
Isn't he like the ultimate symbol of wisdom and scholarship?
Right.
To bring him in to tutor these, well, academically challenged sons, there's
Yeah.
a sense of humor there.
Yeah.
Like, the author wasn't afraid to play around with some pretty revered figures. I wonder what Confucius would have thought about all of this.
It's almost like the author's winking at us, saying, hey, don't take things too seriously.
Right.
But humor aside, under the tutelage of these legendary figures, the sons undergo this remarkable transformation. They become not only intelligent and skilled, but also, get this, handsome. It's like learning itself had a beautifying effect.
They became handsome just from studying.
Yeah.
Maybe there's hope for us all.
You never know.
But sadly, as with most fairy tales, there's a catch.
Of course. The father, Yao Shen, he hears whispers of what's going on, convinced that his sons have fallen under some kind of mountain ghost spell, he brings them back home, breaking the 100-day secret.
Oh, no. They were so close to immortality and worldly success. What happened then?
Well, the family tutor, a wise old gentleman, points out that they've missed this golden opportunity. Looking up at the stars, he explains that the dimming of Jinva, Wunuv, and Zunu signifies their descent to the mortal world.
Okay.
These weren't just any women, they were celestial beings.
And Jin was one of them. You mean like the weaving maid from the famous Qixi Festival story? I thought she was happily married to Nulong, the cowherd. What's she doing getting remarried?
Yeah.
And twice, no less.
It's almost like their authors deliberately challenging that traditional image of Jinv, the passive, love-struck character. This story suggests she might, have a mind of her own and perhaps isn't completely satisfied with her celestial marriage.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah, makes you really think, huh? And speaking of questioning things, the book even mentions other Tang Dynasty tales where Jin looks for happiness outside her marriage with Nulong.
Really?
Oh, yeah. In one story, she tells a mortal lover that her trip down to Earth, it's like natural law, and she doesn't even care if Nulong finds out.
Wow, that's quite a statement. A celestial being just like breaking the rules.
Yeah.
You go, girl. It's like she's saying even immortals deserve a shot at happiness, and she's not going to let anyone, control her choices.
Exactly.
It's refreshing to see this side of her, the one who takes charge.
Absolutely. It shows us that even the stories we think we know can have these surprising hidden depths. These Tang Dynasty authors are like, hey, celestial beings have complicated love lives too. Maybe Genevieve isn't so meek and love-struck after all.
Right. It really makes you wonder about the other side of the story, What about Nilang? Is he actually the devoted husband we've always thought he was?
Good point.
To get a clearer picture, maybe we should go back to the very beginning, the roots of the story.
You're right. Going back to the source can shed some light on things. The book points to a story from Sushinji, which is called The Feather-Clothed Woman, and it's considered pretty close to the original.
Okay.
So in this version, there's this guy, and he steals the feather clothes of a woman who's bathing. It forces her to become his wife.
Hold on, that doesn't sound very romantic. It's more like a kidnapping and coercion.
Exactly. This story isn't about, love-struck soulmates destined to be together. It's about a woman whose agency is taken away. And in this version, she has 3 daughters with him. And years later, with their help, she gets her feather clothes back and escapes.
Wow.
And she even comes back later with smaller feather clothes for her daughters so they can join her in the celestial realm.
That's a powerful story of resilience and freedom. It totally flips the script,
Yeah.
Instead of a heartbroken wife, we have this resourceful woman fighting to be free, fighting to reunite with her children.
It is. The book even mentions that female students applauded when the mother escaped with her kids. It's clearly a scene that resonates with defying those patriarchal expectations.
I can imagine those students cheering her on. It must have been so satisfying to see her break free from this forced marriage, reclaim her power. What's interesting, though? There's no queen mother in this version.
That's right. The focus is all on the woman's agency, her cleverness in planning her escape. The queen mother, who's often portrayed as the antagonist who separates the lovers, she's not even there in the original story.
That's a huge difference. So the version we know, with the queen mother as this villain, is something that came later. Why do you think that is?
Well, the book talks about how the story evolved, both on stage and in those oral storytelling traditions.
Right.
Traditional opera performances, they were mostly for male audiences. And they often included scenes that, from Zim's perspective, might be considered a little exploitative.
Like that scene where Nilang teases her with her stolen clothes?
Yeah, that one.
The book mentioned it could go on forever. The audience just loving it. It's hard to see that scene from Zim's point of view,
It really highlights those contrasting viewpoints within the different versions. Oral storytelling, though, which was often done by women, tended to incorporate more of their lived experiences.
Right.
So potentially it shaped a more sympathetic portrayal of Jin.
That's fascinating how the same story can be told in such different ways, reflecting who's telling it. It makes you realize there's never just one version, But where does the queen mother fit into all of this? She's a big deal in the version we all know.
Well, here's another twist for you. Ready for this?
Okay.
In a lot of the traditional folk versions, the Queen Mother isn't actually a villain. In fact, she often helps Zimph.
Really? The queen mother isn't always the one tearing the lovers apart. That's the opposite of what I always thought.
One version even describes her as a mediator.
Interesting.
She gives Jim a choice. live with her husband, or go back to her celestial home. This actually leads to the whole Qixi festival setup, where they can meet once a year.
That's so different. It's amazing how much these interpretations can vary. We've got the Queen Mother as a villain, as a helper, and sometimes she's not even there. But how did we go from all these folk traditions to this one dominant version we have today? What happened?
Yeah, it's like the story took on a life of its own, changing and morphing through time. It makes you wonder how many other stories that we think we know have been, reshaped or reinterpreted across history. Oh, it happens all the time. Stories are powerful. They can reflect beliefs, but they can also be used to shape them, right? And in the Mulan and Zim story, well, it took a pretty big turn in 20th century China. After the People's Republic was founded in 1949, there was this push to reshape those traditional stories to align them with the ideology at the time.
So even fairy tales weren't safe from the political landscape?
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense, though, when a new order comes into power, they want to control the narrative. But how did this affect the story of Mulan and Zim? Did they become like communist revolutionaries?
Not quite revolutionaries, but they did become symbols of the working class.
Okay.
This writer, Ye Xingtao, he took on the task of revising the story. He turned it into this tale about class struggle. In Mulan and Zim, they were once a celestial weaver and a simple cowherd, but they became these, representatives of the hardworking masses.
So their love story became like a metaphor for the struggle of the working class against oppression. That's a pretty big shift from the original folktales.
It was. It was a strategic move. The rural life of Mulan and Jin, it was romanticized. And the Queen Mother, who was, sometimes a complex figure, even helpful to Zinim in some versions, she became this symbol of feudal oppression, trying to destroy their happiness.
Sounds like they basically rewrote the whole thing to fit a political agenda.
Yeah.
It's the power of storytelling, right?
It is.
You can use it to reinforce any ideology. But the book did mention that Ye Shengtao, he was careful to link his revisions to ancient poetry, that literary tradition. Was he trying to make it seem less like, propaganda?
Yeah, he wanted to give it the sense of legitimacy, despite the fact that it was so different from those original folk versions. By drawing on lines from classic poems that emphasized, the pain of separation and the enduring power of love, he tried to create a sense of continuity with the past, even though the story was, significantly altered.
It's amazing how much thought went into reshaping this, seemingly simple fairy tale. It makes you realize how much our understanding of these stories has been shaped by history and politics.
For sure. And it really highlights how important it is to question the narratives that we're given, to explore different perspectives. Even a story as familiar as Mulan and Jin, it's got these hidden depths and complexities that challenge our assumptions.
So what does this all mean for us now? I mean, why should we care about the evolution of a Chinese fairy tale? We're not living in ancient China, and we're not facing, oppression from a celestial queen mother.
These stories, these myths, they're not just things of the past. They show us how cultures evolve, how values change, how power dynamics work. They reflect anxieties and hopes, the fears of the people who told them. And by understanding the different perspectives in these stories, we can understand our own world better and the narratives that shape it.
It's like these stories are a code, and once you crack it, you see those patterns repeating throughout history. And that's what makes these deep dives so rewarding, right?
Yeah.
We start with something familiar, and then boom, we uncover all these layers of meaning, interpretations we never expected.
Exactly. And it shows us that there's rarely just one version of any story. There are always multiple perspectives, interpretations just waiting to be found. And it's by engaging with those different viewpoints that we can, get a richer, more nuanced understanding of the world.
All right, let's wrap things up. We've seen how Chinese fairy tales, especially the ones about those female immortals, are far from static. They've evolved, reflecting changing cultural norms and values.
We've also seen how even a well-known story like Mulan and Zim has a long history of different interpretations. The version we usually hear, with the Queen Mother as the villain and this celebration of rural life, it's a pretty recent invention, shaped by the politics of the 20th century.
And most importantly, we've learned that looking at things from different angles, male versus female, traditional versus modern, it can lead us to a much deeper understanding of these stories. It's a reminder that there's always more to learn, more to explore, and more to question.
So think about the fairy tales, those myths you grew up with. How might they be different if told from a different perspective? What cultural and historical forces shaped their meaning? I encourage you to, take a deep dive into those stories you think you know, You might be surprised what you find.
That's a great note to end on. It's like we've been given a key to unlock a whole new world of understanding. Right, so you know that iconic image, the one of Ming Jiangnü weeping at the Great Wall? Super powerful, right? But have you ever wondered how that story came to be? You know, with all the fantastical elements and everything?
It's really wild how this story, I mean, it's like so deeply rooted in Chinese culture, but it actually started out totally different.
Yeah, no kidding. So no collapsing walls or anything supernatural going on in the earliest version?
Nope, not quite. We got to go all the way back to the 5th century BC to a text called the Zuo's Guan.
Okay, so what is that exactly? Like, what kind of text?
It's basically this ancient chronicle, like a historical record, lots of events and speeches recorded in there. And it's in this text that we find a story that, get this, shares some roots with the Meng Jiang legend.
Okay, so spill the tea. What's the story?
Well, this early version, it centers around the wife of a soldier, a guy named Xi Liang. He unfortunately dies in battle. And get this, the story never actually mentions Meng Jiang, not even a collapsing wall for that matter.
Whoa, so it's like a totally different vibe then.
Right, it's more about the wife's, like, unwavering commitment to social customs and her courage and demanding respect for her husband's sacrifice, you know?
So she's not just sitting around grieving, she's taking action.
Exactly. Like when the ruler tries to offer his condolences, but like outside the city limit, she flat out refuses.
No way.
Totally. She insists that he has to come to her home, you know, as tradition dictated. It was a major statement about her character and like her deep understanding of etiquette.
Dang, that's bold. She's already a force to be reckoned with, even in this early version.
Oh, absolutely. And while it's, you know, not exactly the same as the fantastical stuff we see in the later versions of the Meng Jiang story, you can already see some of those core themes starting to pop up.
Yeah, like what?
Well, you know, the devoted wife, the tragic loss, and this like quest for justice. They're all there.
So those are the seeds. But how did this story start to like sprout into the legend we all know? What are the big turning points?
Well, later texts start to add more layers to the story. For instance, the Liji Tanggong, it really emphasizes the intensity of Qi Liang's wife's mourning.
So like it was over the top.
Yeah, it wasn't just proper, it was like powerful and attention-grabbing. Imagine a public display of grief so profound that it becomes like a spectacle.
Oh wow, I get it. Her grief starts to become like larger than life.
Exactly. And then in Mencius, her lamentations are described as so moving that they actually influence the music of the entire state. Her grief becomes like intertwined with the cultural fabric of the time.
No way, that's crazy. So it's not just personal anymore, it's impacting like society as a whole.
But still,
No collapsing walls, right?
not yet.
Yeah.
Gotta jump ahead to the writings of Liu Xiang, who lived during the Western Han Dynasty. This is where things get really interesting. His version adds this detail of the wife, she's crying so hard over her husband's body, which, by the way, she's placed by a city wall, that the wall collapses.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Collapsing wall, dramatic grief, it's all coming together. But wait, there's one crucial element still missing, right?
You got it. No Great Wall yet.
Right.
This version actually comes before the construction of the Great Wall by Qin Shi Huang by like 300 years. So the wall she cries over in Liu Xiang's version, it's probably just a regular city wall.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. So how does the story make that leap from a regular city wall to the Great Wall? That's where the real legend starts to take shape, right?
You got it. And that's exactly where we'll pick up in the next part of our deep dive. So yeah, the Great Wall showing up in the story, that's a huge shift, right? It's like it takes this personal tragedy and turns it into, well, a commentary on something way bigger, you know, the whole power of the state and how much suffering it can cause.
Totally. It's like this is where the legend starts to hit on those themes we associate with Meng Jiang today, right? But like, how does that happen? Who makes that connection between this grieving wife and the Great Wall?
Well, we can trace that shift back to this Tang Dynasty poem called Qi Liang's Wife. It was written by a Buddhist monk, Guan.
Buddhist monk, huh? Interesting. So what's the deal with this poem?
Well, this is where we first meet Qin Shi Huang, you know, the emperor who is known for, well, his ambition and for all those workers who died building the Great Wall.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. Suddenly we're talking about some serious historical weight here. Qin Shi Huang, the Great Wall. I mean, everyone knows those names, those symbols.
Right. And Guan, he doesn't shy away from like the darker side of the story either. His poem, it kind of hints that forced labor was used to build the wall, you know, tapping into that whole idea of resentment and suffering, especially for the people.
Makes sense. The Great Wall, impressive, sure, but definitely built on, well, a lot of hardship.
Exactly. And Xi Liang, the soldier from the original story, he becomes a victim of this whole brutal project, like a tragic figure who represents all those lives lost under Qin Shi Huang.
So it's not just about a wife missing her husband anymore. It's about, like, the human cost of this massive project, right? All the suffering caused by this, well, imperial ambition.
Exactly. And this connection that Guan was making, it wasn't just out of thin air. It reflects this growing sentiment of the time, this idea that the Great Wall, for all its grandeur, was also a symbol of tyranny and oppression.
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, it reminds me of those two Han Dynasty poems, Yinme Cheng Cheng Kuxing, right? They're so full of emotion, talking about families being torn apart and all the lives lost because of the wall's construction. Super heartbreaking stuff.
Oh, for sure. But those poems are like powerful examples of how the Great Wall was already linked to suffering and injustice, you know? They're the perfect context for Qi Liang's wife's story to merge with the Great Wall legend. It's like her grief becomes a symbol for the whole nation's grief, and her search for justice reflects that desire to hold power accountable.
It's crazy how a story that seems so simple can become so powerful. You know, it's like it becomes a way for people to deal with these big, complex emotions and anxieties.
Absolutely. It's like this merging of personal tragedy with, well, the weight of history. It sets the stage for the legendary Mem Jiangnü to emerge. But the transition wasn't like this sudden thing, it was gradual, shaped by how oral storytelling works.
Right. I mean, think about it. Names, details, they all change over time in these oral traditions. It's like a game of telephone, right? Like how Qi Liang's name went through a few changes.
Oh, yeah, totally. Over time, it morphed into Fan Ziliang and then Wan Ziliang. It's likely because of, regional differences in how people pronounce things and how oral stories tend to simplify names over time. It's natural.
Yeah, it's like all these little changes show how language evolves and how stories adapt to different places and dialects. Fascinating. So how does our heroine finally get her name? Meng Jiangnü. What does that happen?
Well, Ming Jiang was actually a common term for beautiful women in ancient texts, especially those from the state of Qi, where Qi Liang was from. So it was a natural fit for the nameless wife, especially in the realm of popular culture, where a catchy name makes a story more, well, memorable and appealing.
Oh, so it's like branding. A good name helps a story stick in people's minds and spread more easily.
Right, and it seems like later storytellers weren't totally familiar with naming conventions from, like, way back then. They thought Meng was a surname and even made up a story about her being the daughter of this rich guy named Ming.
So basically they get a little creative, shaping the story to fit their own understanding. It's less about historical accuracy and more about what connects with people, right?
Exactly, and this highlights something really key about the Meng Jiangnü legend. It's this balance between these fixed elements, like a core set of things that always stay the same, and then this flexibility to adapt and be reinterpreted in different contexts.
So there's this like framework, a skeleton, but within that framework, there's room for creativity and adaptation, like jazz.
Precisely. Scholars have identified 9 stable elements that show up in pretty much every version of the Meng Jiangnü story, things that don't change.
Ooh, okay, let me guess a few. So we have Qin Shi Huang wanting to build a great wall, the husband trying to run away from being forced to work on it, right? And then he dies and gets like built into the wall itself.
You got it. It's like those are the things you always find, but the stuff in between. That's where the storytellers get to play around.
Yeah, okay, I like that. So like what kind of stuff are we talking about here? How do those other details change the story?
Okay, so think about the very beginning, like why Qin Shi Huang even decides to build the Great Wall. In some versions, it's like super straightforward. He wants to protect his empire, so boom, Great Wall. But then there are other versions, and well, things get a little more interesting.
Interesting. How, like, do they make him out to be a straight up bad guy?
Sometimes, yeah. But other times, it gets, well, kind of weird. There's this one version from Taiwan, and get this, they say he built the Great Wall because he wanted to marry his own mother.
Hold up. What? Marry his mom? That's a new one.
It's definitely out there. But you got to remember, these stories, they're not always about getting the history exactly right. They reflect what people were worried about, what they believed.
So see, even the really strange stuff can tell us about the people who were telling the story.
Exactly. Like in this case, maybe this whole idea of Qin Shi Huang wanting to marry his mom, it could be about those really strong taboos against incest, or about how messed up things get when someone has too much power.
Oh, wow. So it's not just a random, shocking detail. It's like adding another layer of meaning to the story.
Right. And you see that kind of thing happening all throughout the legend. Like, think about Ming Jiangnü's journey to find her husband. Sometimes it's all about how determined and strong she is. She overcomes obstacles, outsmarts people who get in her way. It's like those versions celebrate her as this amazing, independent woman.
So it's kind of like a feminist take on the story.
Yeah, you could definitely see it that way. But then you have other versions where it's all about the supernatural stuff, like she gets help from spirits or finds magical objects or even like the gods step in to help her out.
So it's like those versions are tapping into different beliefs, right? Like fate, the spirit world, all that.
Exactly. And those variations, they're not just there to make the story more exciting. They actually shape how people understand the main message.
So the storyteller can emphasize different things depending on what details they choose to include.
Yep. By changing those details, they can focus on things like how important it is for people to stick together, or how powerful it can be when one person takes action, or even how supernatural forces can bring justice against bad leaders.
Man, it's wild how this one story, the Meng Jiangnü legend, can have so many different meanings.
That's what's so cool about folktales. They evolve, they change, they speak to people on so many levels. It's like they capture something about being human that goes beyond any specific time or place.
It makes you think about all the stories we hear, not just these old legends. Do we always realize how they're changing how we see the world, how we see ourselves? Are we missing something deeper?
That's such a great question. And honestly, I think that's one of the most important things we've talked about today. Stories are powerful, and they're not just like frozen in time. They're alive. They change with every retelling. And when we understand, when we look beneath the surface, we start to appreciate how complex they are and how they connect with us on so many different levels.
So the next time we hear a story, whether it's something from when we were kids or even like the news, we should remember Ming Jiangnü, right? Like, what are the core parts, the truths that don't change? And then what are those little details that might be hinting at something bigger, something about the culture, what the storyteller wants us to think? Even our own biases.
Exactly. And when we see how powerful stories are and how they subtly shape our understanding, we become like more active participants in this ongoing conversation, this conversation between the past, the present, and the future. And who knows what amazing things we'll discover along the way.
I like that. All right, so let's dive into this whole Nezha thing.
Okay.
This movie, Nezha, The Rebirth of the Demon Child, it just blew up in China.
Yeah.
Like 20 billion yuan at the box office.
Wild.
Fastest any film's ever hit that number over there.
It's more than just a movie, though, right?
Yeah.
It's like this window into how important this character is to Chinese culture.
Exactly. So we're going deep on this one.
Okay.
Centuries of stories, myths, different interpretations of this Nezha character.
I think a good place to start is with the name.
Oh, yeah, the name Nezha.
Like, how did we get there?
It sounds so cool, right?
Right, and it's actually a simplified version of a Sanskrit name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Nalakuvara or Nalakubala, take your pick.
Wow.
Buddhist scriptures.
Huh.
And as these scriptures made their way into Chinese culture,
Yeah.
it got simplified.
Right. Got to make it easier for people to say.
Exactly.
It's like how we abbreviate everything today. LOL, JK, BRB,
Yeah, it's all about keeping it short and sweet.
But it's kind of cool how even Nezha's name tells this story of how cultures mixed.
Right, like a fusion.
Yeah, and that mixing goes way beyond just the name.
Oh, absolutely. Nezha's look has transformed over time, too.
Oh, yeah, big time. Like those early Buddhist texts
Yeah.
that show him as this fierce yaksha.
Like a powerful nature spirit.
Sometimes even demonic looking.
Right, and yakshas, they were important in Buddhist cosmology.
Huh.
Sometimes they were protectors of nature, sometimes starry guardians of sacred spots.
Oh, wow.
And early on, Nezha was definitely more on the intimidating side.
Not exactly the cute kid we see in the movie posters.
Not even close.
It's like the difference between a panda and a tiger.
Yeah, there's a Yuan Dynasty play where he describes this huge figure.
No way!
Yeah, they even compare him to Zhongfi,
That warrior dude with a booming voice.
the one and only.
So basically, Nezha was this total badass.
Oh yeah, a force to be reckoned with. But then things start to change as we
Uh-huh.
move into these famous stories like Journey to the West. And the investiture of the gods image starts to soften.
Like he getting a makeover.
Exactly. He becomes more heroic, less monstrous.
I like it. So is there like a specific moment where we see this shift?
There's this great scene in the investiture of the gods.
Oh, yeah?
Nezha's bathing in a river,
Okay.
and he's causing a ruckus.
Sounds about right.
The sea patrolling yaksha shows up.
Uh-oh.
Now, this yaksha is like what Nezha used to be.
Right.
You'd expect a huge
Yeah,
fight.
totally.
But instead, the yaksha is super respectful.
No way.
Calls him kid, even though Nezha's kind of a higher level being.
That's hilarious.
And Nezha's a bit of a brat about it.
Well, he's a teenager.
True, but it shows how Nezha is being seen differently.
Like he's not just a scary monster anymore.
Right.
So did Nezha ever go back to that scarier look?
There are moments in the investiture of the gods where he's described as having blue skin and fiery hair.
Okay.
But that image hasn't really stuck.
Huh.
The Nezha we know today is this beautiful, powerful, tragic hero.
That's a big change.
Yeah, and it reflects a change in cultural values, too.
Interesting. So his look changes big time.
Yeah.
What about his weapons?
Oh, now that's another fascinating part of the Nezha story.
Like what did he start with?
Early on in the Tang Dynasty, he used the three-halberd lance.
Sounds pretty basic.
It was a practical weapon used by the cavalry.
Makes sense, but not very flashy.
Right. Then in the Yuan Dynasty, things get more interesting.
Oh.
It's got this hydrangea that can trap demons.
Like a Pokemon.
Saha, kinda.
Hydrangea, I choose you.
Even in Journey to the West, we see the hydrangea.
Okay.
And this fire wheel.
But those aren't the weapons we usually see with Nezha.
Right, those are mostly missing from modern versions.
So where'd all the iconic stuff come from?
The magic ring, the crimson silk, that awesome nine-dragon divine fire canopy.
Yeah, those are classic Nezhas.
And those come from the investiture of the gods.
That's the one that's not as well known, right?
It's not considered high literature like Journey to the West,
Okay.
but it's had a huge impact on how we see Nezha today.
So the Investiture of the Gods is like the Michael Bay version of Nezha.
Aha, yeah, you could say that.
More action, more explosions, more cool weapons.
Exactly, and it goes beyond just the weapons.
Oh, yeah.
Remember how we talked about Nezha having 3 heads?
Uh-huh.
In Journey to the West, they all face forward.
Right.
But now they usually have 360-degree vision.
Whoa, that's like a security system upgrade.
Nezha 2.0.
All right, so we've covered the name, the changing looks, the weapons.
Yeah,
There's got to be more to the story.
right, absolutely. We've just scratched the surface.
Okay, tell me more.
At the heart of it all is Nezha's relationship with his father,
Oh.
the pagoda-carrying heavenly king.
Now that sounds interesting.
It's a complicated one full of rebellion, filial duty, and the clash between individual will and societal expectations.
Okay, now we're getting to the good stuff.
Yeah, this is where things get really interesting.
I'm ready.
It's a real family drama on a cosmic space. Journey to the West. It really dives into this crazy father-son relationship. Nezha, he wasn't exactly the perfect child.
You know, I'm sensing that he was a bit of a brat,
Haha, yeah, that's one way to put it.
and slaying dragons didn't help his case.
Oh no, imagine the Heavenly King's face when his son kills a dragon
Oh my god.
and wants to use its tendons as a belt.
What?
Yeah, it shows Nezha's rebellious side,
That's an understatement.
but also the Heavenly King's fear.
Yeah,
Like, his son is insanely powerful.
and not in a good way.
Right.
I don't think timeouts were going to work here.
No, not really.
So what happens next?
Well, things get worse.
Oh boy.
Nezha, in this fit of rage and resentment, does something shocking.
Okay.
He gives his flesh and bones back to his parents.
Hold on, he gave his body back?
Yeah. Essentially cutting ties in the most dramatic way possible.
Whoa. That's intense.
It's a powerful image.
It is.
Showing how deep his anger runs.
Right.
And his rejection of everything his father and society expect of him.
Wow. So what happens to Nezha then?
Well, he turns to the Buddha for help. And the Buddha, being the compassionate guy he is, resurrects Nezha.
Really?
Yeah, using lotus roots and leaves.
So new body, new Nezha. Problem solved.
Not exactly. Nezha wants revenge.
Oh, geez.
He goes after his dad. The Heavenly King is terrified.
I bet.
And asks the Buddha for protection.
And this is where the pagoda comes in?
You got it. The Buddha gives the Heavenly King the pagoda.
That's why he's always carrying it around.
Yeah, it's this powerful artifact that can contain Nezha.
Like a cosmic restraining order.
Exactly. So the Heavenly King, this all-powerful god, is stuck carrying this giant pagoda.
Because he can't control his own son?
Pretty much. It's kind of funny when you think about it.
It is. But there's more to this story than just family drama, right?
Oh, yeah. This ties into something deeper about Chinese culture and Buddhism.
Okay, I'm listening.
So one of the biggest values in traditional Chinese society is filial piety.
Respect for your parents and ancestors.
Exactly. It's a core part of Confucianism.
Which was a huge influence in China.
Right? But early Buddhism, it was all about letting go of worldly things.
Including family.
Yeah. And that clashed with this deep-rooted value of filial piety.
So you've got Buddhist ideals bumping up against Confucian values.
Right, and it created some tension.
I can see that. So where does Nezha fit into all this?
Well, his actions were seen as the ultimate betrayal of filial piety.
Giving his body back to his parents.
Exactly. And mainstream Chinese Buddhism knew they had to address this.
If they wanted to be accepted in China.
Right, so they found a way to reconcile with the idea of filial piety.
Instead of just ditching it completely?
Yeah. They argued that becoming enlightened or a monk could actually benefit your parents.
Interesting. So they found a way to adapt to Chinese culture?
Without abandoning their own beliefs.
Clever. So how does this play out in Nezha's story?
In Journey to the West, the Buddha protecting the Heavenly King from Nezha, it reinforces this idea of filial piety.
Like, even if your kid's a total mess, you still deserve respect as a parent.
Yeah. It's Buddhism finding a way to fit into Chinese culture.
And making Nezha a little less anti-family.
Right, but then the investiture of the gods comes along.
The less literary one.
Yeah, and it throws a curveball.
How so?
It gives Nezha's story a Taoist skin.
So instead of Buddhist figures guiding him, it's Taoist ones.
Exactly. It's like Nezha's story keeps evolving.
Each version adds a new layer.
Exactly, and that's the point. Nezha's story isn't fixed.
It changes with the times.
Yeah, it reflects the changing culture of China.
It's reinterpreted and reimagined.
To fit the values and anxieties of different eras.
Give me some examples. How has Nezha been reimagined over time?
Okay, so there's this animated film from 1979.
Okay.
Nezha conquers the sea. This was right after the Cultural Revolution.
A time of huge change in China.
Yeah, and in the film, Nezha represents revolution.
Really?
He's fighting against an oppressive ruling class.
Represented by the Dragon King.
Exactly, so Nezha goes from rebellious son to revolutionary icon.
Wow, that's a big shift.
It shows how a mythical figure can be reinterpreted to resonate with contemporary audiences.
Right. And what about more recent interpretations?
Well, there's the recent blockbuster Nezha, Birth of the Demon Child.
The one that broke all the box office records?
Yeah, and in this one, the focus is on family love.
Really?
Yeah, it reflects the anxieties of modern life in China.
So Nezha's still a rebel.
He is.
But now he's dealing with issues that are more relatable to today's audiences?
Exactly. They took this ancient myth and gave it a modern makeover.
And that's what makes Nezha so fascinating.
He's this enduring figure. His story is a mirror reflecting the changes in Chinese society.
It's a testament to how powerful myths can be.
They adapt and evolve over time, always finding new ways to connect with people.
Wow. We started with Nezha, the rebirth of the demon child, breaking records.
Yeah.
And ended up on this wild ride through Chinese history and mythology.
It's pretty amazing.
We've covered so much.
We have.
From Nezha's name and how his look changed, to those crazy battles and his messed up relationship with his dad.
It shows you how powerful Nezha's story is.
Yeah, he's this symbol of rebellion, transformation, and that constant push and pull between what you want and what society expects.
It's a story that's been captivating people for centuries.
And it's not just about cool fights and magic powers.
Right. It goes deeper than that.
It's about how these stories reflect deeper stuff.
Like cultural values, anxiety.
Even political shifts?
Exactly. Nezha's journey is like a mini version of China's own transformation.
It shows how cultural values change and adapt over time.
That's a good way to put it.
So if we think about this record-breaking film, Nezha, the rebirth of the demon child, what do you think it says about China today?
That's a tough one.
It is.
There's no easy answer.
Right.
But I think this film captures a spirit of individualism and defiance that really speaks to people today.
Especially younger generations.
Yeah, like Nezha struggled to define himself.
Against what his family and society want.
Right. It speaks to people who are going through similar things.
And the world is changing so fast.
Exactly. It's like that age-old question.
Nature versus nurture.
But on a mythical scale.
Yeah, Nezha's supposed to be this demon child destined to destroy everything.
Right.
But he chooses to fight against that.
And that idea is really powerful.
It appeals to people who are trying to find their own way.
Absolutely. But the film also touches on family.
Okay.
Acceptance. Finding connection in a world that can feel lonely.
That's something we can all relate to.
Right. Nezha's journey reminds us that even those who rebel against the norm,
Yeah.
they still want to be understood.
To belong.
Exactly.
Maybe that's why Nisha's story is so popular. Because it's universal.
I think you're onto something.
We might not be fighting dragons or gods.
True.
But we all feel that need to rebel.
Yeah.
To break free from expectations. To figure out who we are.
Those are human experiences.
And Nezha's story taps into that.
Even though it's a fantasy story.
It's a reflection of us.
Our hopes, our fears, our search for meaning in this crazy world.
Man, this deep dive has been incredible.
It has.
We went from box office numbers to Sanskrit roots to Buddhist philosophy.
All through this one mythical character.
What a journey.
It's been a pleasure exploring all these layers of Nezha's story.
Yeah, it shows you how much we can learn from these ancient tales.
And how they still spoke to us today.
So here's something to think about.
Okay.
We've seen how Nezha's story keeps being retold, reinterpreted. But what if you have the chance to tell his story? What would you focus on? What message would you want to share with the world?
That's a great question.
Maybe there's a whole new chapter waiting to be written.
Maybe there is.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, where we really get into the sources behind the stories. Today, we're tackling a truly monumental figure from Chinese history, Guan Yu, from the Three Kingdoms period. His name, his image, they're just everywhere, aren't they?
They really are. And what's so fascinating and what we're aiming for today is to track how he went from being this historical general to becoming, well, a god of war, even a god of fortune, which is quite the leap.
It's an incredible journey. So our mission is basically to map that transformation.
Exactly. We're looking at how history, legend, popular belief, and even state politics all kind of mix together.
And we've got some great sources lined up. The foundational history, the records of the Three Kingdoms, the Sangguoji.
Plus, modern scholarly takes from people like Sun Young-jin and Watanabe Noshihiro. They add important perspectives.
And we can't forget the big one, the novel, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It looms so large over this whole period.
Absolutely. It's crucial for understanding the popular image, even if it's not pure history.
Okay, so let's dive in. The historical Guan Yu. What do the actual records, the Sangguoji, tell us?
Well, that's the first interesting point. They're actually surprisingly brief on his personal life, not a detailed biography.
Really? For someone so famous later on?
Yeah. What consistently comes through, though, is his bravery, his military skill, and his loyalty to Liu Bei. That's emphasized.
Okay, loyal and skilled, but then there's his death.
It was very sudden, right?
At a high point.
Extremely sudden, and that's probably key. In ancient China, there was this strong belief, well, that powerful people who died tragically or, unexpectedly, their spirits could become quite powerful, potentially restless deities.
Ah, like unfinished business making them linger?
Sort of, yeah. It created an environment where his deification felt almost inevitable within that cultural context.
But he didn't start out as the noble god of war we picture now. You mentioned something surprising.
Right. This is fascinating. There's early evidence linking him, believe it or not, with the god of plague.
Plague? Wow. That's a world away from his later image. How does that happen?
It's a stark contrast, isn't it? But it's not uncommon in folk religion for powerful spirits to initially be seen as potentially harmful, bringing misfortune like disease. Then, through worship and evolving beliefs, they can transform into protectors. Appeasement turns into reverence.
Okay, so that initial, maybe slightly feared status eventually shifts. How does he become specifically a war god?
Well, think about armies back then. So much was out of their control: disease in the camps, weather, sheer luck.
Right, you'd want some kind of supernatural edge.
Exactly. So appealing to higher powers, especially a war god, makes total sense. And often people looked to local figures.
Local heroes who died tragically.
Precisely. They become patron deities for specific regions or groups. And Guan Yu's connection to Qing province.
Ah, that really strategic, heavily fought over area.
Yes. His story resonated deeply there, in a place constantly seeing conflict, so he becomes a natural focus for soldiers' prayers in that region.
And did this actually work? Were there stories of him helping?
Well, we see accounts, especially by the Song Dynasty, where armies explicitly credit Guan Yu for their victories.
Okay.
Now, you could argue maybe they would have won anyway, right? But these stories spread. They built his reputation. People believed.
It becomes a self-reinforcing thing. Belief grows, stories spread, belief grows more.
Exactly. And his popularity exploded. By the Song, it was so widespread that even the big established religions, Buddhism and Taoism, started actively bringing him into their own systems.
Were they genuinely adopting him, or was it more about tapping into his popularity, like bringing his followers into their fold?
It was largely strategic, yeah. A smart move to appeal to his massive following. They recognized his influence.
But you mentioned state recognition was slower. So the people loved him, the religions adopted him, but the government, not so fast.
Much slower. State recognition, official sacrifices, that was a whole different ballgame.
Why the lag?
These national ceremonies were often designed by Confucian scholars. They valued strict historical precedent and propriety. Popularity wasn't the main criteria.
So Guan Yu didn't fit their mold initially.
Apparently not. He wasn't even on the original list of the 10 sages honored in the official martial temple.
Wow. Who was on that list?
Figures like the legendary strategist, Taigong Wang, Shengzi, very ancient, very established figures. Zhuge Guan Yu's close associate was included, interestingly.
But not Guan Yu himself. That's quite the snub, considering his later fame.
It really shows the disconnect. He eventually got added, though, during the Tang Dynasty, when the list expanded to 64 figures.
Okay, so he made it in, high ranking.
Still not particularly high, no. He was ranked below figures like Zhang Glao and Zhu Yu, which probably reflected, their actual historical military ranks more closely.
So this gap persists for a long time. Popular worship booming, but official status still kind of muted.
Definitely. Through the Song and Yana dynasties, you see this huge disparity. Soldiers are praying to him before battles. Common people revere him. But officially, Taigong Wang remained the top dog in the martial temple. Guan Yu was even temporarily removed at one point.
Removed?
The specifics aren't always clear, but it shows the state's ambivalence, or at least the influence of factions who didn't prioritize him. Popularity didn't automatically equal official favor.
It really highlights that tension between sort of grassroots belief and state control.
Absolutely. But then comes the Ming Dynasty and a major, major turning point.
Ah, yes. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. He did something pretty drastic, didn't he?
He did. He completely abolished the sacrifices to Taigong Wang and the entire martial temple system as it existed. A huge move.
Why would he do that? Just get rid of the main military deity.
His reasoning was about imperial authority. He argued Taigong Wang was a subject of the ancient king of Zhou. So how could a subject hold the title king in the temple when the emperor himself was the ultimate king?
Ah, so it's about hierarchy. Nobody, not even a revered ancient figure, should seem to rival the emperor's status.
Precisely. It was about consolidating power, symbolically as well. But the unintended consequence?
Was that it left a big hole at the top of official military worship. No main figurehead.
Exactly. And who was waiting in the wings, already massively popular, widely revered by the military and the people?
Guan Yu. Perfectly positioned.
Perfectly. It was almost tailor-made. And so, not long after, the Ming court established the first official state-sponsored temple specifically to Guan Yu in the capital.
And that was it. That cemented his official status.
That was the moment it aligned state endorsement with popular reverence. His divinity was now officially recognized at the highest level.
Incredible. And his influence wasn't just contained within China, right? It spread. You mentioned Korea.
Yes, significantly into Korea. But interestingly, there was initial resistance there.
Resistance? Why?
Well, Korean envoys visiting Ming China saw this popular Guan Yu worship, and being deeply steeped in their own Confucian state rituals, they found it a bit, vulgar was the term used, not proper or dignified enough for their tastes.
Okay, so a cultural clash in how deities should be worshipped.
Kind of, yeah. But then history intervened in a big way. Japan invaded Korea during the Ming Dynasty. The Engine War. Right. The Ming sent troops to help Korea, and these Ming soldiers were, of course, devotees of Guan Yu. They asked the Korean king to join them in performing rituals to Guan Yu for aid.
And the Korean king was reluctant, given their earlier views.
Very reluctant. There's this great story. As the king and the Ming general were heading to a Guan Yu temple, it started pouring rain.
Bad omen?
Some Koreans thought so, maybe a sign to turn back, but the Ming general insisted, no, this was a sign of Guan Yu's power, his imminent help.
Okay, so what happened?
They built a Guan Yu temple in Seoul, performed the rituals together, and shortly after, the Japanese leader, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, died unexpectedly, and the invasion collapsed. The Japanese withdrew.
Wow. Okay, I can see how that would be persuasive.
Extremely. It completely turned Korean opinion. Guan Yu's power seemed undeniable. His worship was fully embraced.
And did they adopt him wholesale or adapt him?
They adapted him, which is fascinating. In Korean Guan Yu temples, you often see his traditional Chinese companions, like Guanping and Zhu Kang, replaced.
Replaced by who?
By the Ming generals who actually fought in that war alongside the Koreans, and even by Korean national heroes. It shows this amazing cultural blending, making Guan Yu relevant to their history.
That's a fantastic example of how these beliefs travel and transform. Okay, so we've covered his journey to godhood, his state recognition, his spread. What about his core characteristics? Loyalty, righteousness, and his literacy. There was some confusion about that.
Yes, this is an important point to clear up. A Western scholar some time ago looked at a letter attributed to Guan, noted it wasn't in his handwriting, and kind of jumped to the conclusion he might have been illiterate, like some European knights of the time.
But that's applying a different cultural standard, isn't it?
Completely. In China, a general of his rank absolutely would have had scribes. Not writing your own letters meant nothing about your literacy. In fact, literacy was expected.
So illiteracy would have been the unusual thing worth noting.
Exactly. If he had been illiterate, the Songhuizi or other records likely would have mentioned it as unusual for his position. So the silence implies literacy.
And is there positive evidence for his literacy?
Yes, actually. The historical records specifically state he loved reading the Zuozhuan.
What's the Zuozhuan?
It's a detailed commentary on an earlier classic, the Spring and Autumn Annals, but the Zuozhuan itself focuses heavily on strategy, diplomacy, and warfare. It's exactly the kind of text you'd expect a serious general to study. Records say he could even recite parts of it.
So definitely literate and an avid reader of military history and strategy.
Correct. But here's another layer. The imperial court, especially later on, preferred to promote an image of him reading the Spring and Autumn Annals itself, not just the commentary.
Why the distinction? The Annals itself is different.
Very different focus. The Spring and Autumn Annals is seen as a foundational text on proper conduct, morality, the correct relationship between rulers and subjects, loyalty.
So by emphasizing that text, they shifted the focus from Guan Yu, the brilliant warrior, to Guan Yu, the paragon of loyalty.
Precisely. It was strategic narrative shaping. Reinforced the virtues the state wanted to promote, loyalty above all. It served the imperial agenda perfectly.
And they even renamed temples.
Yes. During the Ming Zhengde period, his temples were officially renamed Temples of Loyalty and Martiality. Loyalty first, then martial skill. The messaging is crystal clear.
It's fascinating how his image was actively managed and curated by the state.
Yeah.
Okay, one last area before we wrap up his origins and any local legends.
Right. He was from Jizu in Shaanxi province, and that area is famous for its red salt lake.
Red Salt Lake, why is it red?
Well, geologically, it's likely microorganisms or mineral content, but there's a powerful local legend. The legend links the red color to the blood of Qiyu.
Qiyu, the ancient, mythical, sort of rebel warlord figure.
The very same, a figure of immense primordial power from deep mythology. So this local legend connects Guan Yu's birthplace to this ancient, almost cosmic conflict.
Does it connect Guan Yu to Qiyu?
Some later stories expand on this, depicting Guan Yu, or Guangong, actually battling Qiyu, sometimes as a divine task. It adds this whole other mythical dimension to his origins, embedding him even deeper than just history.
Wow. So his story pulls threads from history, folk belief, state policy, literature, and even deep mythology.
It's an incredible tapestry. We've seen him go from a historical general, maybe briefly linked to plague spirits, then rising as a god of war through popular belief.
Then gaining slow, complex state recognition, becoming this icon of loyalty, thanks to careful narrative shaping.
Spreading across cultures like Korea, adapting as he went, and even connecting back to ancient myths like Qiyu, it's quite a journey.
It truly is. His story perfectly shows that mix of history, belief, politics, and culture that shapes how we remember figures from the past.
Absolutely. And it really makes you think, doesn't it? How much of what we know about any historical figure is the bare fact, and how much is shaped by the stories people needed to tell about them, the agendas they served, the beliefs they reflected. It's a powerful reminder about the nature of history and legend itself.
All right, get ready to dive into something pretty unique today. We're going all the way back to 18th century China, the Qing Dynasty to be exact.
And we're not just talking about any ordinary historical tidbit. This deep dive revolves around a date night menu from the court of Emperor Qianlong, no less.
A menu.
Yes, a menu. But not just a list of dishes. This is a meticulously kept record of a very specific meal.
And why is this one meal so important?
Well, it gives us a rare and fascinating look into the inner workings of the Qing Dynasty court. We can uncover power dynamics, cultural nuances. We even get a glimpse into the emperor's personal relationships.
Sounds pretty juicy. Okay, so let's set the scene. We're talking 1765. Emperor Qianlong's on his 4th Southern Inspection Tour, a grand affair designed to project imperial power and, well, keep an eye on things.
These tours were carefully orchestrated undertakings designed to convey a message of authority and benevolence.
Right, and Qianlong didn't travel alone. He brought along the Empress Dowager, the Empress herself, and 3 high-ranking concubines.
The presence of the Empress Dowager and the concubines adds another layer of complexity to this date, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say most date nights don't involve your mother.
It really highlights the intricate web of relationships and hierarchies within the Forbidden City.
Imagine trying to plan a date night with your mom, your significant other, and a few, shall we say, close friends, all while running an empire.
I imagine the pressure was quite intense.
Yeah, no kidding. But let's get to the heart of this deep dive, the food. And according to our sources, this wasn't your average dinner party fare. We're talking an extravagant breakfast spread. Hot pot with duck, smoked meat, and poached tofu.
Shredded fat chicken with bird's nest.
It goes on and on.
The variety and abundance are truly remarkable, and they were very intentional. These weren't just meals. They were carefully constructed performances, a way for the emperor to display his wealth, power, and refined taste. Think of it like a modern-day state dinner, but with even more pomp and circumstance.
Okay, but here's where things get really interesting. After the emperor finished his meal, he would bestow dishes upon his companion.
Oh, yes.
Now, I don't know about you, but getting leftovers from a date isn't exactly the most romantic gesture in the modern world.
You raise a valid point. But in the context of the Qing Dynasty court, this act was incredibly significant. It was a way for the emperor to demonstrate his favor and affection.
So kind of like a highly codified love language expressed through meticulously prepared dishes.
Exactly. And the historical records carefully note who received which dish. These details provide historians with invaluable insights into the relationships and rivalries within the imperial court.
So it wasn't just about the food itself, but also about who got to share in the emperor's meal.
Precisely. And it's crucial to understand that the imperial kitchen was exclusively for the emperor and empress.
Oh.
The concubines, despite their status, had their own separate kitchens and budgets, all managed through a complex bureaucratic system.
Wow, so even back then, everyone was jockeying for resources and a seat at the table. Literally. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Whether you're navigating a modern office or the imperial court, everyone wants a piece of that crispy chicken presented by Gao Hengjin. Whoever that Gao Hengjin was, they must have really known how to impress the emperor.
Indeed. And speaking of timing, we should clarify that breakfast and dinner back then weren't quite what we envision today. These were formal meals, with breakfast served around 6:30 a.m. and dinner around 12:30 p.m.
Whoa, so the emperor was an early bird, huh? But if those were the official meal times, did he really have to wait until almost 1:0 p.m. for his next meal?
You bring up a good point. While those were the designated meal times, the emperor's schedule was demanding. He had to be flexible.
Right.
The sources suggest he often had light snacks throughout the day, especially after court matters or before other activities.
Okay, so snacks.
And let's not forget the evening rewards. A late night treat if his imperial duties stretched into the evening hours.
Okay, so maybe the emperor wasn't so different from us after all. Deadlines, meetings, trying to squeeze in a meal somewhere in between. The imperial struggle is real. But I have to ask, what about all those incredible dishes we talked about earlier? The hot pot, the crispy chicken, the endless pastries. Did he really eat all that himself?
That's another fascinating aspect of imperial dining. While the abundance was a display of wealth and power, the emperor didn't consume every dish himself.
Oh, so he had a team of imperial taste testers.
Not quite. Remember the bestowing dishes practice? This is where it comes into play again. The emperor would distribute portions of his meal to favored individuals, including the empress and high-ranking concubines.
So it's like the ultimate power move. Not only do you get this extravagant spread, but you also get to decide who shares in your bounty.
Precisely. It's a fascinating blend of personal preference and political strategy. The sources even mention Emperor Qianlong, considering the individual tastes of his companions when bestowing dishes. He was known to always include braised pig's trotters when dining with his mother, as it was her favorite dish.
Oh, that's kind of sweet.
He also catered to the dietary preferences of his concubines, like concubine Rong, who received mutton dishes in accordance with her Hui heritage.
So even amidst all this imperial grandeur, there's a sense of thoughtfulness and consideration. It's a reminder that even emperors, with all their power and responsibilities, are human. But let's talk about Empress Mulan. The sources mention a sudden change in her treatment. The emperor stopped bestowing dishes upon her, and she was eventually dismissed from the court. What happened there?
This is where those meticulously kept food records become truly invaluable. They offer clues to a story that might otherwise remain hidden. While the reasons for this change aren't explicitly stated, the emperor's actions speak volumes. It's almost Shakespearean how a simple act of sharing food can reveal dramatic shifts in power.
Wow, it's like a historical soap opera. Food is dialogue, the emperor's choices as plot twists. So just by looking to what was eaten or not eaten, we can see these major power shifts and changing relationships. Food really is a powerful tool, even in the hands of an emperor. But what's even more intriguing is that this story of Empress Mulan seems to connect to a broader theme in these records: equal distribution of favor. Emperor Qianlong was very deliberate in choosing dishes based on his companions' preferences, ensuring that everyone felt valued.
That's a very astute observation. And this concept of equal distribution of favor wasn't just about keeping everyone happy at the dinner table. It reflected Qianlong's approach to governance. He was known for his careful diplomacy and his ability to balance the interests of different factions within the court.
But wouldn't this practice of equal distribution of favor also create competition and tension among the concubines? After all, they were all vying for the emperor's attention and affection.
That's an excellent question, and one that historians continue to debate. Some argue that this balancing act was essential for maintaining harmony within the harem and the stability of the empire. Others suggest it was a calculated strategy to prevent any one individual from gaining too much power.
So it's like a delicate dance, with the emperor carefully orchestrating every move to maintain power and control.
Precisely. And these food records offer us a unique window into this intricate dance. They reveal the subtle nuances of power, relationships, and even the personal preferences of one of history's most powerful rulers. And it's really quite amazing how these little details about what people ate can tell us so much about the past. We're not just talking about their diet, we learn about their values, their beliefs, their place in society.
Right, it's not just these big historical events, it's the smaller personal stories that really make history come alive. In this case, a lot of those stories are told through food. But let's go back to those formal meals, breakfast and dinner. We talked about how they were scheduled differently than we might expect today.
Yes, breakfast around 6:30 a.m., dinner at 12:30 p.m., a far cry from our modern concept of brunch.
I don't know about you, but I don't think I could stomach a feast fit for an emperor at 6:30 in the morning.
But you have to remember the context. These meals were highly structured rituals in the Qing dynasty court, full of symbolism, full of political significance.
So it wasn't just about eating, there was a deeper meaning behind it.
Absolutely. It was about showcasing the emperor's work ethic, his dedication to his duties. It reinforced his position at the top of the hierarchy.
So even the timing of the meal was a power move.
You could say that. Court officials would gather before dawn for audiences with the emperor. His day started much earlier than most of us can even imagine, and these early meal times emphasized his commitment to serving his empire.
Talk about a power breakfast. But okay, let's say he finishes breakfast at 6:30. Does he really have to wait until almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon for his next meal? I'd be starving by then.
Well, remember, the emperor's schedule was incredibly demanding. He couldn't always stick to a rigid timetable.
Makes sense.
And the historical records tell us he often had light snacks throughout the day, especially after dealing with court matters, or before starting other activities.
So even emperors need to snack.
Exactly. And these snacks weren't just to curb hunger, they were also a way for the emperor to connect with his companions, another opportunity to show his favor.
Speaking of snacks, what about those evening rewards you mentioned earlier? Were those like a late night treat?
You could think of it that way. If his duties ran late into the evening, he'd enjoy a little something special. It's a reminder that even emperors needed a little indulgence after a long day of ruling an empire.
Okay, that makes sense. But I still have a question about all those amazing dishes, all those different meats and pastries. Did he really eat all that himself?
Ah, that's a very important point. The sheer abundance of food was a display of wealth.
But you mentioned before that the imperial kitchen was only for the emperor and empress. What about the concubines? Did they have their own kitchens?
That's right. Despite their status, the concubines didn't eat with the emperor during these formal meals. Their meals were prepared in their own palaces, according to their own budgets.
Hold on, they didn't eat with the emperor?
Not for these specific meals. They had their own separate arrangements.
Wow, that's crazy. It sounds like a real-life soap opera going on in the palace. Everyone competing for the emperor's attention, trying to get a seat at his table.
It's not so different from office dynamics today, really. You have to navigate all these unwritten rules, figure out where you fit in the power structure.
So while the emperor is enjoying his elaborate meals, the concubines are off running their own little mini kingdoms, with their own kitchens and staff and everything.
Precisely. And these concubines weren't just sitting around waiting for the emperor to notice them. They were busy managing their households, building relationships, and yes, probably engaging in a bit of palace intrigue.
Oh, this is getting good. Was there actually drama between the concubines?
Of course there was. Think about it. You have all these women, all vying for the emperor's favor, each one with her own ambitions, her own strategies.
I can only imagine.
And don't forget, their status in the harem depended on whether they could produce heirs.
So there was a lot of pressure on them.
Absolutely. And food played a big part in all of this. The concubines' kitchens and budgets were a reflection of their status. The dishes they served were a way to show off their good taste, their refinement.
It's like every meal was a performance, a chance to impress the emperor and maybe get one up on their rivals.
Exactly right. And it seems that the emperor was paying attention to all these things. He noticed who sent him special dishes, who prepared a meal he really enjoyed. It was all part of this complex game of power and favor.
Okay, this is blowing my mind. I never realized how much we could learn from something as simple as a menu.
And believe me, we've only scratched the surface. There's still so much more to explore, like the symbolic meaning of different dishes in Chinese culture, the rituals around dining in the Qing dynasty court, and what this idea of equal distribution of favor really meant.
All right, you convinced me. We need to keep digging into this.
I'm happy to, but maybe we should go back to Empress Mulan's story. Remember how she fell out of favor? That's a key piece of this whole puzzle.
Yes, it's like a historical mystery, and those food records are our best clues. What else can we learn about Empress Mulan, and what does her story tell us about the power dynamics at play in the Qing dynasty court? Wow, we've really gone deep on this one. Lavish meals, political games, maybe even a little imperial heartbreak. But what does it all mean? What have we learned from Emperor Qianlong's date night menu?
Well, I think it really drives home the point that food is never just about food, especially when we're talking about someone like Emperor Qianlong. These detailed records weren't just about what people ate. They give us a unique perspective on the power struggles, the relationships, even the cultural values of the Qing dynasty.
It's amazing that something as simple as a menu can tell us so much about a time so long ago. It's like in those historical dramas where they find hidden messages, But instead of secret codes, we're looking at hot pots and crispy chicken.
Exactly. And just think about the level of detail. They recorded every single dish, every recipient of the emperor's favor. Nothing was left to chance. It really highlights the importance of image and control, even when it came to something as personal as a meal.
Makes you wonder what future historians will think of our food choices, right? Imagine them trying to figure out 21st century society by looking at our Instagram posts and online food orders.
It's a fascinating thought, isn't it? We're constantly communicating, even through something as simple as what we eat. Just like Emperor Qianlong's food choices tell us about his reign, our choices might reveal more about us than we realize.
Okay, now that's a little bit scary, but I see what you mean. So for our listeners, what's the big takeaway here? What should they be thinking about when they eat their next meal?
I'd say pay attention to the stories behind your food. Who made it? Where did the ingredients come from? Who are you sharing it with? Every meal is connected to a web of relationships, traditions, and cultural influences. And by recognizing those connections, we can gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Imagine for a moment everything you thought you knew about ancient love and sexuality, especially in these like really rigid patriarchal societies, was maybe only half the story.
Right. We tend to picture ancient cultures, especially way back, as uniformly strict, particularly for women.
Exactly. But what if, like, over 3,000 years ago, in the very foundations of Chinese civilization, things were startlingly different? Today, we're taking a deep dive into the Shang and Zhou dynasties. That's way back, over 3 millennia ago. And we're going to try and unravel a central mystery. How did this potentially, I don't know, vibrant, maybe even revered view of female sexuality turn into something so instrumentalized?
And what other realities were bubbling under the surface at the same time? It's a fascinating mission, really.
It is.
Because to get this, we're not just, reciting historical facts. We had to decrypt the culture itself, looking for those aha moments hidden in the language, the beliefs.
Those little clues.
Exactly. And I think, you might find some deep-seated assumptions about history, gender, power. They might get completely challenged today.
Okay, let's do it. Where do we start? The language.
Let's start right there.
Yeah.
Those ancient characters are like little windows into the past. The character for to take a wife.
Okay.
In its earliest form, the Oracle bone script, it's pretty stark. You see a hand grabbing an ear right next to a woman.
A hand grabbing an ear. That's blunt.
It is blunt. It's not some quaint illustration. It's an unapologetic image. And it forces you to ask, right? Was marriage fundamentally once seen as a coercive act?
Wow.
From a sociological standpoint, it's not just the image. It represents an institutionalized transfer of power. Grabbing the ear, well, that likely signifies taking away someone's agency, their right to act.
Depriving them of choice.
Precisely. And the woman is clearly shown as, well, a resource being acquired. It's almost like a modern corporate merger or acquisition,
So the core idea is control, not mutual agreement.
That's what the character suggests
Yeah.
for that period, yes. It shows how even something we call a union can just be about reorganizing power structures.
Okay, so that's marriage. What about just woman?
Right. Foreman and Anshang for mother. They tell another story. Shows a figure kneeling with prominent breasts.
Kneeling.
And Malfeast for mother just adds 2 dots to emphasize the nipples. It's a purely, almost startlingly biological definition.
So a woman's identity, at least in these characters, is primarily about her body's function. Nurturing, reproduction.
Pretty much. It's stark, isn't it? Especially when you compare it to later Confucian ideas about wifely virtues being about morality and conduct.
Yeah.
Here it's biology first.
Yeah.
The classic face of what you might call functional lockdown for a gender role. Or value seems defined almost entirely by that reproductive and nurturing capacity.
Function over personhood.
Exactly that phrase. And when that mindset gets institutionalized, it really lays the groundwork for deep-seated gendered divisions of labor. You can even see echoes today sometimes when job roles get defined purely by tasks, overlooking the individual's potential,
Okay, but then things get really weird, right? This cosmic gender view.
Ah, yes. This is where it gets fascinatingly paradoxical. Male white, female red show. Nanbai and chi.
Red and white, what's that about?
Okay, so red symbolized life, blood, energy. Think menstruation. It was seen as this pure manifestation of life force. Women were red, this endless source of vital energy.
Okay, so women are the energy source. What about men?
Men were white. Semen was seen as white, a substance of expenditure, of depletion.
Wait, so on the level of sexual energy, women were the givers, the source, and men were receivers, the consumers.
That's exactly the implication. It completely flips our usual script of strong men, weak women, doesn't it?
Totally. That's all that. Wow.
It's a resource flow model, plain and simple. Female is the source, male is the end user.
Theoretically, if you think about it, that should give women significant upstream control over a vital resource.
Right. So what happened? How did the power dynamic shift so dramatically later on?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It strongly suggests that the later rise of patriarchy wasn't just about brute force, but about systematically rewriting the pipeline's direction, as it were. Using new institutions to allow downstream forces, men, in this case, to control and monopolize those upstream resources.
So controlling the narrative, controlling the system.
Precisely. It's a powerful historical lesson. Just having the resource doesn't mean you control its use or value.
Which leads us to this idea of a forgotten era of her.
Exactly. There are these tantalizing hints. Think about Nua, the great goddess in creation myths who mends the broken sky. A powerful female creator figure.
Right, Nua.
And even more directly, in the early bedroom arts, these ancient guides to intimacy and sex, guess who are portrayed as the experts?
Well, let me guess. Women.
Women. Consistently shown as the mentors, the ones who truly understood yin-yang harmony and the secrets of sexual energy. Men were often the students.
So the deepest knowledge about sex was female knowledge.
According to these early texts, yes. This era of her seems to show a pattern you see sometimes in power shifts.
Yeah.
You have this high starting point, this initial advantage.
Like the female control over life energy.
Exactly. But if that advantage isn't secured by new institutions, when the wider power structure changes, it can be eroded, it can be lost.
It gets overwritten.
It gets overwritten. It's a stark warning, really. Even inherent strengths or resources can be nullified if you don't build an institutional moat to protect them when the game changes.
And this reverence went even deeper, didn't it? The worship of the earth womb.
Oh, absolutely. This is profound. A woman's uterus wasn't just biological. It was explicitly compared to the great earth itself, the source of all life. Taoist texts later captured this reverence, calling it the gateway of the mysterious female, the root of heaven and earth.
Yuan bin zimen, shui tian digan.
The root of heaven and earth.
It elevates female reproduction to this cosmic, almost sacred level. Sex wasn't just physical. It could be a mystical ritual, a way of participating in cosmic creation itself.
That's a world away from the character for Xie.
Completely. A primordial, untamed, vibrant view of sexuality and female power. But then the Zhou dynasty rises.
Okay, so here comes the shift.
Here comes the shift. The Zhou were different. They were a military aristocracy dominated by men, and they brought things into order.
Meaning they changed the rules about sex.
Fundamentally, sex stopped being primarily about cosmic reverence or even just personal connection. It became about structure, order, and instrumentalization. It was given clear jobs to do for the new system.
Jobs? What kind of jobs?
Well, the first core function, especially for the aristocracy, was crystal clear. Continue the family line for the clan. Producing heirs, sons, specifically.
Sons, absolutely. For ancestor worship, which was central to Zhou power and identity. So, sex essentially had one primary purpose, a single key performance indicator, if you will, for any marital relationship within the elite.
A single KPI.
And when you have that kind of single output focus, what happens to other values, like personal love, desire, attraction?
They get pushed aside. They become secondary or irrelevant.
Inevitably compressed, exactly.
Yeah.
This also helps explain polygamy in that context. It wasn't necessarily just about male lust. It was about providing multiple layers of insurance for hitting that critical KPI, securing the lineage. More wives meant more chances for sons.
Like diversifying your investment portfolio to guarantee a return.
That's a surprisingly apt analogy, actually. Ensuring the continuation of the patrilineal line was the paramount return.
Okay, so that's function one. You said there was another.
Ah, yes. Function two is even more specific and tied to the state. Nourish the dragon body of the monarch.
Nourish it, dragon body. The king.
The king, yes. His sex life became a matter of state importance, almost a national energy project.
How so?
They believed the king embodied the nation's vital yang energy. His personal vitality was directly linked to the state's destiny, its prosperity, its military success.
Okay.
And sexual intercourse, specifically with women, was seen as the prime method for him to absorb female yin energy, to boost his own yang and thus strengthen the nation.
So women's energy was literally fuel for the king and the state.
That was the cosmological logic, yes, which led to this incredibly meticulous, almost bureaucratic harem system.
The famous harems. How structured were they?
Highly structured. Get this. 1 empress, 3 senior consorts, 9 junior consorts, 27 hereditary consorts, and 81 common consorts.
Whoa! That's a lot. And precise.
It was precise because it wasn't just about pleasure. It was conceived as an energy supply station. There were even female officials who acted like operators of precision instruments, strictly scheduling the king's intimate activities based on calendars and perceived energy levels.
Scheduling sex for national energy levels.
Essentially. The logic, as bizarre as it sounds to us, was kind of like health preservation. Lower-ranking consorts were for, let's say, charging the battery, helping the king accumulate energy regularly.
Okay.
Then, only when his yang was considered peak, on auspicious days, would he unite with the empress. The idea was this union would be the highest quality, the best chance to produce a strong, high-quality heir.
That is chillingly pragmatic.
It's an early and, yes, chilling model of centralized authority meshing with resource scheduling, turning human physiology into state strategy. The coldness of the system is in its procedures, its stratification. It completely instrumentalized the individual.
Making people cogs in a machine.
Exactly. Nodes in a process rather than subjects with their own feelings or desires. It's a pattern you still see echoed in large impersonal institutions today, where organizational goals can override individual needs.
And the women in this system?
They were essentially treated as living medicinal herbs, you could say. Or maybe even sacrificial offerings for the king's vitality and the continuation of the state. You can practically hear the sadness in some of the poems attributed to palace ladies in the Book of Songs. Voices hinting at the real feelings crushed under the weight of that system.
Such a stark contrast to the era of her.
Night and day.
Yeah.
But, and this is crucial, this highly structured repressive system existed mainly within the elite. Beyond the palace walls, beyond the aristocracy, a completely different world was going on.
Ah, so two parallel cultures.
Absolutely. You had the elite world, and then you had the world of the common people, living with almost entirely separate sexual norms and practices.
Okay, so let's look at the elite first. Their marriage.
Yeah.
What was that like outside the palace?
For the broader aristocracy, marriage was still very much a transaction, often pretty devoid of romantic love as a primary driver.
All about the deal.
It's all about the deal. Calculations of matching social status, political alliances, and adhering to strict taboos like the big one, prohibiting marriage between people with the same surname to maintain clan distinctions.
And for women in this system?
Chastity, especially premarital chastity, became paramount. It was viewed as her most important asset, essential for guaranteeing the legitimacy of the lineage.
Her value was tied to guaranteeing paternity.
Precisely. From an analytical perspective, aristocratic marriage was a textbook homogamous alliance. It's a strategy to keep resources, power, and wealth circulating within a known, closed loop. Minimize external variables, keep control tight.
You see that today, too, right? Like old money families or political dynasties.
Absolutely. Same strategic logic. The downside, of course, is often a loss of innovation, diversity, and the ability to integrate with the outside world. But for them, stability and control were key.
Okay, so that's the stiff upper lip of the aristocracy. What about the commoners? You mentioned elopement.
This is where things get lively. It suggests running, rushing, a sense of freedom and spontaneity. It points to what seems like a veritable carnival of sexuality among the common folk.
A carnival? How so?
Well, picture springtime festivals out in the countryside. Sources, especially the Book of Songs, describe scenes of unmarried young men and women gathering, singing together, dancing.
Okay.
And then, apparently, quite openly, coupling up in the fields or woods based on mutual attraction.
Whoa. Just freely.
It seems so. It's often interpreted as a kind of socially condoned, maybe seasonal trial marriage, or even just wild union.
Yeah.
Sex here wasn't repressed or purely instrumentalized, like among the elite.
What was it connected to, then?
It seems deeply tied to the cycles of nature, the basic desires for a bountiful harvest, for the proliferation of life itself, human, animal, agricultural. It was a collective celebration of vitality, almost primal.
That sounds incredibly different.
Radically different. This elopement culture seems to have operated in a fascinating gray area. It was outside the strict formal institutions of the state and elite marriage rules.
Not forbidden, but not exactly formalized either.
Exactly. Tacitly approved by custom, perhaps even encouraged at certain times of the year.
Yeah.
And these kinds of gray areas, historically and even today, are often where real innovation, boundary crossing, and cultural change happen.
But you mentioned a warning earlier.
Yes. The critical lesson often is, once these vibrant gray area practices get noticed, formalized, and institutionalized by the dominant power structure,
They tend to lose that spontaneous vitality. They get regulated, controlled, and often changed entirely.
The life gets squeezed out of them.
Often, yes.
And we have proof of this commoner world in the Book of Songs.
Yes. That collection is amazing because it preserves authentic voices from all levels of society. For the commoner's world, you have songs like Zen and Wei.
What's that one about?
It describes a festival by the Zen and Wei rivers. Young men and women are meeting, flirting openly, exchanging gifts, specifically peonies, which had strong romantic, even sexual connotations.
So, playful, open courtship.
Very much so. Full of life, directness, a world away from the calculated aristocratic unions.
But it wasn't all sunshine and peonies, was it? You mentioned cracks appearing.
No, even in this freer folk culture, tensions existed, especially for women. Take the poem of the Ming. It contains this incredibly powerful line, a woman's tearful accusation against a lover who wronged her.
What does she say?
She says, basically, a lad's follies his romantic missteps. They can still be told, people might forgive or forget, but a lass's follies they cannot be told, thousands of years ago.
Exactly. It's considered maybe the first clear literary expression of the sexual double standard. It reveals that even when courtship was freer, women were still much more vulnerable to social judgment and lasting reputational damage. Their follies had heavier consequences. So freedom wasn't equal freedom.
It seems not entirely. And then there's another amazing poem, please, Zongzi. What happens in that one? It captures a young woman's internal conflict perfectly. She's talking about her secret lover, Zongzi. She clearly desires him. Zong is worthy of my embrace, she says. Real yearning.
But
immediately after, she's filled with fear. Fear of her parents finding out, fear of her brothers, fear of what people will say. The words of my parents, she says, are also to be feared.
So desire versus social pressure, duty versus passion.
Precisely. It's a snapshot of that moment when stricter moral codes, especially around premarital sex for women, are starting to seep down from the elite culture, or developing within the folk culture itself, creating these powerful internal tensions. You see the older freedom clashing with emerging restrictions.
So pulling this all together, it's not one simple story, is it?
Not at all. What emerges from the Shang'an Zoo is this incredibly complex, tension-filled landscape of sex, love, and gender. You have these powerful, lingering remnants of an older time, maybe more matriarchal, with a reverence for female life energy. And then you have the rapid rise of this patriarchal clan system that systematically takes sex and turns it into a cold, hard tool for politics, lineage, and state power.
The instrumentalization.
Exactly. And these two things exist side by side for a while. You get the repression and calculation of the aristocracy, contrasted with the vibrancy, the almost earthy exuberance of the commoners, at least for a time.
Wow. It really shows history isn't just a straight line moving in one direction.
Absolutely not. It's messy. It's dynamic. It's a process where institutional frameworks, the rules, the systems, the beliefs are constantly being used to rewrite the flow of power, to redefine who controls what.
And that point about resources.
That's the key strategic principle, I think, that echoes through this whole period. Possessing a resource, whether it's the perceived source of life energy in the early days, or the biological ability to produce heirs under the zoo, is not the same as controlling how that resource is valued or used.
Victory goes to whoever writes the rules of the system.
Ultimately, yes. Who could successfully write their advantage into the institutions, into the rules of the game. That's a lesson from 3,000 years ago, and frankly, it remains an incredibly relevant strategic principle today in business, politics, everywhere.
So for us listening now, what's the big takeaway? Why does understanding this ancient, complex world matter?
Well, understanding these two parallel cultures, this ancient reverence clashing with the emerging instrumentalized patriarchal system, it gives you a crucial origin point. It helps understand the foundations, the deep roots of so much of the subsequent history of sexual concepts, gender roles, and family structures. Not just in China, but arguably it offers parallels elsewhere too. It's a foundational fork in the road.
Okay, so it sets the stage and maybe leaves us with something to think about.
Definitely. Here's a thought to maybe chew on. How much of our own modern understanding of gender roles or our societal expectations around love, sex, marriage, how much of that is still subtly shaped, maybe even dictated, by these ancient institutional designs, these historical power shifts we've just talked about?
Are we really free from those echoes?
Or do they still, in ways we might not even realize, kind of channel our thoughts and behaviors? Do they still subtly dictate our own pipelines today? we're focusing specifically on the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties. And you wouldn't believe the stories about how they chose their emperors. You'd think it was something that important.
Yeah, like who's going to rule the whole empire?
Exactly. You'd think they'd have a super clear system, right?
Makes sense, yeah.
Like, eldest son inherits, boom, done. Case closed.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
But history
It's never that simple.
rarely that neat and tidy.
No way.
It turns out that in ancient China, things were a lot more complicated
Oh, I bet.
and a lot more interesting.
I am all about interesting. So tell me, what made this whole succession thing so complex?
Well, for starters, the assumption that eldest son inheritance.
Like the oldest kid gets the throne no matter what. Right, that was automatically the best or most stable system. Isn't necessarily true. D.
All right, let's hear about the Western Han dynasty.
That really challenged that idea.
Give me the historical gossip. What went down?
Let's start with Liu Bang,
Okay, Liu Bang,
the founding emperor.
the OG emperor.
He actually wanted to replace his heir apparent,
So he's got a kid who's supposed to take over.
Liu Ying,
Liu Ying, got it.
who was, yes, his eldest son.
So he, following the eldest son rule, at least at first.
He wanted to change his mind, though.
But why?
He ran into a major roadblock.
What stopped him from making the change?
It was all about power dynamics.
Okay, so it's not just about who's next in line.
Liu Ying's mother, Liu Zi,
So the empress, got it.
came from the incredibly influential Liu clan.
Oh, so we've got powerful families in the mix now.
And they were a force to be reckoned with.
They must have a lot of sway.
They were instrumental in Liu Bang's rise to power.
So they helped him become emperor in the first place.
And their support was crucial to maintaining stability in the newly established dynasty.
So basically, you don't mess with the Liu clan.
Deposing their son would have been a huge political risk.
It's like that old saying, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Maybe more like, don't make an enemy of the family who helped you get to the top.
Good point. So it wasn't just about following the rules, it was about keeping the most powerful family in the empire happy.
Exactly.
Realpolitik at its finest.
This situation really highlights how realpolitik often trumped whatever the ideal succession system was supposed to be.
Interesting. So even with a seemingly clear rule like eldest son inheritance, things could get pretty messy.
And this wasn't a one-off situation either. There are other examples from the Western Han dynasty that show just how much these power struggles shaped who ultimately wore the crown.
Okay, so if Liu Bang couldn't just swap out his heir, how did other emperors navigate the system? Did any of them manage to break free from the eldest son rule?
Some did, and their stories are quite intriguing. Take Emperor Wen of Han, for example.
Okay.
He wasn't a direct heir, more like a conveniently placed son, whose rise coincided with a sudden, let's say, distancing.
Distancing.
From who?
From the Liu clan.
Oh, so he managed to escape their influence. How'd that happen?
His wife and all of their sons conveniently died. Right before he became emperor.
Wow, conveniently timed indeed.
Severing those powerful family ties.
That was a bit suspicious, isn't it?
It does make you wonder.
Makes you wonder if there wasn't some behind-the-scenes maneuvering going on.
It does.
And then there was Emperor Jing of Han.
Yes, Emperor Jing.
I remember you mentioning him.
He wasn't even the eldest son initially, but was elevated to that status after he was chosen as heir.
Hold on, so they picked him first and then made him the eldest son.
It's almost as if history was rewritten to fit the narrative of eldest son inheritance.
It's amazing how often history is written by the victors, isn't it?
But tell me more about these power struggles. Were there any particularly dramatic examples, cases where someone really bucked the system?
Oh, absolutely. Emperor Wu of Han's rise to power
Emperor Wu
is a prime example. He wasn't even close to being the eldest son.
Really?
His ascension was orchestrated by his mother.
A mother knows best, right?
She was a master of palace intrigue.
It's giving real Game of Thrones vibes.
Let's just say she knew how to play the game. And play it well.
Sounds like something straight out of a historical drama, full of whispers, alliances, and maybe even a little bit of sabotage. So we've got emperors going against the grain, powerful families pulling strings. Was there ever a time when they actually stuck to the eldest son rule in the Western Han dynasty?
There were periods where they did, but interestingly enough, those periods often coincided with a decline in the dynasty's fortunes.
So sticking to the rules didn't always work out so well.
Emperors Yuan and Cheng,
Both
eldest sons, presided over an era marked by stagnation and a waning of the dynasty's power.
That's interesting.
It makes you wonder if those periods of stability might have masked deeper issues, like a lack of innovation, or a resistance to change.
That's a fascinating point. So maybe a little bit of palace intrigue and power struggles, as messy as they can be, could actually be signs of a dynamic and evolving system.
It's certainly something to consider.
It really makes you rethink those assumptions about what makes a strong and successful leader, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
But let's not forget about the other dynasties we're exploring today. How did the Tang dynasty, for example, handle this whole succession dilemma? Did they fall into the same patterns as the Western Han?
Well, the Tang dynasty presents a more nuanced picture. They did have a decent number of eldest sons inheriting the throne, but the timing of when they adhered to that system and when they didn't is quite revealing.
Okay, you've got my attention. Yeah. What's so revealing about when they stuck to the eldest son rule and when they didn't?
The early Tang dynasty, a period marked by significant growth and territorial expansion, actually saw a lot of non-eldest sons ascending to the throne. It's almost as if that bit of instability, that competition for power, fueled their dynamism.
So maybe there's something to that idea that a little bit of palace intrigue can actually be a good thing, as long as it doesn't completely destabilize the empire, of course.
It's an interesting correlation, isn't it? And it makes you wonder about the trade-offs between order and dynamism. Then, in the Middle Tang period, when eldest son inheritance became more common, things settled down, stability was achieved. But some argue that the dynasty also lost some of its earlier momentum.
Ah, so it's that stability versus stagnation dilemma again. Seems like finding that balance was a challenge for all these dynasties.
And then, of course, you have the Late Tang period, where things get really messy. Eunuchs, essentially high-ranking court officials, gained significant influence and began manipulating the succession process for their own benefit.
Oh, so they're basically kingmakers at this point.
You could say that.
Sounds like a recipe for disaster.
This period is marked by instability and a decline in the dynasty's power.
It sounds like a cautionary tale about what happens when the system gets completely gamed. Okay, so we've seen how the Han Dynasty struggled with this issue, and how the Tang Dynasty had its own ups and downs. What about the Song Dynasty? Did they manage to figure things out?
The Song Dynasty is a fascinating case study. They achieved remarkable stability over 300 years, with 15 emperors, and remarkably smooth transitions of power.
Wow, 300 years of stability. That's impressive. They must have had some secret sauce.
They had a different approach, one that focused on early planning. And, surprisingly, limiting the power of the heir apparent.
Limiting the power of the heir apparent, that seems counterintuitive. Wouldn't you want to give your future leader as much experience as possible?
That's what's so interesting about their strategy. In previous dynasties, crown princes often had their own courts, officials, and even armies.
Wow, a mini emperor in the making.
This created a huge incentive for rivalry and power struggles.
So basically setting them up for conflict from the start.
It was like dangling a giant piece of candy in front of a group of children and expecting them not to fight over it.
Yeah, that never ends well. So the Song Dynasty decided to remove the temptation altogether. How did that work in practice?
They essentially stripped the crown prince of the ability to build up their own power base.
Really? So no fancy court or army for the heir apparent?
He had a title, but not a lot of real authority.
Interesting. So it was more about keeping them in check than giving them free reign?
Precisely. It was a way to balance the need for a designated successor with the dangers of giving them too much power too soon.
I can see how that would help reduce some of the drama.
This made him less of a target for ambitious rivals and helped to maintain a more stable political environment.
That's a clever strategy.
Yeah.
But I have to ask, if you spend your whole life essentially sidelined, with limited experience in governing, how prepared are you going to be when you finally become emperor?
That's the double-edged sword of the Song Dynasty's approach. They achieved stability, but their emperors often took the throne, with limited practical experience.
So it's a trade-off. Stability in the short term, but potentially at the cost of effective leadership in the long term.
Exactly. It highlights the complexities of these seemingly simple systems. There's always a balance to be struck, and there's no one-size-fits-all solution.
This deep dive is making me rethink everything I thought I knew about how empires work. It's not just about bloodlines and rules, it's about navigating these incredibly complex power dynamics and finding ways to balance competing priorities like stability and dynamism.
And that's what makes history so relevant to us today. While we may not be dealing with emperors and dynasties, the underlying principles still apply.
That's so true.
How do we choose our leaders? What qualities do we prioritize? And how do we navigate those same tensions between stability and change, between experience and fresh perspectives?
It's like you said earlier, history isn't just about the past. It's a lens through which we can understand ourselves and the challenges we face today. Speaking of challenges, I have a feeling you're about to drop some serious food for thought on our listener. What's the big takeaway from all of this?
The big takeaway is this. Don't assume that the most obvious solution, or the most qualified leader on paper, is always the best choice.
Okay, I'm listening.
The history of Chinese dynasties shows us that there are many paths to success, and sometimes a little bit of unexpected chaos can lead to the most fascinating outcomes.
So it's not always about playing it safe.
It's about recognizing those unintended consequences, those trade-offs that come with any system, and being willing to challenge our assumptions about how things should work.
That is some seriously deep stuff. It's all about perspective, isn't it? Maybe instead of trying to avoid instability at all costs, we should be asking ourselves, what kind of instability is productive? What kind of disruption leads to positive change?
That's exactly the kind of question I hope this deep dive inspires our listener to ask. Because these aren't just abstract historical concepts, they have real-world implications for how we think about leadership, organizational structures, and even our own personal journeys.
It really makes you think, doesn't it? I mean, are we so focused on avoiding risk and instability that we miss out on opportunities for growth and innovation?
It's a delicate balance, for sure. And it's not just about large-scale systems like governments or organizations. It applies to our individual lives, too. Sometimes those unexpected detours, those moments where we're forced to step outside our comfort zones, those are the times when we truly discover our potential.
That's such a great point. It's like those times when you take a different route home and discover a hidden gem of a coffee shop, or when a project goes completely sideways at work, but you end up learning a new skill or making a valuable connection.
Exactly. It's about embracing those moments of disruption and seeing them as opportunities for growth rather than setbacks. And that's something I hope our listener takes away from this deep dive.
So, to sum it all up, we started with this seemingly simple question about how ancient Chinese dynasties chose their emperors. But as we dug deeper, we uncovered these complex and fascinating patterns, these universal truths about leadership, power, and the delicate balance between stability and change. It's amazing how these ancient stories can still teach us so much about ourselves and the world we live in today.
It's all connected, isn't it? The past informs the present, and by understanding these historical patterns, we can gain valuable insights into the challenges and opportunities we face today.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest takeaway for me, and hopefully for our listener too, is this. Don't be afraid to challenge assumptions. Question the status quo. Embrace new perspectives, because who knows, maybe that unexpected path, that little bit of chaos, is exactly what's needed to unlock something truly remarkable.
Beautifully said. Keep asking questions, keep exploring, and never stop learning. That's what makes life and history so fascinating.
And on that note, we'll wrap up this deep dive into the intricate world of ancient Chinese succession. Thanks for joining us on this journey. And until next time, keep those minds open and curious.
Have you ever stopped and, really thought about how we name historical leaders, especially emperors? Like you hear Emperor Wu of Han or Emperor Taizong of Tang, okay? But then you get Qin Shi Huang, just that. And sometimes they're called Taizu or Gazi. But what is going on with all these different names? It feels like just a trivia thing maybe, but it's actually way deeper. It gets into power, legacy, even how history judges people.
It's a great puzzle to start with because it taps right into something fundamental about ancient China. This idea of the rectification of names, zemming. It sounds kind of abstract, but for them, getting the name right wasn't just politeness. It was about cosmic order, meaning itself.
Wow, okay.
So today, we're going to unpack the two main types of these imperial titles. You got posthumous titles and temple names. And we'll see how their meanings, their original point, and how people actually used them. Well, they changed dramatically over time.
So it's a story about language and power.
Exactly. And, spoiler alert, how power often shapes language, not the other way around.
Okay, let's unpack this then. Starting with posthumous titles. Shihao, you called them.
Yep, Shihao. So the key thing here is they were given after death. They were meant to be an evaluation, honest, hopefully, looking at their merits or sometimes their faults.
So when we hear Emperor Wu of Han, that Wu part meaning marshal, right? That's his posthumous title, like a grade.
Precisely. Or Emperor Wen for Tang Taizong Wen, meaning civil or cultured. It's a judgment call from history. And the tradition supposedly goes way, way back to the Western Zhou dynasty.
Okay, so it's old.
Very old. And think about it, these titles were kind of like ancient China's version of a posthumous brand. If you control the naming, you control the narrative. You shape how history remembers someone. Forever.
It's a lot of power.
Huge power.
Yeah.
Think about the first Sui kings. King Wen the civil, the accomplished. King Wu the martial.
Yeah.
Those are glowing reviews, right?
Perfect for founders.
That's a high bar.
Exactly. But then you get the flip side. King Li. His title means the cruel. And history tells us he was a tyrant, sparked a revolt. Or King Yu, the disorderly. He's linked to that story about crying wolf with the beacon fires. His reign ended in collapse. These names were verdicts.
Direct judgments. Wow. And the Confucian ideal behind this was pretty sophisticated, wasn't it?
It really was. The belief was maybe, just maybe, the fear of getting a terrible posthumous name could act as a kind of moral brake on emperors while they were alive.
Like, better not be too tyrannical or I'll be remembered as the cruel forever.
Exactly that. Encourage virtuous rule through the threat of posthumous shame. It's like a post-event disciplinary system trying to influence in-event behavior.
Does that remind you of anything today? Like in business, maybe?
Absolutely. Think about performance reviews or even honorary titles corporations give out. They're meant to motivate, right? Using future recognition, or the lack of it, to shape current actions. But of course, the million-dollar question is, how much did these super powerful rulers really care about their posthumous reputation when faced with tough, maybe self-serving decisions? Did it actually stop them?
Well, there's this amazing story, maybe a bit over the top from the Zhuos one, about King Qing of Zhou. His own son forced him to commit suicide. Grim stuff.
Oof, yeah.
So the story goes, after he died, his body refused to close its eyes, just lay there staring at his son.
Seriously, staring from the coffin.
That's the legend. Apparently, the son first picked the title Ling. Now, today, Ling might sound nice, but back then it meant something like disorderly or inept. Ouch.
Not exactly what you want from your dad, even posthumously.
Right. So the corpse keeps staring, eyes wide open. Finally, the son, probably feeling pretty awkward, changes it to Cheng, which means successful or accomplished. And then, supposedly, the eyes closed.
Wow. Okay, maybe slightly embellished, but what's the takeaway there?
It shows that even the most powerful people still operate inside their culture's rules, you know? These titles weren't just labels, they were a part of the symbolic order, maintaining decorum, sending signals, even after death. They mattered.
A powerful signal indeed.
But then, this whole system, this powerful tradition, it hits a brick wall. And this is where it gets really interesting. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor.
The great disruptor.
Totally. He just abolished the entire posthumous title system. Gone. His reason, pretty blunt. He thought it was an insult. Sons judging fathers, subjects critiquing their ruler. He found it pointless. offensive even.
So that's why he's just Qin Shi Huang, first emperor of Qin.
Exactly. It's purely objective, chronological. No great, no terrible, no judgment at all, just number one.
And that decision speaks volumes about his whole philosophy, doesn't it? It's pure legalism. Legalism prioritizes effectiveness, obedience, raw power, moral judgments. Confucian hand-wringing, not interested.
So it wasn't about being good or bad, just about being in control.
Pretty much. Subjects obey, they don't evaluate. It was an experiment in, let's call it demoralized governance. A total break from that Confucian idea of moral feedback loops. Raw power, unburdened by what history might say later.
Okay, so Qin Shi Huang gets rid of it, but his dynasty didn't last long. What happened next?
Well, the Han Dynasty comes along, and maybe as a sign of being different, maybe humility, they bring the posthumous title system back.
Ah, okay. Back to normal.
Not quite, because a new trend started. And frankly, it's kind of funny. The titles started getting longer and longer and longer.
How long are we talking?
By the Ming Dynasty, you're seeing posthumous titles that are 17 characters long.
17.
And the king took it even further, sometimes 23 characters. Imagine trying to carve that on a tombstone.
That's ridiculous. What was the point?
Well, think about the dynamic. Courtiers and officials. They didn't dare say anything bad about the emperor who just died, right? Especially not publicly. But flattery. Oh, they were very enthusiastic about flattery.
So it became a competition in praise.
Exactly. It turned into what you could call institutional worship and the involution of praise, a race to out-flatter everyone else. What started as an evaluation tool became just a flattery tool.
Like grade inflation, but for emperors?
Perfect analogy.
Right.
It's an inflation in language resources.
Yeah.
When every emperor gets this long string of words, wise, martial, benevolent, sage, filial, brilliant, etc., for 17 or 23 characters.
Which doesn't mean anything anymore.
Precisely. It's all noise, no signal. You can't tell the truly great ones from the merely okay ones. The evaluation function was totally lost.
So if those long posthumous titles became meaningless, what did people actually call the emperors then?
Ah, good question. Because people gradually shifted to using a different kind of name more often. They're temple names.
That's where the Zhu and Zong come in, right?
That's them. Temple names or miahong.
Okay, so what's the story with these? Were they also evaluations? Sort of, but different. They were actually a Han Dynasty invention, though they claimed ancient roots. And crucially, unlike posthumous titles, which nobles and officials could also receive, temple names were strictly for emperors.
Exclusively imperial, okay.
And get this, initially, not every emperor even got one. You had to have immense merit. You had to earn your spot, your permanent tablet, in the ancestral temple.
So, higher stakes. What were the criteria?
At first, pretty strict. Zhu, meaning founder, was for emperors with truly massive achievements. Think dynasty founders. Liu Bang, founder of the Han, is called Taizu, or Gozhu.
Okay, Zhu for founders. What about Zong?
Zong means ancestor, and it was supposedly for emperors of high virtue.
High virtue. That sounds a bit vague.
Exactly. Compared to founded a dynasty, high virtue is much more subjective, and guess what? In practice, whether an emperor got the Zong title often had less to do with their actual virtue and more to do with the political needs of later emperors.
Ah, politics messing things up again. It's a classic story. Any kind of value judgment, once it gets tangled up in politics, tends to become a tool. It gets instrumentalized. So judging virtue became a way for current rulers to spin the past to make themselves look better, more legitimate. The ancestral temple, in a way, became the ultimate stage for validating power, especially before you had, like, independent academic historians weighing in.
Can you give an example of that? Politics driving the temple name.
Perfect example. Emperor Wu of Han. The same martial emperor we mentioned. Huge reign, big impact. But initially, no temple name.
Really? After all that?
Yep. It was only 15 years after he died that his great-grandson, Emperor Xuan, gave him the temple name Shizong.
15 years later, why the delay, and why then?
Politics. Emperor Xuan's own path to the throne was complicated. His grandfather had actually been tangled up in a rebellion against Emperor Wu and was deposed, so Xuan's claim was a bit shaky. By giving his great-grandfather, Emperor Wu, this big posthumous honor, elevating him to Shizong.
He was basically boosting his own family's prestige and therefore his own legitimacy.
Exactly. It's a stark reminder, isn't it? History isn't just telling stories. For rulers, it's often about building a legitimacy project, reframing your ancestors to secure your own power.
Did anyone object to giving Emperor Wu that title?
Oh, yeah. Confucian scholars at the time piped up. They said, Hang on, Emperor Wu was successful, sure, but he was also overly ambitious, waged too many wars. Standard Confucian critiques.
Yeah.
But their objections, totally overruled. Political needs trumped philosophical consistency.
Okay, so Emperor Xuan opens the door by giving Emperor Wu a temple name for political reasons. What happens next? Does Zong stay prestigious?
Predictably.
Yeah.
No, the devaluation starts pretty quickly. Remember Wang Mang, the regent who eventually took over the Han throne?
Yeah, the usurper.
Well, before he took power, he made this big show of loyalty to the Han emperors.
No.
Oh, he started handing out the Zong title left and right to all the emperors who came after Emperor Sui.
Just giving them away.
It was performative loyalty. Look how much I respect the Han imperial line, even as he was plotting to end it. It's a classic move during power shifts, reshuffle history, praise the path figures to make your own rise seem like a natural, even necessary next step, packaging your succession.
Wow, so the exclusivity was already fading.
Rapidly.
Mm-hmm.
Although there was this one interesting little pushback in the later Eastern Han, a famous scholar, Kaiyang. After Emperor Ling died, not exactly remembered as a great ruler, Kaiyang argued, look, this temple name thing has become meaningless. Let's go back to the strict old rules.
Did they listen?
Surprisingly, yes.
Yeah.
For a short time. They actually revoked several existing temple names that were seen as undeserved. And Emperor Ling himself, he didn't get one. Kaiyang succeeded, temporarily.
Just temporarily, though.
Yeah. Sad but common story. Kaiyang's effort shows that the original good intentions of a system often can't survive constant abuse. If you don't have strong ways to enforce the rules and correct course, short-term political gain almost always wins out. The system degrades.
So the floodgates opened again after him?
Pretty much. By the Wei and Jin periods, things got even looser. People who weren't even technically emperors, powerful warlords like Cao Cao or the Simas who founded the Jin dynasty, started getting posthumous temple names.
Wait, non-emperors getting temple names?
Yep. The lines blurred completely. By the chaotic northern and southern dynasties period, getting a temple name was almost easy. And by the time the Tang dynasty rolls around, it's just standard procedure. Every emperor gets one. It went from super exclusive honor to just expected.
So both systems basically collapsed under their own weight, or under the weight of politics.
That's a great way to put it. The decay of both posthumous titles and temple names is really about idealism crashing into real politics. Posthumous titles started as evaluations, became empty flattery. Temple names started as exclusive honors, became commonplace participation trophies. When a system gets manipulated, overused, twisted for political gain, it just loses trust. It loses respect. It stops doing what it was meant to do. The language itself gets devalued.
Like that inflation idea again. Too much praise money chasing too few actual achievements.
Yeah.
So wrapping this up, what's the big takeaway for us listening today?
I think this dive into these ancient naming conventions gives us a really timeless lesson. It's about the life cycle of institutions, the push and pull of power. We saw posthumous titles meant for judgment bloat into flattery and lose all focus. And temple names meant for rare honor become so common they lost all meaning. It really shows how easily good intentions can get diluted by ambition and, frankly, the desire to just smooth things over politically.
That makes you wonder.
It really should. This whole story provides a lens to look at our own world. Think about it. What systems or labels do we have today? Maybe titles, awards, rankings, certifications that were originally designed for genuine evaluation or real honor. Are any of them going through a similar process? Are they being devalued by empty flattery, by political maneuvering, maybe just by lazy application or lack of enforcement?
Like, are we seeing that inflation of language resources now?
That's the question to ask yourself. Can you spot the habitual abuse of systems in your own work and society and the media you consume before they become meaningless? Think about the awards given out, the job titles people have, the way achievements are described. Are they still conveying real meaning and distinction? Or are they becoming just noise? Another form of empty praise or strategic positioning. Something to think about.
Good to be here.
Today, we're plunging into, well, one of history's most fascinating and, frankly, paradoxical states. The Qin state.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine this realm that managed to be, righteous in its goals, but often wicked in its methods. Vast, powerful, but also incredibly complex.
Yeah, what's really striking is how the very things that drove Qin to unify China and achieve so much also contained these deep moral issues, these ambiguities that eventually led to its downfall. It's quite the mix.
It really is. So our mission today is to try and unpack that blend. I want to grapple with, I guess, the central question.
What exactly led to this profound mix of good and evil, this immense complexity, all within one state?
It's a big question.
Definitely. Okay, let's start unpacking. We've touched on some tough aspects before, but today we're looking at the whole picture. Let's start at the foundation. Xiangyang, the initiator of these huge reforms. What kind of impact did his radical vision have on Qin's strength, and maybe more importantly, its character?
Xiangyang's reforms were absolutely foundational, a double-edged sword, really.
How so?
Well, on one hand, his legalist policies, things like giving land directly to farmers, setting up the strict merit-based bureaucracy, they undeniably forged an incredibly efficient, powerful state machine.
Right, which you could argue is righteous for a state trying to survive and prosper in that era.
Exactly. It gave Qin a serious edge. But on the other hand, these reforms completely dismantled the old aristocratic ways, leading to this intensely centralized, almost brutal authority.
Brutal how?
Think of a system where even small mistakes met with really severe punishments. It reveals that rigid, sometimes, wicked core beneath the efficiency, order at a very high price.
Okay, so efficiency built on an iron fist, basically.
Yeah.
But Qin's rise wasn't just internal structuring, right? It involved some serious political maneuvering.
Yeah.
And that brings us to Fanju, a real master of the game, it seems.
Oh, absolutely. Fanju is a perfect example of the kind of cunning needed back then.
His actions really highlight both the strategic brilliance and the ruthless side of Qin politics. How did his particular brand of strategy play out?
His most famous strategy was probably Yuanjun Gong, attack the distant, befriend the near.
Yeah.
Basically, team up with faraway states to help you conquer your neighbors, then, turn on those allies later when they're no longer useful.
Wow, okay, effective, but...
Exactly. Incredibly effective for Qin's expansion, definitely. But it also perfectly captures the ruthlessness, the betrayal, that was often part of their power politics. Morally very ambiguous, to say the least.
It shows their power wasn't just brute force then. It was also this sophisticated, if cynical, political chess game.
Precisely.
And speaking of force, what about the sheer military might? That brings us to Bai Qi and Wang Jin, the engines of war, you could call them. Their stories seem central to understanding Qin's scale.
They were devastatingly effective generals, no question. Bai Qi especially. His victory at Chengping is infamous.
Where hundreds of thousands were supposedly massacred.
That's the account, yes. Their campaigns absolutely drove Qin's expansion and eventual unification, but it forces you to ask, right? Can that kind of military success, achieving the state's goals, ever really exist without huge moral compromises, especially considering the sheer human cost involved?
That's a heavy question.
Yeah.
And it leads us maybe to a more poignant figure. The loyal minister, Meng Jiang. His story, his reflections, they offer such a stark contrast. What does his fate tell us?
Meng Jiang's story is it's incredibly revealing. It shows the human side amidst all the grand strategy and conquest.
He was loyal, wasn't he? Fought campaigns, built the Great Wall.
Deeply loyal. He led massive campaigns against the Xiangnü, oversaw huge construction projects. Yet, despite all that service, the second emperor forced him to commit suicide.
Just like that?
Just like that. And what's really poignant are his final words. He didn't really express regret for his actions, but sorrow for his king's likely fate, and maintained his loyalty. It's a glimpse into the personal toll, the vulnerability, even for the most powerful within that regime.
A sobering reminder of the human cost. Okay, finally, let's turn to a moment of challenge. The rebellion led by Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, and that unforgettable question they raised. Are kings, dukes, generals, and ministers born to their ranks? What's the significance of that cry?
Oh, that question hit right at the heart of everything. It fundamentally challenged the Qin's whole power structure, this centralized, supposedly merit-based, but ultimately tyrannical system.
It must have resonated.
Deeply. Especially with ordinary people crushed by harsh laws, endless forced labor. It exposed the grievances, the instability simmering beneath the surface, even in this supposedly perfectly ordered state. It showed that the righteous pursuit of order had become overwhelmingly oppressive.
And it sort of signaled the beginning of the end.
It really did. It highlighted that Qin's legacy wouldn't just be unification, but also a reign seen as brief, brutal, and ultimately unsustainable because of that very brutality.
So wrapping this up, trying to understand the Qin state. It's clear it was this place of huge achievements, yes, driven by these powerful figures, brilliant strategies, but just riddled with moral complexity, contradictions.
Exactly. This deep dive really shows the Qin wasn't monolithic. It was this, I don't know, thrilling, maybe terrifying mix of conflicting forces. Efficiency born from brutality, brilliance mixed with betrayal, grand ambition leading to both unity and immense suffering.
Which brings us back to that central question.
Indeed. What intricate tapestry of decisions, personalities, circumstances led to such a profound blend of righteous and wicked, all wrapped up in this immense complexity? It's something that echoes beyond just the Qin.
Definitely something for you, our listeners, to mull over as you think about empires, ancient and modern. We hope this deep dive has given you a useful shortcut to understanding this truly captivating and complicated period of history.
How did they even begin to build that kind of professional bureaucracy? Especially without things like the later imperial exams?
It's a great question, because achieving that kind of deep reach right down to the grassroots level, well, it required this huge body of trained officials.
An army of bureaucrats, basically.
Pretty much. And the paradox is, how did they find them? How did they train them? What's really fascinating, I think, is how systematic they were about it and how early it started. We're talking adolescence.
Right. Okay. So let's get into that. This systematic project, starting when officials were basically kids, it sounds like getting into one of these official schools was a massive opportunity.
Oh, absolutely massive.
Yeah.
These schools, Xishi, they were specifically set up to train future bureaucrats.
Yeah.
And get this, they were apparently in every county.
Every county. Wow.
Yeah. And the demand was huge. Way more applicants than spots. We even have regulations found on bamboo slips saying basically if you weren't what they called a Xishi, you couldn't even get into study.
Okay, Xishi. That sounds important. What exactly was that?
识子
referred to the sons of officials engaged in clerical work in the state of Qing,
识子
trained in reading, writing, and family-inherited knowledge. They served as reserves for clerical roles and became a key source of the state's
文法力
following their father's career paths.
There are debates, right?
There are. Some think it might mean like sons of officials, sort of hereditary. But whatever the specifics, getting that Xishi status was clearly key. It wasn't easy.
And the big draw, I read about this, students were exempt from corvée labor while they studied. That's huge.
Exactly. Unpaid, backbreaking public works. Yeah, avoiding that was a serious incentive.
So appealing that people tried to cheat the system.
You got it. Qianlong actually had penalties for impersonating a Xishi. A county captain caught hiding fake students. Fined 2 sets of armor. That's serious.
Wow.
And kind of funny, the real Shazi often didn't want to leave school. If they didn't give up their student status right after graduating, they could get punished.
Punished how?
With something called Naiwei.
Yeah.
It involved having their beards shaved off, super humiliating, and then being assigned to tough reconnaissance labor.
Ouch. Talk about harsh. And it wasn't just about graduating, was it? Performance mattered. A lot.
Oh, definitely. The laws were incredibly strict. There's this example, like, if a student couldn't even learn to drive a chariot properly after 4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, 4 years, the teacher would be fined a shield. And the student sentenced to 4 years of hard labor.
That's unbelievable. It sounds like the message was pretty clear. Buckle down and study, or else.
Exactly. It was basically embrace the hardship of studying now, or you'll face much worse hardships later. And if you think about the bigger picture, the whole curriculum was intensely practical. It was all about making effective officials.
And the teachers were actual officials.
Yep, a real system of teaching based on laws, taking officials as teachers. It wasn't abstract learning.
It reminds me of that story about Jiangnü, the later rival of Liu Bang. As a kid, he supposedly wasn't interested in writing or swordsmanship.
Ah, yeah, the famous quote.
Right. He apparently said something like, writing is just for recording names. Swordsmanship only beats one person. I want to learn how to defeat 10,000.
That line about writing being only enough to record names, it actually tells us a lot.
How so?
Well, think about when Shang Yu was young. Qin had already conquered his home state of Shu. His education, even if informal, was likely shaped by Qin practices. And what did grassroots Qin officials do all day?
Register households, collect taxes, conscript labor.
Exactly. And record confessions. All tasks requiring you to constantly write down names over and over. It wasn't lofty, aristocratic learning. It was practical, bureaucratic grind.
Makes sense. Even later texts like that Han Dynasty primer, the Jijiupian, apparently borrowed from Qin methods and were just full of names.
Packed with them. So yeah, it was very practical training, almost like on-the-job training, but in a school.
And not just writing, I assume. Military officials would need combat skills, right? To catch criminals and that sort of thing.
Precisely. And another fascinating piece is the emphasis on math. You can't run an empire or even a county
without decent arithmetic.
All that data. Taxes, grain, land.
Exactly. We've found kin bamboo slips with loads of numerical records, even a multiplication table. And later mass texts, like the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, draw heavily on methods from this period. They're full of problems officials would face daily.
Like land measurement, grain conversions.
Civil engineering calculations, allocating taxes fairly. Really practical stuff.
So those were the basics. But for higher level officials, it get more complex.
Oh, absolutely. They need to understand the subtleties of administrative documents, like the difference between an emperor's Ming, which might be a more flexible order, and a Ling, which was a mandatory command, no wiggle room.
And law, presumably. A deep grasp of legal codes.
Definitely. The Book of Han mentions imperial historians assessing students, and you needed to recite, 9,000 characters just to qualify for office.
9,000. It sounds like a remarkably sophisticated training system for its time.
It really was. Yeah. But despite all this preparation, a massive problem cropped up right after Qin Shi Huang unified the country.
Right. Because conquering 6 states in, a decade? That's one thing. Ruling them as a single empire, that's a whole different ballgame.
Totally different scale of challenge.
Yeah.
Which raises the question, how did they plan to manage this sudden, massive expansion of governance?
And did they plan?
Well, that's the interesting part. In 221 BCE, the very year they finished the conquests, there was this critical debate at court. The prime minister, Wang Guan, he suggested a kind of hybrid approach.
What did that involve?
He proposed setting up feudal lords Qin Shi Huang's own sons, actually in the really distant, newly conquered areas, places like Yan, Qi, Chu, but keep the existing commandery and county system closer to home.
Sort of a pragmatic compromise.
Exactly. Most ministers apparently agreed. It seemed like a practical way to stabilize things far away, keep the locals calm.
But Li Si, the Minister of Justice, he disagreed. Strongly.
He did. Li Si argued that the old Zhou dynasty feudalism was inherently unstable. He pointed out how family ties weakened over generations, leading to constant war.
His point being?
His point was, if you really want to unify the world and have lasting peace, you need to roll out the commandery and county system everywhere. Total standardization for easier imperial control.
And Qin Shi Huang bought it.
He sided with Li Si. He basically said, yeah, the endless wars were because of feudal lords. Li Si's plan is the way to peace. Now, Li Si was probably right about the long-term historical trend.
But the immediate problem?
The immediate problem was people. The number of officials needed for Li Si's comprehensive system versus Wang Wan's hybrid system was astronomically different.
Right. Feudalism, send a prince, some advisors, an army, let the local bigwigs handle the details. Few new central officials needed.
Exactly. But the commandery county system, you sweep away the old local aristocracy. You need Qin-style administrative departments in every single county, staffed by officials loyal to Qin and trained in Qin laws and procedures.
Which created an instant, massive personnel shortage.
A huge shortage.
Yeah.
And what's telling is that this whole crucial debate happened after unification was already complete. It suggests they hadn't really prepped for this administrative reality.
And that Xishi rule we talked about, limiting who could even enter the schools, that also came after unification.
It seems so, yes.
Which
Which makes you wonder, were some people in power maybe trying to protect existing officials' jobs by limiting the pool of new trainees?
So unpreparedness plus maybe some internal resistance, it meant a huge gap in the bureaucracy was almost guaranteed.
Pretty much inevitable, yeah. So the next question is, how did they actually govern these new, distant territories, given the shortage?
We have some clues now, don't we, from archaeology?
We do. Finds like the Yulu kin slips and the Lai kin slips, discovered in these exact kinds of regions, give us incredible ground-level detail. But even just looking at traditional sources, like the story of Liu Bang's hometown, Pei County, gives us a good idea.
Okay, so the top county guys, the magistrate, his assistant, the county captain, they were sent from the central court, supervised by imperial censors, standard practice.
Right. But the middle and lower level officials, that's where it got complicated. It was a real mixed bag.
A mixed bag how?
Well, you had some regularly appointed officials, sure, but not enough. Then you had officials who'd actually messed up somewhere else, failed assessments, and were basically punished by being shipped off to these new regions.
Like being exiled to the frontiers?
Sort of, yeah. And even more incredibly, some were former criminals who'd lost their posts, but were given a second chance serving out there.
Seriously?
Uh-huh.
Criminals? That doesn't sound like a recipe for good governance.
Probably wasn't.
Ugh.
The quality of these new region officials was often pretty questionable. We even see Qin regulations specifically telling them not to mistreat the new commoners.
Which implies they probably were mistreating them.
Exactly. The rule wouldn't exist if the problem didn't.
So besides these recycled officials, what else did they do? Did they try hiring locals?
They did. That was another strategy. If a local person seemed capable, adequately trained, they could be appointed. Which brings us back to unifying the writing system.
Ah, right. It wasn't just about culture, it was practical, making sure imperial orders could be read locally.
And just as importantly, making sure local reports could be read and understood back at the capital. It was about that two-way flow of information and control.
Makes perfect sense.
But here's the kicker, the real irony. When you connect all the dots,
Go on.
in places like P County, you had key local positions filled by guys like, well, Liu Bang,
Yeah.
Zhao He, Cao Can.
The future founders of the Han Dynasty.
The very same. These men had basically zero inherent loyalty to the Qin regime that had conquered their homeland. Yet the Qin's own administrative system
was giving them invaluable hands-on training in how to run things, how to organize people.
Exactly. It was like a master class in management and bureaucracy, delivered courtesy of the regime they would eventually overthrow. What do you think the long-term consequences of that were?
Well, we know the consequences. These guys became the leaders, the organizers, the backbone of the rebellion that brought down the Qin.
Oh.
Wow. It's almost like the Qin system was so effective at training administrators.
It trained its own destroyers.
Yeah.
Precisely. It's a powerful lesson. And it also helps explain something else.
Which is?
Why, even though the Qin dynasty itself collapsed so quickly, its fundamental administrative structure, the commanderies, the counties, the bureaucratic methods, largely survived.
Yeah.
The Han dynasty basically inherited it, tweaked it, but kept the core. It shaped Chinese governance for centuries.
So the system outlasted the dynasty that created it.
In a big way. The Qin administrative system, despite its flaws and that ultimate ironic twist, was truly a marvel of organization for its time. That systematic approach to cultivating officials, the practical focus, even their sometimes desperate measures to fill the gaps, it all played a part in their rise and ultimately their fall.
It really is an incredible story. Ambition, innovation, pragmatism, and then these completely unintended consequences. The takeaway maybe isn't just about the Qin, is it?
I don't think so.
Perhaps it's a reminder that even the most carefully designed systems, the most efficient machines of state, can contain the seeds of their own undoing, or at least their own transformation. Sometimes the most effective training ends up empowering the very people who challenge the power structure.
Well put. A system so focused on control inadvertently created the tools for its own dismantling.
Have you ever come across the story of Hai Rui? He was this really famous official in the Ming Dynasty, known for being just incredibly incorruptible. I mean, the stories are wild. Like, apparently he once bought just 2 caddies of meat, maybe a couple of pounds for his mother's birthday, and this became like major news in official circles. People were actually shocked he could even afford that. Then, when he died, he had basically nothing, not even enough money left to pay for his own funeral. And you think, how is that even possible? A third-rank official, pretty high up there, even an honest one, how could they be that poor? It just doesn't quite add up, does it?
It really is a striking story, and surprisingly, it reflects a genuine reality. Official salaries during the Ming Dynasty, they were, well, astonishingly low. It's actually true that if an official strictly relied only on their government pay, without finding other sources of income, they would genuinely face poverty. Like Hai Rui, it was a really prominent feature of imperial finances back then. A systemic thing.
Wow, okay, so this wasn't just Hai Rui being uniquely frugal or something, it was the system. So today, let's get into that. Why were Ming's salaries so incredibly low? How did that stack up against other times in history? And crucially, what were the knock-on effects, the unintended consequences? We'll dig into that link between pay and corruption and what it tells us about the deeper issues in imperial government.
Okay, so when you say astonishingly low, just how low are we talking? Can you give us a sense of the scale?
Right, let's try to put some numbers on it, though it's always tricky comparing across centuries. The standard was set by Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, back in the Hongwu era. A top official, first rank, got about 1,044 dan of rice per year. Now, a dan is a measure of volume, but think of it as their basic unit of pay. To compare, go way back like 1,500 years before the Ming to the Han Dynasty. Their highest official, the prime minister equivalent, their salary was around 10,000 dan of grain a year. Wait, seriously? 10,000 versus barely over 1,000. So a top Ming official got something like a tenth of what their Han Dynasty counterpart got 15 centuries earlier.
Yeah. Roughly speaking, yes. It's a massive difference.
That's not just low. That feels like a completely different philosophy about compensating officials.
It really does. And what's maybe even more surprising is that this low standard set right at the beginning basically became locked in, an ancestral rule. So this incredibly low pay structure, it stuck around for hundreds of years, all through the Ming, and then it even carried over into the Qing dynasty that followed.
And wasn't there another layer to it? Didn't they also have to cover a lot of their own job expenses out of that tiny salary?
You've hit on a really crucial point there.
Yes.
In the Ming and Qing periods, a lot of the day-to-day running costs of government offices, things we'd think of as operational budgets today, actually fell on the officials personally. So when you factor that in, their real income drops even further. Think about being, say, a county magistrate in the mid-Ming. You absolutely needed a secretary, maybe more than one, to handle the paperwork, the administration. And historical records suggest that by that time, a decent secretary might command a salary of over 100 taels of silver a year.
Okay. And the magistrate's own official salary?
Somewhere around 45 to 80 taels annually.
So you might have to pay your secretary more than your entire official income, and you're paying them out of your own pocket. That sounds completely unworkable. How could anyone possibly afford to be an honest official? How do they even end up with such a low standard?
Well, there are a couple of big reasons looking at it financially. First, when Zhu Yuanzhang set the rates early in the Ming Dynasty, the general price level was quite low, and Zhu Yuanzhang himself came from extreme poverty. So he might have genuinely thought, okay, 1,044 Dan, that's actually pretty decent, it's enough.
Yeah.
He likely saw it as fair, maybe even generous compared to his own background, and a way to curb extravagance.
Right, but economies change, don't they? Prices go up.
Exactly. What seemed adequate at the very start of a dynasty, maybe in the 1370s or 80s, quickly became insufficient as the economy evolved, living standards generally rose, and inflation took its toll over the decades and centuries. The second major factor was the state's revenue itself. The Ming government's income relied heavily on just two main taxes, primary land and salt taxes. And frankly, the total revenue wasn't all that high relative to the size of the empire and the bureaucracy. So the pot of money available for salaries was limited. They had to keep a really tight lid on it, otherwise the treasury would just be empty.
A tight budget constraint, basically. Okay, I can see how that might work. Maybe when the dynasty was just starting, fewer officials. But didn't the number of officials grow?
It did, massively. That's another key part of the puzzle. Initially, the number was manageable. But the Ming emperors, especially later on, wanted to broaden their base of support and control. So they significantly increased the quotas for the imperial examinations, the system for recruiting officials. This created a huge explosion in the number of actual bureaucrats holding positions and also the number of qualified people waiting for positions, far more than in earlier dynasties.
Ah, so the same limited pot of money for salaries now had to be stretched across many, many more people.
Precisely. When the total salary budget stays more or less fixed, but you double or triple the number of people getting paid from it, well, each individual's share inevitably becomes very, very small.
Okay, so let's paint the picture. Officials get incredibly low pay. They have to cover their own office costs, maybe even pay staff out of pocket. It seems almost inevitable they'd have to find other ways to make money.
Absolutely inevitable for most. When your official pay isn't even enough to live on properly, let alone maintain the dignity of your office, you will look for other sources of income.
And what did that look like in practice? Where did the extra money come from?
Well, one very common method involved taxes. When officials collected the land tax from the population, they'd often add on extra fees. Now, you couldn't just blatantly demand more money, usually. You needed a justification, however thin. A really widespread one was called huao, which literally translates to something like fire consumption or meltage fee.
Meltage fee, what's that?
The official explanation was that when they collected taxes paid in silver, the silver was often in small, broken pieces of varying purity. This had to be melted down and recast into standard silver ingots for the treasury. And supposedly, a tiny amount of silver would be last vaporized or stuck to the crucible in this melting process. So huao was meant to cover that loss.
Okay, that sounds slightly plausible, I guess, at least as an excuse.
Exactly. It started as a seemingly practical charge, but it quickly became a standard way to just add a percentage surcharge onto the tax, generating extra income for the local administration and the officials themselves.
So it was a kind of accepted unofficial tax. Were there other things like that, these gray areas?
Oh, yes, definitely. Beyond huahao, you had all sorts of other practices.
Officials and even their clerks and runners, the lower-level staff, would often receive, let's call them customary fees or gifts from people when dealing with official business, like registering a deed or settling a minor dispute. Sometimes people would offer these proactively, just to smooth the way. And then you had gifts flowing upwards, too. Local officials giving gifts to their superiors to stay in their good graces. These things became known by terms like lugi, meaning unwritten rules, and shengli, which is like usual practices or customary regulation.
Unwritten rules and usual practices. That language itself tells you a lot, doesn't it? It normalizes it, makes it sound routine, not corrupt.
Precisely. It creates this huge ambiguity. If everyone is doing it, if it's just the usual practice, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, how do you distinguish between an official collecting a legitimate customary fee, something everyone expects, and engaging in outright bribery or extortion? Was there any clear standard?
That's the core problem. There wasn't a clear, universally accepted standard. It was incredibly blurry. And because that boundary was so fuzzy, it made it almost impossible to regulate effectively. This ambiguity really fueled the spread of corruption throughout the Ming bureaucracy. It wasn't just a matter of a few bad individuals. It became, baked into the system, a systemic feature driven by the inadequate formal pay.
So if Hai Rui's poverty and all this widespread corruption weren't just down to individual choices, does that mean it was all Zhu Yuanzhang's fault for setting those low salaries way back at the beginning? One emperor's decision causing centuries of trouble.
Well, history's rarely that simple, is it? While Zhu Yuanzhang's decisions were definitely significant, the whole issue of official salaries wasn't created out of thin air by the Ming. It was part of a much longer story, the evolution of the entire imperial financial system over centuries. To really get the Ming situation, you need to see it in that broader context. And when you look at it that way, you see that by the time you get to the Ming Dynasty, the imperial salary system had basically failed to solve two fundamental long-standing problems. One was the sheer operating cost of paying salaries. The other was the lack of a rational incentive mechanism.
Okay, let's break this down. Operating costs first. Why was it so hard just to pay people? Seems simple today, direct deposit, done.
It's easy to forget how complex it was back then. Think about it. No banks as we know them, no instant transfers. Empires generally tried one of three ways, none of them ideal. First, you could pay salaries in kind. That means giving officials goods instead of money, typically grain, sometimes cloth, salt, maybe even spices.
Right, I've heard of that.
But the logistics, the operating costs were huge. You have to collect the grain, store it safely, transport it often over vast distances without it spoiling or being stolen, and then distribute it accurately. Incredibly inefficient and expensive. Okay, second option. Use currency, metal coins, maybe paper money later on. That seems better than carting grain around. Better? Yes, but still costly. Remember, ancient China was primarily an agricultural economy, not heavily commercialized everywhere. Moving large amounts of coin or fragile paper money securely across the empire to thousands of dispersed officials was still a major logistical headache and expense.
Okay, so in-kind is cumbersome, currency is better but still hard. What was the third way? Didn't some try to decentralize it somehow?
They did. The third approach was for the central government to basically grant local governments specific assets. Maybe tracts of land called gangxian or official fields, or sometimes a lump sum of cash, gangxiquan, official money. The idea was the local government could then manage this asset, collect rent from the land, or maybe loan out the money and use the interest to fund their own operations and supplement official salaries locally.
Ah, that sounds clever. Kind of like setting up local endowments. Lower operating costs for the central government, right? You just give them the land or the money once.
On the surface, yes. It looked like the cheapest option centrally. Give it and forget it, almost.
But there's a catch, I'm guessing?
Always a catch. While it cut central operating costs, it meant the central government lost direct control over those resources. State finances became fragmented, and it created massive confusion between public funds and private interests at the local level. Who really owned the income from that land? How was it really being used? In the long run, it often proved pretty inefficient and led to abuses. We saw problems with this model way back in the Zhou Dynasty, with fiefdoms funding officials. It tends to disperse power and blur accountability.
So even when Zhu Yuanzhang took power and set up the Ming system, this fundamental problem of high operating costs for paying salaries hadn't really been solved.
Not effectively, no. And interestingly, Zhu Yuanzhang actually tried the land grant method initially. Early in the Ming, he did assign official fields based on rank, intending the rent to cover salaries. If he'd stuck with that, maybe Ming salaries wouldn't have ended up quite so low.
So why did he change his mind?
Because he was very aware of history. He knew about the problems of fragmented resources, the blurred lines between public and private. He was obsessed with central control. So very quickly, he reversed course, took back the official fields, and went back to the system of direct salary payments from the center, mostly in grain or equivalents. He prioritized central authority and clarity, even though it meant accepting the high operating costs and consequently setting the actual salaries lower.
Okay, that covers the operating cost challenge. What about the second big unsolved problem? You mentioned the incentive mechanism. It's not just about getting paid, it's about motivating people to do a good job and be loyal, right?
Absolutely. A functional salary system needs to incentivize performance and loyalty. In the imperial context, incentives basically came in two forms. Part one was the salary level itself. Ideally, it should be high enough to give officials a significantly better standard of living than ordinary people. That enhances their social status, gives them professional pride, makes the job desirable.
Makes sense. You want people to aspire to be officials, to see it as a path to a comfortable life. But who decided what was high enough?
Therein lies the rub. It was almost entirely up to the emperor. There was no objective benchmark, no independent commission setting rates, nothing like that. So if you ended up with an emperor like Zhu Yuanzhang, deeply influenced by his own background of poverty, who genuinely believed his relatively low standard was sufficient, well, officials couldn't exactly argue, could they?
No union negotiations, I suppose.
Not quite. So the main economic incentive, the salary, was set by the monarch's personal judgment, not by any kind of rational, objective assessment of living costs or market rates for talent.
Okay, so salaries themselves were a weak incentive if the emperor set them low. What was the other part of the incentive package?
Direct rewards from the monarch. We see this all the time in historical accounts and dramas, right? The emperor bestows gold or silk or titles on a minister who's pleased him. This is a very real tool. Especially in some periods like the Song Dynasty, emperors often used their personal treasury funds to give generous rewards, partly to compete for the loyalty of scholars and officials against rival states. In some cases, these rewards could actually add up to as much as, or even more than, the official's formal salary.
Wow, so potentially a huge supplement, but I'm guessing no real system to it, just whenever the emperor felt like it.
Exactly. Still no objective standard. Even if you were lucky enough to serve a generous emperor, their rewards could be totally unpredictable. They might reward something today, but not tomorrow. It could depend on their mood, court politics, immediate needs. The incentive effect was erratic and unreliable. You couldn't build a career plan around maybe getting a big bonus. So by the time we get to the Ming, it's pretty clear that the imperial salary system, in terms of incentives, lacked rationality and standards. It just wasn't designed as a reliable mechanism to motivate officials consistently.
Okay, so we have these deep, long-standing issues, really high costs just to deliver salaries, and a totally arbitrary monarch-dependent system for deciding how much people got paid and rewarded. How did these factors play out specifically in the Ming Dynasty to create that extreme situation for someone like Hai Rui?
Well, you had the convergence of all these factors. The high operating costs pushed towards lower nominal salaries if the center wanted to pay directly, which Zhu Yuanzhang insisted on. Then you had Zhu Yuanzhang's personal background leading him to set that initial low benchmark. And you had the lack of any objective standard or mechanism to adjust salaries realistically over time as costs rose and the bureaucracy ballooned. All this created the perfect storm for extremely low official pay. And that environment, as we discussed, provided incredibly fertile ground for those informal funding systems, the fire consumption, the usual practices to fill the gap. Because the formal system was so inadequate, these ambiguous, unofficial, and ultimately corrupting practices became almost necessary for the government to function at all, blurring the lines completely.
It sounds like a system almost designed to fail, or at least designed to encourage rule bending. Did anyone ever try to fix it? Did the Qing dynasty, which followed the Ming, find a better way?
They certainly tried to address it. Emperor Yongzheng, in the early 18th century Qing dynasty, launched a major reform. It was called Huahao Gugong, which basically translates to return meltage fees to public coffers or make fire consumption public. He recognized the problem of low pay and weak incentives. His approach was quite pragmatic. He essentially decided to legalize the huahao or meltage fee. He allowed local officials to collect it openly but under regulation. Then a significant portion of that collected money was officially designated to supplement official salaries, and this supplement was given a specific name, Yanglianyan. Yanglianyan, what does that mean? It means silver to nourish integrity, or integrity maintaining silver. Integrity maintaining silver, that's quite a name. very direct.
Yeah.
Do you make a real difference to their income?
Oh, a huge difference.
The amount of integrity-maintaining silver an official received was often substantial. Typically, it might be 10 or 20 times their formal base salary. In some provinces or positions, it could even be over 100 times the official salary. So yes, it dramatically boosted their actual take-home pay.
Okay, 10 to 100 times more. That sounds like it solved the problem then, right? Officials finally had a livable, even comfortable income. They wouldn't need to be corrupt anymore.
Well, it certainly addressed the problem of salaries being too low to live on. It made it possible for officials to maintain their households and office expenses without resorting to clearly illicit activities. But can we call it a fundamentally good system? Probably not. Because it still didn't fix that underlying basic issue, the complete lack of a clear, rational standard for what an official should be paid. How much income is actually needed for a decent life? How much is needed to properly incentivize efficient and honest work? The Yongzheng reform didn't, and perhaps couldn't, answer that question definitively within the imperial framework. It papered over the cracks, but it still revealed that deep flaw in the whole imperial system, as it had developed by the Ming and Qing times.
We're heading back, way back, to Tang Dynasty China. Now, you might have come across these ancient stories, Shuangqi they're called, sort of early short fiction, often quite fantastical, and many of them have these really interesting little notes at the end, these afterwards, where the author basically says, oh yeah, just got back from a great day out with pals, felt inspired, dashed this off. It gives you this strong impression, doesn't it, that Tang officials were just constantly at leisure, writing stories between parties. But, was that really the case? Was life just one long holiday for them?
That's exactly what we're diving into today, that perception versus, well, the likely reality. Our mission, really, is to peel back those layers, look at their daily lives, their work, their holidays, even their travel, and figure out what was actually going on behind the scenes when these really captivating stories were being written. How much free time did they actually have?
Okay, so let's start with holidays. Days off. We think about our modern system, but they had theirs too. The Han Dynasty before them, they apparently had 1 day off every 5. But the Tang, they switched to this Zongxu system. And that sounds, well, tougher light. 1 day off every 10 days.
It does sound stricter on the surface, yeah. You'd think, wow, they're working more. But that's not the whole picture, not by a long shot. The Tang Dynasty was actually pretty generous with other holidays. Loads of festival days throughout the year. And importantly, they had these 2 big vacation blocks, 15 days off.
15 days?
Yeah, 15 days each during the 5th and 9th lunar months, which were generally nice weather months. Yeah. And it wasn't like a national shutdown. Officials could kind of arrange their own travel during those times.
Wow, okay. So if you add the Zongxu days, the festival days, and those 2 15-day blocks, what does that add up to?
Well, theoretically, it comes out to around 100 days of vacation per year.
100 days. That's actually really comparable to today, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah.
So maybe that initial impression of leisure, at least in terms of time off, isn't so far-fetched after all.
Okay, but days off for one thing. What about the actual workday?
Right, let's get into that. If you were working in the central court, especially in the early Tang, life seems, well, relatively comfortable. Yeah. They'd start work at sunrise, which, okay, in summer, that's super early, like before 6 a.m.
Oof.
Yeah, definitely early. But the key thing is, they were often done by noon. They'd grab lunch at the office canteen, the shitang, they called it. Same word used today, actually. And then basically head home. The rest of the day was theirs.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. But things changed, right? You mentioned the Anlushan Rebellion.
Ah, yes. That was a huge turning point, a really devastating civil war, and it changed a lot of things. After that, many central government departments shifted to an alternate day work schedule.
Working every other day, why?
Well, the official reasons were often, not enough work to justify daily attendance, or we don't have the funds for the canteen every day, things like that. There's this great little story about Chancellor Zhang Yanchang. After the rebellion, he tried to get his department back to working every day. He was worried about work piling up.
Makes sense.
But he actually passed away not long after making that change. And apparently, almost immediately, they switched right back to the alternate day schedule. Seems like people preferred it.
Wow, so working every other day.
Exactly. And it's really interesting because this period, when many central officials had significantly more free time, lines up really strongly with when Tang Shuangqi fiction really starts to flourish.
Okay. The connection seems pretty clear then. More free time, potentially more writing.
It certainly makes you wonder, doesn't it? It's sort of a classic example of how big societal shifts
can accidentally create space for other things, like, well, art and literature.
Okay, so that's the central court. But what if you were stuck out in local government? Was it the same cushy deal?
Oh, definitely not. It was a much tougher gig out in the provinces. Their workday was typically split into 2 sessions. Yeah, a morning session from sunrise until about 11 a.m., then a lunch break, and then an evening section that started around sunset and could go on until 9 p.m.
Ouch. That's a long day. Sunrise to 9 p.m. with a break.
It was a serious commitment. And we know officials weren't always happy about it. We see evidence of resentment, especially from lower-ranking officials like county deputies who had heavy workloads. Poets like Guoxue and Li Shengyin, both respected figures, actually wrote poems complaining quite openly about how hard the work was in local posts.
And you really see this contrast with Bai Jui, the famous poet, right? His experience sounds almost night and day.
Yeah, absolutely. When Bai Jui was working as a collator in the capital, his poems are full of this, like, relaxed vibe, almost humble bragging about his easy life.
Humble bragging, like what?
Oh, poems about wandering alone in spring, enjoying nature, feeling lazy, having a peaceful heart, just generally loving his free time.
Sounds nice.
But then he gets transferred to a local post, and his tune changes completely. There's this one incredible story where he gets a letter from a friend who's on vacation talking about how wonderful it is.
Uh-oh.
And Bai Jui is literally in the middle of judging prisoners at the time. He gets so envious, he fires off this really incensed poem right back at his friend. You can just feel the frustration.
Wow. Okay, so local officials definitely felt overworked.
They certainly did. But it's worth remembering that this is their perspective. What did outsiders see? Most ordinary people back then couldn't read or write, so we don't have their records. But luckily, we do have accounts from foreigners who visited Tang, China. They offer this really valuable outside view.
Like who?
Well, one of the most famous is the Japanese monk, Enin. He kept a detailed diary of his travels in China.
And what did he say about the workday?
His diary actually confirms that 2-session structure for local government. So the official system was real. But he also includes these fascinating little details. Like, one time he needed a travel permit. Like the one the monk Xuanzang has in Journey to the West.
Right, the official pass.
Exactly. So Enin goes to the local prefectural office during the morning session to sort it out. And after some initial steps, they basically tell him the chief official, the main guy, has gone off to play polo.
During work hours.
During the morning session. And they just told Enin and his group, yeah, just go home. We'll call you when he's back.
Huh. So much for the grueling workday, at least for the boss.
Precisely.
Yeah.
It suggests that even if the lower-level staff, the functionaries, were really dizzy, the higher-ranking local officials still managed to find quite a bit of leisure time for themselves. Which makes it totally plausible that they were writing Chuanqi stories, too, not just the folks back in the capital.
Okay, that makes sense. Leisure could be found, even locally. What about travel, though? You mentioned that earlier.
Yes. Travel is a huge factor here. We need to remember how incredibly slow travel was back then.
Right. Forget planes or even trains. We're talking boats, carts, maybe horseback.
Exactly. It took ages to get anywhere. Even if you were relatively comfortable, say, on a boat, there were just long stretches of, well, boredom. Nothing much to do.
And officials traveled a lot, didn't they?
They really did. The Tang bureaucracy was set up to rotate officials between the capital and various local posts. This was deliberate. It stopped them from getting too cozy with local powerful families or becoming ignorant of conditions outside the capital or just developing too narrow a view.
Smart.
Yeah. The typical term of office was about 4 years, kind of like a modern presidential term, actually. After that, you were likely reassigned, meaning another long journey.
So picture it. Stuck on a boat for weeks, maybe months, just watching the riverbanks slide by.
That kind of emptiness, that enforced downtime, can really spark creativity, can't it? There's that famous line from a Tang poem, facing the fisherman's fires by the maple bridge, lost in sorrowful sleep. When you're in that state, your mind wanders. Stories start to form.
Do we have examples of stories written during travel?
Absolutely. A great one is Shen Jiji's The Tale of Miss Wren. It's a really famous fox spirit story. And Shen Jiji himself wrote in the afterword that he was on a boat trip from the capital down to the southeast with some other officials.
Passing the time.
Exactly. They were telling each other strange stories to combat the boredom. Someone told the story of Miss Wren, and his friends were like, wow, that's amazing. You have to write that down. So he did, right there on the boat.
And it wasn't just writing down stories you came up with yourself, right? Sometimes it was about recording stories you heard.
Definitely. Take Li Gongzuo's The Tale of the Old Woman of Lujiang. He explicitly says he wrote it down after hearing the story from a friend while they were staying at a post house. one of those official inns along the travel routes. So these journeys were like incubators for stories, places to create them, but also places to share them and get them recorded.
Okay, so we have leisure time, we have travel boredom,
Yeah.
but you mentioned a darker side too, using fiction for politics.
Yes. That's another really important motivation we see, especially later in the Tang. Fiction wasn't just entertainment. It could be a weapon. The prime example comes from the Nuo-Lai factional struggle. This was a really bitter, long-running feud between two political cliques in the late Tang, one led by Niu Sengru, the other by Li Deyu.
And someone wrote a story as part of this fight.
An incredible story, yeah. It suddenly appeared, called A Record of Travels in the Zhou and Qin Eras, and it was written in the first person, starting right off with, "My name is Sengru and my surname is Niu," directly pretending to be Niu Sengru himself.
Wow, that's bold. What was the story about?
It claims that Niu Sengru failed the imperial exam, got lost while wandering, and stumbled into this magical temple belonging to Empress Dowager Bo from the Han Dynasty centuries earlier.
Okay, getting weird.
It gets much weirder. Empress Dowager Bo, looking young and beautiful, apparently takes a shine to this Niu Sengru. She then summons this all-star lineup of famous ancient beauties. We're talking Lady Qi, Wang Zhojun, Pan Yu, the one with the lotus feet, even Yang Guifei, who had died much more recently.
All together, from different dynasties.
All together. And somehow they're all capable of writing these sophisticated 7-character quatrains, a poetic form that wasn't even popular until much later, during the Tang itself. Big anachronism there.
So what happens with Nier and all these famous consorts?
Well, the climax is pretty wild. When it's time to call it a night, Empress Dowager Bei basically asks which of these beauties will spend the night with Scholar Niu.
Seriously?
Seriously. There's some discussion, and eventually she picks Wang Zhaojun.
Why her?
The reason given in the story is that since Wang Zhaojun had already been married off to foreign chieftains, she was considered sort of unconcerned with traditional rules and could make her own choice.
Okay.
So Wang Zhaojun spends the night with the fictional Niu Sengru, and the story ends with all the other consorts weeping when he leaves the next morning.
That is quite a story. What was the political point?
Well, Li Deyu's faction seized on it immediately. They screamed bloody murder, basically. They claimed the story was treasonous. By depicting imperial consorts in the past serving him, they argued, Niu Sengru was implying he had ambitions for the throne himself.
Using the consorts as symbols of imperial power.
Exactly. It was a serious accusation. But Emperor Wenzong, who was known for being relatively tolerant, looked at it and basically said, nah, this is obviously fake. Niu Sengru wouldn't write something this blatant. And he dismissed the whole thing.
So the political attack failed.
It did, thankfully, for Niu. But the story itself lived on. And even though the political context is long forgotten by most readers today, it's still this incredible piece of fiction. I mean, ancient scholars often fantasize about meeting ghosts or spirits, but to gather that many famous beauties in one place for such an intimate encounter, it's unique. Some people actually call it the King of Tang Dynasty wish fulfillment fiction. It really shows how stories could be twisted for political ends. So when you look at why these twonky stories were written, it's really a mix of things, isn't it? Sometimes it was practical, maybe trying to gain favor or attack an enemy. Sometimes it was just a sophisticated way to kill time during those long stretches of leisure or travel boredom. It wasn't just one thing. These stories came out of a really dynamic, complex society.
It really makes you think, though, about our own time, how much of what we create or share, even just casually online or whatever, is shaped by things we don't even notice, like our work schedules, how much free time we have, maybe even political tensions or social pressures that are just sort of in the air. It's something to ponder for sure.
Absolutely. And that idea of underlying social structures influencing things ties in perfectly with where we're going next time. We'll be diving deep into a really crucial concept in the Tang, many Guanian. This obsession with lineage, family background, social standing, it dictated so much of Tang life, shaped customs, and you definitely see its echoes all through the themes of Tang Twonky. It's going to be fascinating.
Looking forward to it.
When you hear the words Knight-Errant, what image pops into your head? Probably a lone figure.
Yeah, like a wandering hero maybe from one of those martial arts epics, someone roaming around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Roaming the land, righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, just generally being this unstoppable force for good. It's a really powerful idea, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Almost mythical.
If that's the kind of thing you're picturing, well, you're definitely not alone. That romantic vision has captivated people for ages. But here's the twist, and it's a fascinating one. What if that popular image is,
vastly different from the historical reality.
Mm-hmm.
So today, we're doing a deep dive into the really complex history of the Knight-Errant, or Isia, in ancient China. We're going to try and figure out how their meaning shifted so dramatically over the centuries.
And why their stories suddenly became so big in Tang Dynasty fiction.
Exactly. And what these figures actually represented in different times.
It's quite a journey, actually, because it really challenges those ideas we probably all have. We'll need to peel back the layers of myth, to understand the true nature of these figures, from their often quite surprising origins all the way to their fictionalized glory. It's a much more nuanced story than just the heroic archetype.
I think most of us start with that classic, almost modern image, don't we? This idea of someone who acts with, like, incredible generosity.
Right, helping the weak.
Speaks out against injustice, steps in where the law fails, and then if they really go above and beyond, serve the nation, they become this great knight. It's super compelling.
It really is. You see it everywhere in modern books and movies. But when you actually trace the historical roots of the term exia, the picture is remarkably different.
How so?
Well, for one thing, the concept wasn't even really a big deal during the spring and autumn period. There's a key text from back then, the Zuo Zhuan. It records all sorts of events and sieges.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
Yeah.
Very detailed.
Exactly. And it doesn't mention the word exia at all. It was really during the next phase, the Warring States period, which was much more chaotic, that the term gained traction.
Okay.
And it's Han Feizi, a major legalist philosopher, who gives us these two incredibly stark definitions. And honestly, they're pretty surprising. They really capture what a knight-errant was back then.
Okay, I'm intrigued. What did he say?
His first definition, it kind of hits you. Knights-errant violate the law with force.
Wow. Violate the law.
Yeah, think about that. It means they specifically used violence to defy state law, to go against the ruler. So by definition, they were opposing authority.
That's not the hero image at all.
Not even close. And the second definition, gangs of knights sustain themselves through private violence.
Gangs sustain themselves.
Right. It implies that for many, knighthood wasn't just some noble calling. It was, well, an economic activity, a job, basically, a way to make a living using force.
Wow. Okay, that is a complete paradigm shift. Violating the law, private violence for sustenance. That sounds less like a hero and more like, I don't know, a mercenary or someone involved in, like, protection rackets.
It definitely leans that way, historically speaking.
It makes you wonder, then, who would even support figures like that, especially if they were actively defying the state.
Well, that's where it gets really interesting. The people who actually benefited from these early knights, the ones providing the patronage, were typically the aristocracy.
Ah, okay. The nobles.
Exactly. During the Warring States period, remember, many powerful nobles were kind of in opposition to their own central rulers, just like the knights they sponsored. So by supporting these armed enforcers...
They could boost their own power.
Precisely. They could bolster their own authority, sometimes even dominate their monarchs. That's why figures like the Four Lords of the Warring States, these really powerful aristocrats known for patronizing warriors, were sometimes called great knights themselves.
So their greatness wasn't about morality, but about commanding force.
Often, yes. It stemmed from their ability to gather and command these kinds of forces.
So these knights were basically private muscle for the elite. It really shows how fragmented power could be. But, okay, what happens when the central government tries to push back, when it tries to assert itself against these decentralized forces? We see that tension a lot in history, right?
Absolutely. And that brings us straight to the Qin dynasty. Even before unification, starting with Sheng Yang's reforms, the Qin state had a very clear, you might say ruthless policy: suppress the aristocracy and make sure all violence was controlled by the state.
Monopolize force.
Exactly. So when Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor, unified China, he went after the nobility of the states he conquered hard, and that inevitably meant targeting their knightly retainers too.
And was he successful?
Remarkably so. Many aristocrats and their knights were exiled or forced to move to the capital, Xianyang. This left a lot of their lower-ranking followers kind of adrift, jobless.
Any examples?
Liu Bang is a perfect one, the guy who later founded the Han Dynasty. Before unification, he was a retainer working for a knight named Zhang Er.
Okay.
After Qin unified China, Zhang Er became a fugitive. Liu Bang suddenly lost his patron and had to take a pretty low-level government job.
Huh. So the system changed everything for him.
It really did. Now, what's also interesting is that during the chaos right at the end of the Qin dynasty, when rebellions broke out everywhere, many of the key figures leading those rebellions, including Liu Bang himself and his big rival Jiangnü, were actually called knights.
Because they were fighting the government.
Exactly. They were anti-government forces by nature, and that period of rebellion was their time. But here's the great paradox.
Let me guess.
Yeah.
Once they got power, they didn't like knights anymore.
You got it. Once these rebels became emperors, they turned against the very kind of knights they used to be. Liu Bang especially, it seems he had this lifelong, almost sort of nostalgic soft spot for the idea of knighthood. Makes him seem a bit more human, maybe.
A complex figure.
Definitely. But while he had other things to deal with early on, the really big clash between the imperial government and the knights, that truly kicked off during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han.
Right. Emperor Wu. What did he do?
Well, he didn't just execute a famous knight like Guoxue, though he did do that. He went deeper. He systematically attacked the conditions that let knighthood thrive.
Which meant going after their patrons. The aristocracy.
Exactly. Since knights depended so heavily on aristocratic support, Emperor Wu deliberately and often brutally weakened the nobility. Powerful patrons like Luan, Tianfen, Du Ying, they all met pretty tragic ends under his rule.
So if you wanted to survive,
you had to play by the new rules. Look at General Wei Qing, a brilliant military leader. He famously refused to keep retainers, even though people criticize him for it.
Why refuse?
Because he understood the political climate. Having your own independent power base, your own loyal followers, that was incredibly dangerous under Emperor Wu. Wei Qing's refusal probably saved his career, maybe even his life. It really shows that drive of a strong empire to centralize power.
That's a really clear picture of the state trying to stamp out these independent forces. It also makes you think, though, about how different people, even at the same time, could see these knights so differently. It sounds like even the ancient historians didn't agree on them.
Oh, absolutely not. There's a fascinating contrast between Sima Qian, the sort of grand historian, and Ban Gu, who came a generation or so later.
Sima Qian wrote the records of the grand historian, right?
That's the one, a monumental work. And he was famously passionate. His portrayal of knights is much more romanticized. Maybe it was because of some connection in his youth or just his personality. He definitely saw their problematic side, but you can feel his emotional investment in their stories.
And
Ban Gu, well, his own ancestors were actually knights, but he looked at them with this really dispassionate, almost clinical historian's eye.
Interesting. What was his take?
His analysis is really insightful. He basically traced how central authority declined, starting way back in the Zhou dynasty. As the emperor's power faded, he argued, it first went to the feudal lords, then to the regional rulers. And finally, it landed with these low-born individuals wielding disproportionate influence. That was his term for the knights.
Low-born individuals.
Yeah, and his main point was this. Whenever imperial authority got strong again, the aristocracy got pushed down and poof, the knights lost their support system, their footing. It reinforces that inverse relationship we keep seeing.
Strong state, weak knights, weak state.
More room for knights to operate. It's a classic case of how perspective shapes our understanding.
It really hammers home how much our view of history depends on who's telling the story. One historian's romantic figure is another's destabilizing force. Okay, so if the Qin and Han dynasties tried so hard to suppress them, you'd think that would be the end of it. But history rarely works like that, does it? How did they make a comeback, especially in the later Han period?
You're right. History definitely has its cycles. By the late Eastern Han dynasty, things had shifted again. Those powerful aristocratic families, they'd clawed back a lot of their influence.
And the knights followed.
And naturally, knights started to reemerge right alongside them. You hear about many of the famous warlords from that messy period, like Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, being described as fond of being knights.
Even the famous ones.
Yep. Even someone like Lu Bu, known for his fighting skills, was called a frivolous knight. And get this, the term great knight, she even started showing up, but sometimes used negatively.
Negatively? How?
It was used as a label for someone like Lu Dan, who was basically a scholar known for being cliquish and aggressive. So you can see the term itself was still shifting, maybe even losing any positive shine it might have had.
So it wasn't necessarily a compliment anymore.
Not always, no. So if we kind of boil it down, stripping away all the later romantic stuff, the original unmoralized idea of a knight was basically someone who formed gangs, glorified violence, defied state laws, and was tangled up with aristocratic power. And crucially, their activity level was always the opposite of imperial strength. Strong empire, fewer knights. Weak empire, more knights. This historical background is absolutely key when we shift our focus to the Tang dynasty.
Okay, so here's the big question, the really intriguing one for me. Given this pretty gritty, often anti-authority history, why on earth did chivalric fiction stories celebrating these knights suddenly explode in popularity in the mid to late Tang dynasty?
Yeah, it seems counterintuitive, doesn't it?
Totally. What changed to make these figures, who were often seen as troublemakers, suddenly become literary heroes?
The game changer, fundamentally, was the Unlushan Rebellion.
Ah, a major turning point.
Huge. Catastrophic, really. It dealt this massive blow to the Tang state, leaving it incredibly weakened, politically fragmented. The era after the rebellion wasn't one of strong central control.
So more like the warring states again, fragmented power.
In a way, yes. It was marked by this delicate, often unstable balance of power between different factions, regional governors, powerful court eunuchs, influential families. This kind of environment where state authority was shaky and decentralized power bases were common.
It was perfect for knights.
It was absolutely ripe for knightly activity, or at least the idea of it. And because of that, it provided the perfect fertile ground for chivalric fiction to just take root and bloom. These stories reflected the reality, but also the aspirations of the time, even if the characters were heavily idealized.
It's almost like society needed those stories more when the actual government couldn't guarantee order or justice.
That could definitely be part of it. People crave heroes, especially when times are tough.
This is where it gets really captivating, because this is where that popular image we started with really begins to solidify, fueled by these Tang stories. So what kinds of tales were they telling? What were the main themes?
Well, we can basically group the Tang Knight-Errant tales into three major themes, and each one adds another layer to how we ended up thinking about the Qexia. First, you had stories focused on duels.
Okay, action-packed stuff.
Definitely. Heavy focus on martial skill, sometimes even supernatural abilities. They often featured these figures called sword immortals, people with almost magical fighting prowess.
Sword immortals.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
Yeah, and these dual-focused narratives were hugely influential. They really laid the foundation for later wuxia fiction, the kind of martial arts chivalry stories from huge names like Jin Yang and Liang Yushen.
Ah, the classics of the genre. Okay, so duels is one. What else?
The second theme was repaying debts. This connects back more directly to the historical reality we talked about.
Right, the patronage system.
Exactly. Many historical knights under the surface were acting out of obligation to patrons who'd helped them out, financially or politically. The best Tang stories in this vein took these transactions and romanticized them.
Made them seem noble.
Precisely. Presented them as acts of righteousness, fulfilling a sacred bond, not just, hired muscle doing a job.
Okay, so duels, repaying debts. What's the third?
The third theme, and this is arguably the one that had the biggest long-term impact, was upholding justice.
Ah, there's the hero image again.
This is where it really takes hold. These stories showed knights stepping in to fix injustices, often based purely on their own personal moral code, especially when the official law or the authorities failed.
Were these based on real events at all?
Some were, surprisingly. There's a famous one, The Tale of Feng Yan, where a knight kills an adulterous woman to save her innocent husband from being wrongfully executed. That seems to have roots in a real incident.
Wow.
But many others were pure fantasy. Still, they all tapped into this deep societal frustration, this real desire for heroic intervention when the system wasn't working.
So which theme became dominant?
Well, while repaying debts was probably closer to the historical reality for many knights, it was upholding justice that really took off and became the central trope in later wuxia fiction.
Why do you think that is?
Probably because it better fulfilled that audience yearning for heroism, for a perfect, unwavering sense of right and wrong, especially in confusing or unjust times.
And that's really where our modern perception got locked in, isn't it? From these Tang stories emphasizing justice, it's quite a journey.
A remarkable transformation, really.
So we've traced this path from the historically complex, sometimes downright problematic definition of a knight-errant, all the way to the romanticized hero most of us picture today. It's so clear these changes weren't just random. They were deeply linked to the rise and fall of state power and what society needed or wanted to believe at different times.
Absolutely. The context is everything.
It really makes you pause and think, though. What does it tell us about ourselves, about our societies, that we so often romanticize these figures who, if we're honest about the history, often existed outside the law and actively challenged the established order?
That's the final provocative thought, isn't it? What is it in us that resonates so strongly with these figures? What deep-seated yearning for justice, maybe, or even for freedom from what feels like overwhelming authority, do these enduring tales of chivalry continue to tap into?
Yeah.
Even when we strip away their actual messy historical context, the private violence, the aristocratic power plays, these idealized figures still hold power over our imagination. It seems to suggest there's this timeless human desire for someone, anyone, to stand up when things feel wrong.
Regardless of whether they're following the rules or not.
Exactly. Maybe the ideal of justice, however complicated its historical origins, ultimately speaks louder to us than the often harsh realities of power and politics.
That's a truly profound thought to end on. It highlights the incredible power stories have to reshape history in our collective memory. We really hope this deep dive has sparked your curiosity.
And maybe encouraged you to always look a little deeper, beyond the surface of those familiar heroes.
This time, we're going to take a deep dive into China's four great inventions. It's making me think a little differently about these inventions. We all learned about them: gunpowder, the compass, paper making, and movable type printing.
Right.
But I'm already seeing things a little differently.
I think that's the beauty of revisiting these historical narratives with a critical eye. It's so easy to accept them as absolute truths, but the beauty of a scientific spirit is all about constantly re-examining and questioning what we think we know.
Right. So I guess before we even get into the specifics of were these inventions really from China, or, how much of an impact they really had, how did this whole idea of the four great inventions even become a thing?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, it's not like ancient China had a PR team spreading the word,
Well,
right?
Exactly.
Well, figures like Francis Bacon and Karl Marx,
Oh, okay.
they recognized, gunpowder, the compass, printing as really significant inventions, but they didn't specifically say, oh, those are from China.
Right.
It wasn't until the 1940s, this British scholar, Joseph Needham,
Okay.
he was doing all this research in China, and he kind of solidified the connection.
So he was the one who was like, hold on, all this stuff came from China.
Yeah, like it was almost a revelation. His research popularized this whole concept, and it spread super quickly. In China, in the West, I mean, it became a source of pride
Oh, I bet.
for China, like highlighting their historical contributions.
That makes a lot of sense.
But even with Needham's work, there were always questions, like, were these really the most important inventions? Was the story maybe more complex than that?
Right. And actually, it's funny you say that because, if you asked people today what they think the four great inventions from China are, you probably get a totally different list.
Oh, absolutely. Think about it. The world's changed so much, even in the last few decades. What we consider great or impactful today might be very different from what people thought back then.
Yeah, and the book actually talks about this. It mentions a survey from 2008 with young people from 20 different countries.
Okay.
And they picked things like silk, bronze, porcelain.
Yeah.
And they kind of lumped papermaking and printing together as one invention.
Interesting. So more of a focus on materials and processes rather than individual inventions.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it shows how, our idea of greatness
Yeah.
can change over time and across different cultures.
It definitely raises some questions, like what criteria are we using to judge these inventions? Is it about being the first? Is it about global impact? Or is it something else entirely?
Yeah.
But let's maybe circle back to that original list for a second. One of the most interesting things the book brought up was about the compass.
Yeah.
Specifically the sanan.
Oh, yeah. That's the spoon-shaped lodestone, right?
Yeah.
Sits on a tray, supposedly always points south.
Right, exactly. It seems so simple and intuitive, almost like, oh, of course that's how a compass would work.
Yeah.
But the book points out something really important. The historical records about how the sanan was actually made are super vague. And get this, when researchers tried to recreate it, based on those ancient texts, they couldn't get it to work properly. Like the spoon wouldn't reliably point south.
Seriously. So all those pictures we see of the sanan perfectly aligned with south
Yeah.
might be totally inaccurate.
Well, it seems that way. And there's this crazy anecdote from 1952 where China's Academy of Sciences,
Okay.
they were tasked with making a sanan as a diplomatic gift, right?
Oh, wow.
And they couldn't get it to work using traditional methods. They actually had to use modern materials and techniques.
Like what?
Things like ferrite metal and electromagnets to make a replica that actually functioned as a compass.
Wow. So maybe the sanan, as we picture it, this precise navigational tool,
Right.
might be more myth than reality.
It's possible, maybe something was lost in translation from those old texts. Or maybe there's some detail about the materials or the construction that we're just missing.
It makes you wonder, right?
Absolutely. And it really highlights how historical research is never truly finished. We're always learning, always reinterpreting, always piecing together the puzzle. what we think we know today might change tomorrow as new evidence emerges.
So, okay, maybe the Sinan isn't quite the perfect compass we thought it was.
Right.
But what about movable type printing? I mean, that's something China definitely got right.
Well, movable type is a bit more complicated. The book acknowledges that China did develop this technology way before Gutenberg in Europe. And there are some really impressive examples, like the Jingis County Annals from 1297, Hua Sui's copper type from 1490. I mean, it's clear that China was way ahead of the game.
So why didn't it, like, take off there the way it did in Europe with Gutenberg's printing press?
That's where things get interesting. It seems like the impact of movable type in China was surprisingly limited. Even Emperor Qianlong, he commissioned these huge sets of movable type, over 250,000 characters.
Wow.
And he didn't really use them that much.
So 250,000 characters just sitting around collecting dust. There must have been a reason why movable type didn't become the main form of printing in China.
There were a few factors. One big difference was the writing system itself. The Chinese language, with its thousands of characters, made movable type really complex and expensive to produce.
Oh, right. I mean, imagine having to find and arrange thousands of tiny little characters for every single page.
Exactly. It was a logistical nightmare. Whereas alphabetic systems used in Europe, with a much smaller set of letters, they were just way more efficient for movable type.
So it's almost like movable type was a great idea, but not the most practical for the Chinese language.
Yeah, kind of a technological mismatch, you could say.
Yeah.
But how did the other two inventions? Gunpowder and papermaking. Those seem pretty straightforward, right?
Yeah, those are the ones that always come to mind when I think of ancient Chinese inventions.
For good reason. The book definitely affirms both gunpowder and papermaking as genuinely impactful inventions. Their origins in China are well documented, and their global influence is undeniable.
So let's talk gunpowder first. It's mind-blowing to think about how that invention completely changed warfare and, like, a course of history. What does the book say about how it developed and spread?
Well, it highlights how gunpowder was already being used in warfare in China as early as the Northern Song dynasty. It even connects it to Karl Marx's observations about the decline of the knightly class in Europe.
Wait, what's the connection there?
Marx argued that gunpowder, likely originating in China and then transmitted through the Arab world, played a key role in dismantling the feudal system. Like, knights in their heavy armor were no match for cannons and firearms.
Wow, that's a powerful connection. So we've got gunpowder reshaping warfare and the social order. What about papermaking? How did that invention transform the world?
Papermaking revolutionized how information was recorded and shared. The book credits Kai Lin, an official in the Han Dynasty, with inventing a new papermaking process around 100 AD.
Okay.
His method used readily available plant fibers, making paper way more affordable and accessible than previous writing materials like papyrus or parchment.
Right. Papyrus was hard to come by, and parchment made from animal skin was super expensive.
Exactly. So Kai Lin's invention really opened up the possibilities for writing, education, the spread of knowledge. It's no wonder paper became so popular so quickly.
The book even mentions that saying about Luoyang paper being expensive. Even way back then, like 300 AD, people were already obsessed with high-quality paper.
It's amazing how quickly it caught on and how deeply it impacted culture and society.
So even though this book is challenging some parts of the traditional Four Great Inventions narrative,
Yeah.
it's also acknowledging the significance of China's contributions to science and technology, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's encouraging a more critical and nuanced understanding of history.
Exactly. It's not about dismissing those contributions. It's about taking a closer look, asking tougher questions, and being open to different interpretations.
And that's where those new Four Great Inventions come.
Oh, you're right. High-speed rail, Alipay, shared bicycles, online shopping, they represent a totally modern perspective on what's considered great and innovative, and it highlights how much our priorities have shifted.
So what does this shift tell us about how we define greatness when it comes to inventions? Is it just about being the first to create something, or are there other factors at play now?
That's a great question, and I think it's one we should definitely explore further. These new Four Great Inventions offer a fascinating lens through which we can examine how our relationship with technology is evolving and how those advancements are shaping our lives.
Okay, this is getting me really excited to dive into these new Four Great Inventions and see how they stack up against the original list.
These new inventions are really interesting, aren't they? They make you think about greatness in a different way.
Yeah, they really do. Like, it's not just about being the first anymore, right?
Yeah.
It seems like it's more about accessibility, you know, making things affordable
Right.
and impacting people's everyday lives.
Exactly. And I think high-speed rail is a perfect example of that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, China didn't invent the bullet train,
Right.
but they've really taken it to a whole other level.
Absolutely. Other countries had high-speed rail before China, but their networks were much smaller and way more expensive. China's approach was about connecting vast distances and populations, making travel so much faster and more accessible.
Yeah, I can see why that would resonate with people, especially in a country as big as China.
Right.
It's like breaking down those geographical barriers,
Yeah.
bringing people closer together.
It's almost like a modern-day Silk Road, but with trains instead of camels.
I love that analogy.
And that focus on accessibility and convenience is also evident in Alipay and online shopping, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alipay has basically eliminated the need for cash in many parts of China.
Yeah.
I mean, you can pay for anything with your phone.
It's incredible how transformative it's been. And Online shopping in China is just on another level. They've got these massive e-commerce platforms and delivery networks that are so efficient.
Oh, yeah.
You can order practically anything and have it delivered like within hours.
I've heard stories of people ordering late night snacks and having them delivered before their movie's even over.
It's mind-blowing. And then, of course, there's the fourth invention on the list, shared bicycles.
Ah, the shared bikes. I remember seeing photos of those, like piled up on street corners everywhere. It seemed like a great idea in theory,
Right.
but also maybe a bit chaotic in practice.
It definitely had its growing pains. I mean, those bikes were everywhere. But it also forced cities to adapt, to build more bike lanes and parking zones. And in the end, it did give millions of people a convenient and affordable way to get around.
So if we look at all these new four great inventions together, it seems like the definition of what makes an invention great is changing, wouldn't you say?
I think so. It's not just about being technologically advanced anymore. It's also about impact, accessibility, and addressing real-world problems on a large scale.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder what inventions will be considered great in the future. What's happening right now that will, like, totally change the world in the years to come?
That's a tough question. We can't predict the future with certainty, but we can look for innovations that tackle major challenges like climate change or, focus on improving human health and well-being.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's about finding solutions that benefit not just a few, but all of humanity.
That's such an important point.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings us back to that idea from the book about the importance of critical thinking and having that scientific mindset.
Absolutely. The book argues that holding on to those four great inventions as some kind of absolute truth, it can actually limit our ability to think critically about history and about innovation itself.
Right, like we have to be willing to question assumptions, seek out new evidence, and be open to different perspectives.
Exactly. And remember how the book debunked some of those myths surrounding the Xenon?
Mm-hmm.
That's a perfect example of how even well-established facts can be overturned when we approach them with a critical eye.
It's funny how the book uses the whole four great inventions thing as a starting point for this conversation about critical thinking. It's almost like a warning, like, hey, don't get too stuck in these narratives and these accepted truths that we never bother to question.
I think that's a brilliant observation. It's a reminder that even the most deeply ingrained ideas deserve to be scrutinized.
Yeah.
And that the process of questioning and reevaluating is how we grow and make progress.
Both as individuals and as a society.
Exactly. It's like if we're not careful, we can end up in these intellectual echo chambers where everyone agrees with us all the time. And that's not good because it stops us from learning and growing and seeing the world in all its complexity. It's like that saying, it ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so.
Yeah, I like that.
We need to be open to the possibility that we might be wrong and willing to put in the effort to learn and understand more.
That takes courage, though, right? To admit when you're wrong. Because sometimes questioning those deeply held beliefs can be kind of scary. It can feel like everything you thought you knew is suddenly uncertain.
It can be unsettling for sure, but that feeling of discomfort can also be a sign that you're growing and learning. It means you're stretching yourself and engaging with the world in a more meaningful way.
So it's like, embrace the discomfort.
Exactly. Embrace the curiosity, the sense of wonder that we all have naturally as children, that drive to explore and understand.
And that's where that scientific spirit of inquiry can be so helpful, right?
Absolutely. It gives us a framework for approaching those tough questions, for testing our assumptions and evaluating the evidence even when it challenges what we thought we knew.
Yeah.
It's about having the humility to say, okay, maybe I don't know everything. Maybe I'm missing something. And then being willing to do the work to fill in those gaps in our understanding.
As we've been talking, I've been thinking about all those other amazing inventions that we haven't even mentioned.
Oh, so many.
Both from China and from around the world. It makes you realize how much incredible human ingenuity and creativity is out there, constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible.
It's really inspiring. I mean, we could spend hours talking about ancient Chinese innovations like the abacus or the seismograph, or we could delve into the history of inventions like the wheel, the printing press, the internet.
Oh, yeah.
Every invention has its own story, its own set of challenges and triumphs.
And it's not just about those big world-changing inventions either,
Yeah.
right? Sometimes it's those small, everyday things that have a huge impact on our lives.
Absolutely.
Like, think about the zipper.
Oh, yeah.
Or the paperclip. We take them for granted now, but they were revolutionary in their time.
Exactly. Innovation isn't always about inventing something totally new. Often, it's about finding better, more efficient solutions to problems that have been around for ages.
So it's this ongoing process, this collective effort
Yeah.
that spans across generations and cultures.
Exactly. And it's something we can all contribute to no matter who we are or where we come from.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, I want to leave our listeners with a final thought. What inventions, big or small, have had the biggest impact on your life? And what problems in the world today do you wish someone would invent a solution for? Keep those questions in mind as you go about your day. And who knows, maybe you'll be the one to come up with the next great invention that changes the world.
That's a great challenge, and thanks for joining us on this journey of discovery. It's been a fascinating deep dive into China's inventions and the very nature of innovation.
We hope you enjoyed it. Until next time, keep questioning, keep exploring, and keep innovating.
You know, it's funny, right? We're talking about all these great inventions from China, the old ones and the new ones.
Yeah.
And it makes you think, like, will people in the future look back at our time and be like, really? Those were their great inventions. Like, will they be looking at, like, smartphones and social media and be like, that's what they were so proud of?
That's a really interesting thought. Like, what we consider groundbreaking today might be totally mundane to people 100 years from now.
Right. And that's why that whole idea of a scientific spirit that the book talks about is so important.
Oh, absolutely.
It's about never taking anything for granted, always being curious, always asking why, how.
Exactly. Being open to new information, challenging what you think you know, even when it makes you uncomfortable.
Like, remember how the book debunked those myths about the Sinon? It's like, whoa, even those things we think are facts can be completely wrong.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder what else we're getting wrong, right? It definitely makes you think twice about just accepting things at face value. We always need to be questioning, digging deeper, looking for the evidence.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny how the book uses those four great inventions to talk about critical thinking.
Right.
It's like a cautionary tale almost, showing how easy it is to get stuck in these narratives and these truths that we never question.
I love that. It's like, don't be afraid to challenge those long-held beliefs, those ideas that everyone just accepts as fact. Dig deeper, ask those uncomfortable questions.
Yeah. Because if we're not careful, we can end up in these little bubbles surrounded by people who all think the same way.
Right, exactly.
And that's dangerous.
It is. It limits our understanding, our growth.
And it stops us from seeing the world in all its, complexity and messiness.
It's like that Mark Twain quote, right? It ain't what you don't know that gets you into trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so.
Yeah.
We've got to be humble enough to admit we might be wrong and then be willing to put in the work to learn more, to understand better.
And it takes courage to admit you're wrong.
Right. Yeah.
Because sometimes questioning those beliefs, those things you've always held to be true, it can be scary.
Oh, absolutely. But that discomfort, that feeling of uncertainty, it can also be a sign that you're really growing. It means you're pushing yourself beyond your comfort zone, engaging with the world in a deeper, more meaningful way.
So like lean into the discomfort.
Exactly. Embrace that curiosity, that sense of wonder, that drive to learn and explore that we all have as kids.
Yeah, like a kid who's always asking, why?
Exactly. And that's where that scientific spirit can be so powerful. It gives us tools, a framework for tackling those tough questions.
Testing those assumptions, evaluating the evidence.
Yeah, even when it challenges everything you thought you knew.
And, it's funny, as we've been talking, I've been thinking about all those other incredible inventions that we haven't even touched on yet.
Oh, I know, right?
Like from China, from all over the world. It just makes you realize how much amazing human ingenuity is out there.
Absolutely. There's a whole world of fascinating inventions out there, each with its own story, its own impact on history and society.
And it's not just about those big, flashy, world-changing inventions either.
Right.
Sometimes it's the small, everyday things that make the biggest difference.
Totally agree.
Like think about the zipper or the paperclip.
Yeah.
We just take those for granted now, but they were revolutionary in their time.
Exactly. It's not always about creating something completely new.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's about finding a better, more efficient solution to a problem that's been around forever.
And that can come from anyone, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be some genius inventor in a fancy lab.
Exactly. It could be a student, a teacher, a stay-at-home parent, anyone who sees a problem and thinks, hey, maybe there's a better way to do this.
So it's this constant process of innovation.
Yes. A collective effort that spans time and cultures.
And something that we can all be a part of.
Absolutely.
So as we wrap up this deep dive into China's inventions and the nature of innovation itself, I want to leave you with a final thought. What inventions, big or small, have had the biggest impact on your life? And what problems in the world today do you wish someone would invent a solution for? Keep those questions in mind.
They're great questions to ponder.
And you never know, maybe you'll be the one to come up with that next great invention that changes the world.
I love that. We're so, used to the world of mortgages, credit cards, online banking. It really shapes how we live. It makes you wonder, did anything even close to this exist way, way back? So today we're diving into what seems like a simple question. Did ancient China have banks?
Right. And the answer we've uncovered, well, it would just surprise you.
Okay.
We've got some really interesting sources here digging into the early history of what we might call banking in China.
Right.
And this material, it looks at some truly unexpected places where financial stuff started happening centuries ago.
So our mission today
is basically to explore this history, reveal this perhaps surprising financial world of ancient China.
Okay, let's get right into it then, because the sources, they immediately paint a very different picture. I mean, forget grand marble buildings, right?
Yeah, forget the vaults for a minute.
In ancient China, it seems the functions we associate with banks, they were happening in all sorts of places. Temples, inns.
Even cloth shops and pharmacies.
Yeah, it's a totally different way to think about it.
It really is. And it's important to be clear. These weren't, formal regulated banks like we understand them today. Not at all.
Okay.
Instead, these were like established parts of the community that just because of their role and credibility, they naturally started fulfilling these essential banking functions
Yeah.
to meet local needs.
And when you say banking functions, what exactly are we talking about? Holding money?
Yeah, holding deposits securely, lending money with interest, making payments easier like remittances,
Right.
and even issuing forms of credit, things that could circulate like money.
And that pharmacy example is, well, it's really compelling, especially with that personal story in our sources. Your mother's family pharmacy, a long-standing place, so trusted, so financially sound back in the 30s and 40s that its own bills were used as local currency. That really makes it concrete.
It absolutely does. It just highlights how critical trust and reputation were in these early financial setups.
Yeah.
This pharmacy, it wasn't just about medicine. It was like a vital part of the community.
Yeah. A hub.
Exactly. And because it had built up all this credibility over years, people felt safe taking its bills as payment. Then that financial strength let it branch out, handling deposits, loans, remittances.
Like all the core bank stuff.
All the core stuff. And the key thing here is that trust built on something else, like healthcare, could naturally grow into financial services. It really shows how community-focused these early economies were.
That makes total sense, especially thinking about rural China. Pharmacies were often central places, right? Deeply connected to people's lives. And the people running the bigger ones, they were often respected locals, maybe gentry, with resources.
Exactly. Withstanding in the community made them sort of natural candidates to extend credit and manage finances.
Okay.
And this isn't just like a 20th century thing. Our sources even go back to the Tang Dynasty. They mention the Taiping Guanji.
Which is a big collection of stories from back then.
Yeah, huge collection. And apparently, even then, powerful pharmacies were taking deposits, making loans, and letting people withdraw using, well, basically early banknotes.
Well, the parallels are pretty striking.
They really are.
Okay, so speaking of parallels, the sources then shift to temple banks, another really fascinating area. It seems temples as early banks wasn't just a China thing.
That's right. It happened elsewhere, too. But in China, particularly during the southern and northern dynasties, Buddhism got a lot of imperial support.
Right. Lots of donations.
Exactly. Temples ended up with substantial wealth. So with all these assets, lending just became feasible, a natural next step almost.
Plus they had networks, right?
Bigger temples often had branches, which made them more convenient, maybe safer for people compared to just borrowing from an individual.
So everyone used them, rich and poor.
Yeah. Sources suggest both wealthy people and ordinary folks were willing to use temples for loans, even mortgages. The key takeaway, I think, is that institutions with authority and networks like temples were really well placed to manage money when there wasn't a formal banking system.
And they even had specific names for these operations. Siku, temple storehouses.
Yeah, siku. And later they evolved into changshenku, everlasting storehouses.
Everlasting. That definitely suggests a long-term view of the finance side.
It really does. And this term changshenquan, everlasting money, it reflects this idea that the loan principle was meant to generate income forever, basically. These temple banks got pretty big after the Song Dynasty, quite important players.
But then they declined.
Yeah, it shows how tied finance was to bigger shifts. The sources mention the Yuan Dynasty suppressing Han Buddhism, and then Confucianism becoming more dominant in the Ming and Qing.
And that pushed the temples out of the finance game.
It seems to have led to their decline as major financial players, yes. It shows how linked these things were: politics, religion, finance.
And the comparison to the West is interesting, too. The Temple of Athena in ancient Greece, 5th century BC, functioning like a central bank.
Yeah, and a national treasury, too. The amount of coin they apparently had stored before the Peloponnesian War, it's staggering.
And actual banking stalls around the temple.
Right, and they've even found these stone tables, the trapeza, which, is where the Greek word for bank comes from.
No way.
Yeah, complete with scales, calculation marks. You can really picture the activity.
So why temples? What was the common factor, East and West?
Well, two main things seem to pop up. One, just high foot traffic. Temples were central gathering places.
There were lots of potential customers.
Exactly. And two, the role of religion itself in sort of endorsing credit, building trust. In societies without formal contracts everywhere, that religious authority must have counted for a lot.
That makes sense. Do you think the reasons temples got into finance were the same, though? Or were there maybe subtle differences between, say, China and Greece?
That's a really good question. I mean, accumulating wealth was key in both places, obviously. But the specific context probably shaped things. In China, maybe the Buddhist ideals of charity or helping the community played a role in the lending.
Whereas in Greece, maybe it was more about the temple being a civic treasury, a state function almost.
Possibly. Yeah, that seems plausible. Definitely something interesting to dig into more. But moving on, our sources then look at another way these early banks popped up through trade. Commercial circulation.
Okay, this feels a bit more like the story we sometimes hear about European banking origins, right? Merchants needing finance.
Exactly. With trade growing, especially in the Tang Dynasty, Tianjin was this huge international city.
Right.
The need for better ways to manage money for travelers, merchants, it just became critical. And that led to some really clever solutions.
Like those liaison offices. Liaison offices.
Yeah, set up by different regions, kind of like embassies or state offices in the capital today. They weren't just for communication. They were vital for remittances.
Because carrying metal coins was a nightmare.
Totally. Risky, heavy, impractical over long distances. So they developed flying money, fikan.
Ah, the flying money.
Yeah. Think of it like an early traveler's check. You deposit cash in one office.
And get a voucher.
Exactly. A voucher you could take back home or to another major city and redeem it for cash there. Very early remote banking.
That's ingenious. And it wasn't just officials doing this. Inns got involved too.
Initially, inns just offered storage for traveler stuff, these gifang cabinet workshops. Safe storage.
Okay.
But that quite naturally grew into accepting deposits, letting people withdraw funds. The text even compares it to like modern bank branches or ATMs in China's busy West Market.
It's amazing how similar the function feels centuries apart.
Isn't it? And then you've got the big cloth shops.
Right, because cloth itself was currency.
Yeah, especially silk. In the Tang Dynasty, they had this parallel standard of money and silk. Both coins and textiles were official money.
I remember reading about that.
So naturally, big shops dealing in cloth, which was basically wealth, also started handling deposits, making loans, acting as financial go-betweens using this widely accepted commodity. There's that poem reference, the old charcoal seller, that really shows how normal paying in silk was.
So all of this, it really messes with the standard history lesson, doesn't it?
It absolutely does.
The sources really push back on that simple idea. Europe equals goldsmiths, China, pawn shops.
Yeah, they directly challenge that. They present a much richer, more varied picture of how finance actually developed.
It wasn't so linear.
Not at all.
Yeah.
The sources argue that banking, or at least its basic functions, is probably almost as old as private property itself.
Or lending.
Once you have stuff, and people need to borrow stuff.
Some kind of financial middleman role is almost bound to appear, right?
Okay, so looking across all these different examples, the pharmacies, temples, offices, inns, cloth shops, what's the common thread? What makes them early banks? Well, a few things stand out. First, location, 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 kind of. They were all in places with lots of people and lots of money moving around.
High traffic, high flow.
Yep. That gives you the customers and the capital.
Yeah.
Second, they were mostly local. Building that crucial trust, that credibility, it takes time. And it happens best within a community you know.
Makes sense.
And finally, just strong personal interactions, knowing people, having relationships. That was vital for building the credit networks that any kind of banking relies on.
It's fascinating how those basic principles, well, they still kind of hold true today, don't they? Even with global finance.
They really do.
Yeah.
In modern banking, obviously, with its huge networks, has overcome a lot of the old geographical limits.
Yeah.
But even now, you still see the importance of local community banks, credit unions. They often thrive precisely because they focus on those same ideas. Community connection, local trust.
So the core needs haven't changed that much.
It seems the evolution from these really diverse ancient forms to the institutions we have now has followed these fundamental human and societal needs for trust, access, and ways to manage resources.
So the big takeaway for you listening is probably this. Banking in ancient China wasn't this single straightforward thing we might imagine.
Not at all.
It was this surprisingly diverse landscape. You had temples, pharmacies, inns, all sorts of places stepping up to fill these essential financial roles in their communities. It really makes you rethink the history of finance, doesn't it?
It really does. And maybe it leaves us and you with a final thought to chew on.
Okay.
How have those core elements, trust, community, that were so absolutely central to these early forms of finance, how have they adapted or maybe changed in our world today, this super digital globalized world.
Are those fundamental things changing? We're just showing up in new ways.
Exactly. Definitely something to ponder long after we finish this deep dive.
We're going to be tackling the Four Beauties of ancient China,
Ooh,
a topic that one of you lovely listeners specifically requested.
excellent.
Yeah, you were curious about where this whole concept of the Four Beauties even came from,
Right.
and how much of the lore surrounding them is actually, rooted in history.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you, I was surprised by some of the things I learned.
Oh, wonderful.
So to jump right in,
yeah.
the familiar grouping that we all know of, Xishi, Dao Chan, Wang Xiaojun, and Yang Guifei,
Okay.
as the Four Beauties.
It's actually a much more recent idea than you might think.
More recent. Really?
Yeah.
I kind of assumed that this was like something passed down for centuries,
Right.
like an ancient proverb.
You would think so, yeah.
What makes you say that it's more recent?
Well, this specific combination doesn't appear until a collection of folk ballads
Okay.
that were published in 1828
Wow.
during the Qing Dynasty.
So that's really not that long ago.
No, it's right on the eve of the Opium War.
Wow.
This idea of the Four Beauties is just starting to solidify.
So it wasn't some, like ancient text or official decree or anything.
Right.
It was more like street corner gossip
Yeah,
that eventually got written down.
it's pretty unexpected.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and the first mention is actually quite humorous.
Oh,
It connects each of the Four Beauty to a man known for his impressive facial hair.
facial hair.
Yeah, a bushy beard.
A bushy beard. That's definitely not the image that I had in mind.
Right. It implies that Xishi was sent to the king of Wu, who had a bushy beard.
Okay.
Huang Xiaojun left behind an emperor with a bushy beard. Yang Guifei partied with An Lushan, another bushy-bearded fella.
Uh-huh.
And even the fictional Dao Chan was linked to the bushy-bearded Dong Zhuo.
Wow. So bushy beards were really in back then.
It was a style at the time.
Yeah, it's a far cry from the romantic image that we usually associate with these women.
Very much so.
But if it's a collection of folk ballads, does that mean that there were like other versions of the Four Beauties circulating before this one became so popular?
Absolutely. Oral tradition is fluid.
Right.
And there were other groupings that emphasized different aspects of beauty.
Okay.
One version includes Daji, known for fierce beauty.
Okay.
Baosi, whose smile was said to have launched 1,000 ships.
Wow.
The lovesnick Xishi.
Okay.
And Yang Guifei, famous for her beauty while intoxicated.
So each woman embodied like a specific kind of beauty.
Yes.
Almost like an archetype tied to their emotional state.
Precisely. It wasn't just about physical appearance, but about the impact of their beauty in different contexts.
That's interesting.
Daji's fury, Bayosi's laughter, Shishi's heartache, Yang Guifei's carefree intoxication, they all held a certain allure.
That makes me wonder if like our modern focus on like singular standardized beauty standards might be missing out on some of the nuances and complexities of how beauty was appreciated in the past.
That's a really thought-provoking point.
Yeah.
And you're right, as literacy increased and written texts became more widespread, there was a push for more definitive answers, even in eras like this where oral tradition had thrived on multiple perspectives.
So the concept of the Four Beauties as we know it today
Right.
is actually a product of these desire for like a single correct answer.
It's a fascinating example of how cultural trends and ways of thinking
Yeah.
shape our perceptions, even about something as subjective as beauty.
It really is fascinating.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned Dao Chan being a fictional character.
Mm-hmm.
What about Xishi? Her story, sacrificing her love to bring down a kingdom, sounds incredibly dramatic.
Oh, it does.
Is there any historical truth to it?
This is where things get really interesting.
Okay.
That popular romantic narrative about Xishi and family is largely a fabrication.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to understand what really happened,
Right.
we need to look at a source called Zhua Zuan,
Zua's one.
which is considered the most reliable historical account of the Wu Yu conflict.
What makes Zua's one a more reliable source than other texts from that time?
It's considered the closest to a contemporary account we have of this period,
Gotcha.
offering a more grounded perspective
Okay.
compared to later texts that tend to embellish the story.
Right.
Zhua Zuan paints a picture of King Fuchai of Wu as a powerful ruler with ambitions of expanding his territory.
It sounds like a lot of rulers.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He decides to attack the state of Qi to the north,
Okay.
seeing it as an easier target than Chu or Yu.
Makes sense.
He even has a canal dug, the Hangu Canal, to make this possible.
Wasn't that canal later incorporated into the Grand Canal?
It was...
That's a pretty significant undertaking.
It is. It shows just how ambitious Fuchai was.
Wow.
But this decision to attack Qi backfires.
Oh, no.
Yeah, making enemies of the other major powers, Jin, Chu, and Qi, who then decide to support Yu against Wu.
Classic overreach.
Classic overreach leading to downfall.
Yep, but where does Xishi fit into all of this?
Here's the thing. Xishi is completely absent from Zhuo Xuan and other early records of this period.
So the central figure in this supposed beauty trap
Right.
is nowhere to be found in the most accurate historical source.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah, it's surprising, isn't it?
It really is. What about Fan Lei, her supposed lover?
Right.
Was he a real person?
Fan Lei was a real historical figure, but
Yep.
his role wasn't nearly as prominent as later stories suggest.
Okay.
He's mentioned in some sources,
Uh-huh.
but not as a key player.
Gotcha.
It seems Sima Qian, the historian who wrote Records of the Grand Historian,
Right.
romanticized Fan Lei based on legends and tales circulating centuries after the events.
So he gets elevated from a minor figure to a wise, strategic mastermind.
Exactly. Sima Qian was known for his dramatic flair and
Right.
seemed to favor these larger-than-life characters.
So if Xishi isn't in the early records,
Yeah.
when does she first appear in relation to the Wu Yu conflict?
Her story starts to emerge in later texts like The Spring and Autumn of Wu and Yu
Okay.
and The Lost History of Yu, written during the Han Dynasty.
Okay.
But even then, she's not the sole player in the beauty trap.
Oh,
She's sent to Wu with another beautiful woman named Xing Dan,
okay.
and her backstory is, well, not quite as glamorous as later versions suggest.
Okay, now I have to know.
Yeah.
What was Xishi's profession before she became this legendary spy?
She was a firewood seller?
A firewood seller.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the image of a femme fatale.
Not quite, no.
I'm picturing her wielding an axe, ready to chop her way into the Wu palace.
It does paint a rather different picture, doesn't it?
It really does.
It's not until the Wei and Jin dynasties, centuries later, that she becomes the more familiar image of a girl washing yarn by the river, adding a touch of poetic beauty to her character.
So her portrayal evolves from a strong, hardworking firewood seller
Yes,
to a delicate figure by the river.
precisely.
Interesting.
Yeah.
What about her fate after Wu falls? Are there different versions of that too?
There are. The most popular is the romantic ending,
Oh.
where she sails off into the sunset with Fan Lei.
Okay.
But the food industry prefers a different version.
The food industry.
They like the one where she drowns.
She drowns. Why would the food industry prefer that ending?
Well, it's hard to sell a delicacy called Shishi's tongue if she's happily living out her days with her lover.
Oh, right.
The tragedy of her drowning adds a certain flavor to the dish.
Wow, that's a bit dark.
A little bit, yeah.
So even Shishi's afterlife is subject to interpretation and maybe even commercial interests.
It highlights how historical narratives, especially those passed down through oral tradition, are often a blend of fact and fiction, shaped by cultural values, changing perspectives, and maybe even a desire for a good story.
That's really interesting.
Yeah,
It seems like there's a lot more to uncover about Xishi and the other beauties.
there is.
What else did you discover in those sources?
Well, it really makes you wonder, why do these stories, even with their inaccuracies, continue to fascinate us?
Yeah, it's a good question.
I think it's because they tap into something deeply human.
Mm-hmm.
The stories of the Four Beauties, that they speak to our fascination with beauty and power,
Right.
and how those two forces intertwine.
It's like a cautionary tale
Yeah.
reminding us that beauty can be like a weapon,
Right.
a source of both strength and destruction.
Yeah, exactly. And the Xishi story in particular
Yeah.
reveals a lot about how history gets remembered and retold.
Okay.
The regions of Wu and Yu where this conflict took place were considered somewhat backward during the spring and autumn and warring states periods.
Okay.
There weren't a lot of written records from that time.
So it's kind of a historical blind spot.
Yeah.
People knew like a conflict happened, but the details were fuzzy.
Precisely.
Uh-huh.
But later, as these regions became centers of economic and cultural prosperity,
Okay.
there was a growing interest in their history.
Right.
And because there was less concrete evidence to go on,
Yeah.
it left more room for imagination and creative storytelling.
It's like a blank canvas.
Yeah.
Where people could fill in the gaps with their own interpretations, maybe even like a bit of local pride.
Exactly. And that's why today you find so many historical sites associated with Xishi
Right.
throughout the Jiangsu Zhejiang area.
Interesting.
It's a testament to the power of storytelling and how it can shape our understanding of the past.
It really is. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense. But let's go back to that point about Wu and Yu being considered backward
Right.
during the time of the conflict.
Yeah.
The source mentioned something about social hierarchy and how it makes the whole Xishi story even more implausible.
Okay.
Can you explain that a little
It's
bit?
a really intriguing point.
Yeah.
Where King Guijian,
Okay.
after being defeated by King Fuchai,
Right.
offers to send women from Yu as compensation.
Okay.
But even in this desperate situation,
Uh-huh.
he's very careful to respect the social hierarchy.
Interesting.
He proposes that the daughters of nobles be sent to serve the nobles of Wu,
Okay.
the daughters of scholars to serve the scholars of Wu, and so on.
So even in defeat, maintaining that social order was paramount.
Absolutely. And that's why sending a commoner like Xishi, a firewood seller, to seduce the king of Wu seems so improbable.
It would have been a huge insult.
It would have.
Yeah.
Not a clever strategy.
Wow, I hadn't thought about it that way.
Yeah, it really changes the context of the story.
It does.
Yeah.
If this romanticized version of Qishi is mostly fiction, what do you think these stories about the Four Beauties are really trying to tell us?
If we connect this to the bigger picture,
Yeah.
it seems these stories, even with their embellishments,
Right.
tap into some very human themes.
Okay.
They remind us of the complexities of human relationships
Mhm.
and the often unpredictable consequences of ambition, desire, and political maneuvering.
And the fact that they've been retold and reinterpreted for centuries
Right.
suggests
they continue to resonate with us on some level.
Yeah, definitely.
We're still grappling with the same questions about beauty,
Yeah.
power, and their impact on our lives.
It's also fascinating how the image of each of the four beauties has been shaped and reshaped over time to fit different cultural values and expectations.
Right.
Think about how Xishi went from a firewood seller to a girl washing yarn by the river.
Right.
That shift alone speaks volumes about how perceptions of beauty and femininity have evolved.
It's like each generation projects its own ideals onto these figures, making them both timeless and a reflection of their own time.
Right.
And the fact that there are like multiple, even conflicting versions of their stories just adds to their mystique.
It does, yeah. That's a great observation.
Thanks.
It brings us back to the question of why these stories fascinate us, even knowing they might not be entirely true.
Right.
What do you think draws people to them?
I think we're drawn to the mystery, the possibility that there's something more to these women than what's recorded in the history books.
Right.
Maybe it's our own desire to believe in the power of beauty, or maybe it's a reminder that history itself is a tapestry woven with threads of truth, speculation, and imagination.
That's a beautiful way to put it.
Thanks.
And it's important to remember that these stories connect to broader themes in Chinese history and culture.
Okay.
The idea of a beautiful woman being used as a tool for political gain is a recurring motif.
It reflects the power dynamics of the time.
Yeah.
Showing how women were often pawns in the games played by powerful men.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's crucial to acknowledge both the allure and the potential harm embedded in these narratives.
I agree. So besides these four, were there other women considered like paragons of beauty in ancient China? Is there anyone else that we should know about?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There were definitely other women celebrated for their beauty.
Okay.
One example that comes to mind is Lady Li.
Lady Li.
The consort of Emperor Wu of Han.
Okay.
She was renowned for her grace and elegance. And her story even inspired a famous poem by Sima Xiangru.
Oh, wow.
One of the great poets of the Han Dynasty.
Oh, I love Sima Xiangru's work.
Oh, yeah, me too.
It's so evocative.
It is.
What was special about Lady Li's beauty? Was it just like her appearance, or was it something more?
Well, she was known for her slender figure, delicate features, and especially her long flowing hair.
I see.
But it was more than just physical attributes.
Okay.
Lady Li was also admired for her intelligence, her musical talent.
Wow.
And her ability to compose poetry.
So she was like a Renaissance woman of her time.
Exactly.
Beauty, brains, and artistic talent all in one package.
All in one.
And her story is kind of an interesting contrast to the Four Beauties.
It is, yeah.
Lady Li was loved and cherished by her emperor.
Right.
Well, the Four Beauties are often depicted as like tragic figures, used as pawns in political schemes, or ultimately meeting unfortunate ends.
It's true.
It's almost like their stories reflect different societal values.
It could be.
Lady Li represents like a more idealized view of womanhood,
right,
where beauty and intellect are celebrated,
yeah,
while the Four Beauties highlight like the darker side of how beauty could be exploited and manipulated.
That's a really insightful observation.
It
shows how these stories can reveal a lot about the cultural anxieties and aspirations of different periods in Chinese history.
This whole deep dive has really made me rethink my assumptions about beauty, and how it's been perceived throughout history. It seems like it's never just about appearances, but about power, societal norms, and even storytelling itself.
Absolutely. And it makes you wonder if there are similar figures in other cultures whose stories have been embellished or reinterpreted over time.
It's a good point.
Like, are there Four Beauties equivalents in other parts of the world?
That's a great question. Are there any examples that come to mind?
Well, figures like Cleopatra of Egypt or Helen of Troy in Greek mythology come to mind.
Right.
Their stories have been told and retold for centuries, often with conflicting details and varying degrees of historical accuracy.
It's almost like a universal human impulse to create these larger-than-life figures who embody beauty, power, and intrigue.
And to use their stories to explore the complexities of our own lives and societies.
Yeah.
You know, what does it mean to be beautiful?
Right.
How does power corrupt? What sacrifices are we willing to make for love or for our country?
It's so true.
These are questions that resonate across cultures and time periods.
It seems like even though we might never know the true stories of these figures, their enduring legacy lies in the questions that they continue to provoke.
Exactly. And their stories remind us that history is not a static collection of facts, but a living, breathing narrative that we constantly shape and reshape through our own interpretations and perspective.
This has been such an eye-opening deep dive.
It has.
I feel like I've learned so much, not just about the Four Beauties, but about the nature of history itself.
And that's what's so exciting about exploring history. It's not just about memorizing facts,
right,
but about engaging with the past in a way that challenges our assumptions and sparks our curiosity.
I couldn't agree more.
Good.
To everyone listening, if you enjoyed this deep dive into the Four Beauties, keep asking questions, keep digging deeper, and keep exploring those fascinating and often surprising stories that make up our shared human history.
It's a great big world out there.
You never know what hidden gems you might uncover. Ooh.
Yeah, we're talking Confucius.
I love this.
And we're looking at excerpts from an incredible text that dives deep into the analects. Now, You know how today we're kind of obsessed with social security numbers?
Right.
Well, back then, names were like their own little social security numbers. They told you everything you needed to know about someone's status, their family, their whole identity.
It's so true.
Like, get this, Confucius didn't even go by Confucius.
What?
And a woman's name could actually change based on her husband's achievements.
Wow.
Even after he was gone. Like, how crazy is that?
That's wild. I mean, it really is fascinating because in ancient China, names were more than just these simple identifiers. They were like these intricate codes that revealed a person's place in the social hierarchy, their ancestry, even their accomplishments. It's incredible.
Okay, I'm already hooked. So let's break this code down. First up, we've got the given name and the courtesy name. It seems like everybody had both back then.
Everyone did.
Which is pretty different from today.
Right. So think of it this way. You've got the given name, which is what you get at birth. That's the name your family uses, your elders use it. And then at a certain age, you'd receive this courtesy name. So for men, they got theirs at 20 during this coming of age ceremony.
Okay.
It marked their transition into adulthood. And for women, it was linked to their engagement at 15, marking their entry into a new social role.
So it's like a nickname, but way more meaningful.
Yeah, exactly. And using that courtesy name was a big sign of respect. Even Confucius in the Analects, he uses his given name, Ku, when he's referring to himself, which actually adds this whole other layer of complexity to how we understand social interactions and etiquette back then.
That's so interesting. I'm starting to see how names were less about like personal identity and more about reflecting social roles and relationships.
You got it. And then you add in the meanings woven into these names. It gets even deeper. For example, Confucius had a student named Jiangnü. His courtesy name was Zilu. And both of those names mean road. Other students had courtesy names with the opposite meanings of their given names or names that complemented each other. It's this interplay of language and symbolism. It's remarkable.
It's like they were creating these intricate verbal puzzles, each name a piece of this larger cultural tapestry.
A perfect way to put it. So now let's move on to surnames, which, as you'll see, are pretty different from how we think of them today.
Okay, perfect timing, because I wanted to bring up that story from our source material about the rickshaw driver. In Guoxue, Confucius's hometown, he claimed that Confucius's surname was actually Liang.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah?
That anecdote just highlights a really common misconception. The concept of surname, back then the characters, it referred to a large political group. And these surnames were actually bestowed by the king of Zhou himself. And there weren't that many of them. Only about 21 during the spring and autumn period, which, was a time of huge political fragmentation and constant warfare between these different states in China. Confucius's actual surname was Zi, a lineage that connected him to the Shang dynasty, which came even before the Zi dynasty.
So when we say surname today, we think about family names, passed down through generations. But back then, it was more about belonging to this massive political group.
Exactly. It was a marker of your allegiance and your place in this whole power structure. So,
Okay, so if surname was all about political identity, how do we make sense of all these other names we see? Like Confucius.
you're on the right track. That's where clan names come in, represented by the character.
Interesting. Are we talking like extended family groups here?
Yeah.
Like clans in other cultures?
It actually started with something quite different. Clan names were originally derived from fiefs, pieces of land granted to nobles by the king. So if a noble received land called Lu, he would also be known as belonging to the Lu clan. But over time, this idea expanded to represent anything a man could boast about: official positions, places of residence, even their ancestors' distinguished courtesy names.
So the more successful a guy was, the more clan names he racked up.
You got it. It was like collecting trophies,
Mhm.
a way for men to really showcase their status and achievements.
But I bet that got confusing fast,
You bet it did.
especially trying to follow historical records.
Zuo Zuan, which is a chronicle of that period. And it's really hard to read because some individuals are referred to by multiple clan names.
It's like trying to keep track of a character in a book
Yeah.
who keeps changing aliases.
Exactly. Okay, so along with all these names and titles, there was this whole other thing governing social interactions, especially marriage.
Yeah,
Marrying within the same surname group was a huge no-no.
it was absolutely forbidden. So it wasn't just about like avoiding marrying your close relative, but anyone who shared that ancient political surname.
Yeah.
That seems seriously strict.
It was a big deal, and there were actually a lot of reasons for it. Women were considered valuable resources back then, and their marriages were essential for forging alliances and keeping the peace. Marrying outside your surname group was a way to reduce conflicts, build those strategic partnerships, and maximize the exchange of those valuable resources.
It's like this giant game of chess with marriages as strategic moves to maintain power and stability.
It really makes you think about how different their view of marriage was from ours today.
It definitely challenges our modern idea of marriage being about love and personal choice.
Now, this also busts a common myth,
Okay, what myth?
that the main reason for not marrying within the same surname group was to avoid kids with genetic problems, While that idea was around, it wasn't the main concern. In fact, even in later periods, like in the famous novel Dream of the Red Chamber, marriages between close maternal relatives were considered a good thing, not taboo.
So you could marry your cousin as long as they were on your mom's side.
Exactly.
That's so different from how we think of kinship today. Okay, but if men were using clan names to show off their accomplishments, how did they figure out who was eligible for marriage?
That's where the naming conventions for women come in.
Okay, tell me more.
While men were using their fancy clan names, women were generally addressed by their surnames. So right away, you knew if a woman belonged to your surname group, meaning she was off limits for marriage.
So a woman's surname was like a built-in compatibility checker?
Exactly.
It also shows how differently men and women were viewed in this whole system. But wait, I thought I read that a woman's name could change throughout her life.
You're right. Her surname stayed the same. But the part before it could change based on her birth order, or even her husband's posthumous title, which is a title given after death. The example of Shen Jiang, who became Wu Jiang after her husband got the posthumous title Wu. Can you imagine your identity being tied to your husband's achievements?
Wow, even after he's gone. It really makes you think about the women whose names we don't know, their individual identities lost because they were tied to their fathers and husbands.
You're raising some important points there, so let's zoom out for a second and look at how this whole system of naming conventions evolves over time.
Okay, yeah, because with all those moving parts, the given names, the courtesy names, the surnames, the clan names, I'm curious to see how this lasted.
Well, like any social structure, it wasn't immune to change. And as we move into the later part of the spring and autumn period, we start to see some cracks appear in this seemingly rigid system.
Okay, so spill the tea. What caused those cracks?
Remember that rule about not marrying within the same surname group? It was designed to stop conflicts
Yeah.
and maintain alliances between these distinct political groups. But as the centuries went by, political boundaries shifted, and states with the same surnames suddenly needed to form alliances for strategic reasons.
So basically practicality started to override tradition.
Exactly.
And I bet that led to some awkward situations, considering how important that rule was.
You're absolutely right. The example of Duke Zhao of Lu, who married a princess from the state of Wu. The problem was that both of their ruling families could trace their lineage back to the same ancient surname, the Ji surname. This was a blatant violation of the old rules, and it caused a major uproar. Even Confucius criticized him for it.
Can you imagine being called out by Confucius for breaking a social norm?
Right.
That's gotta hurt.
It shows the struggle between sticking to tradition and adapting to the changing world. Even though Duke Zhao's marriage was controversial, it showed that those age-old rules were starting to loosen up as the world changed around them.
So this unbreakable rule about marriage started bending under the weight of politics.
And that bending led to an even bigger transformation. By the time we get to the Warring States period, which was even more chaotic, the naming conventions became even more messed up. We even see this with Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China.
Yes, Qin Shi Huang. Everyone knows that name.
He was a major figure in Chinese history. But even figuring out how to address him properly is tricky. Was it Qin Zhang, using the state as his clan name? Or Ying Zhang, putting his surname before his given name? Some even called him Zhao Zhang, claiming he was related to a richer branch of the family. Even when he was alive, people weren't sure how to address him correctly.
Wow, so it's like the rules were being rewritten in the middle of the game.
Exactly.
Talk about an identity crisis, not just for individuals, but for the whole system. So what happened next? Did this naming free-for-all just keep going?
Luckily, some order was restored by the Western Han Dynasty, which came after all the chaos of the Warring States period. Surnames and clan names merged into what we now call surnames, which are mostly based on the clan names from back then.
So after all that complexity, those badges of honor became the defining part of a family name.
Exactly. It's amazing how this rigid system adapted and simplified over time.
I have a feeling this is just the beginning. There's so much more to explore.
You're absolutely right. We've only scratched the surface. There's a lot more to discover about these naming conventions and how they impacted ancient Chinese society.
We talked about all these different naming conventions, but what about the name Confucius itself? It doesn't sound like any of the names we've talked about so far.
You've got a good point there. The using Confucius is actually a respectful title for men, kind of like how we might say master or mister today. And it's interesting because it wasn't really used as a title before Confucius's time.
So he was like a trendsetter, even in how he was addressed?
You could say that Confucius reached a high position in the Lu's government. He became the Grand Justice. And this high status probably led his students to use as a sign of respect when they talked to him.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
He was their teacher, their mentor, someone they looked up to. But did this title stick just because of his political job?
Well, his rank definitely played a role, but it's his influence as a scholar and teacher that really made the title permanent. Later generations focused less on his political achievements and more on his philosophical teachings. So the Z became less about his official rank and more about recognizing his wisdom and authority as a teacher.
It's like a badge of honor he earned through knowledge and influence. not just by climbing the political ladder. It makes you wonder if Confucius himself would have wanted to be remembered more for his teachings than for his time in politics.
It's an interesting thought experiment to think about how people want to be remembered compared to how history actually remembers them. And speaking of being remembered, this practice of using Ji as a respectful title wasn't just for Confucius. Other big thinkers like Munzi Mencius and Zhuangzi also got this distinction.
So it became a way to show respect for people who shaped intellectual and philosophical ideas. It's amazing how something as simple as a title can show how a society values different types of achievements.
Absolutely. It reminds us that names and titles aren't just for identification. They're about power status and how cultural values change over time.
And that evolution, as we've been talking about, involved both keeping things the same and changing things. We saw how those strict naming conventions had to adapt, especially that rule about not marrying someone with the same surname. What were some of the bigger consequences of that shift?
Well, one consequence was that it made those old political surnames less important. Remember, they were originally about separating different groups tied to the power structure. But as states with the same surnames had to team up, that separation became less important. And then the Warring States period, with all its conflict and changing power, just made this even more true.
It's like watching the foundation of their society start to crumble. Did this lead to any funny or awkward situations? I can't help but laugh thinking about Confucius criticizing a leader for a marriage alliance. It shows that even these famous figures were part of their time dealing with the drama of their day.
It also highlights the tension between tradition and change, which is something we see again and again throughout history. Even those rules and customs that seem untouchable have to be reinterpreted and adapted as things change.
It's a good reminder that culture isn't fixed. It's alive, and it's constantly being shaped by the people who live in it. Okay, so we've seen this naming system adapt, but did it ever completely break down? What happened after all this chaos?
Well, out of all that chaos, something interesting happened. Those two separate categories of surname and clan name merged together.
Wait, so they became one thing? How did that happen?
By the time of the Western Han Dynasty, what we call surname today came mostly from the many clan names of the past. It's like those badges of honor we talked about before became the main part of someone's family name.
So all that complicated history, all those layers of family and achievement were simplified into a single surname.
Exactly. And it reminds us that even aspects of culture that seem permanent can change. What was once a complicated system of surnames and clan names, separating groups and showing achievements, became the surname system we have today.
It's like finishing a chapter in a really complicated book. But those earlier chapters still matter and help us understand the whole story. But even though the system changed, I bet there are still traces of those old naming conventions around.
You're right. The echoes of those old surnames and clan names are still in many Chinese surnames today. They carry with them the legacy of family history and cultural identity. It shows that even as societies change, the past never really disappears.
And that's what makes this deep dive so interesting. We started by wanting to learn about ancient Chinese names, and we've ended up discovering a whole world of hidden meanings, social dynamics, and historical changes.
It shows how even the smallest details can help us understand a culture's journey through time.
Speaking of details, there's one more thing I'm curious about. We've learned how men and women were addressed differently. But what about children? Did they have special naming rules too?
That's an interesting detail. It shows how important family and ancestry were in ancient China.
Okay, you've got my attention. Tell me more.
It wasn't so much about special names. It was more about how children were addressed and how their names showed their connection to both their mother's and father's families.
So it's like those names were mini family trees, right? Can you give me an example?
Sure. Think about how people would mention the mother when talking about a child during the Qin and Han dynasties. For example, Emperor Jing of Han's sister was called the Princess of Du because her mother was Empress Dowager Du.
Wow, that shows how important the mother's side of the family was in giving a child their identity. It wasn't just about the father's family. The mother's family mattered too.
Exactly. And this shows a different way of thinking about family and identity compared to many cultures today.
Yeah.
Imagine being introduced not just as your dad's son or daughter, but also as your mom's child, carrying both of those legacies with you.
It adds a whole other level of complexity, but also a sense of connection. You're not just an individual, you're part of this big web of family ties.
And that sense of belonging, of being rooted in a larger family network, was really important in ancient Chinese society. It wasn't just about bloodlines. It was about social obligations, shared history, and a feeling of connection across generations.
It makes you think about how that focus on family shaped their view of the world, their relationships, even their understanding of their place in the universe.
It's a fascinating question. And it's something that anthropologists and historians are still studying. It shows that even something as simple as a name can give us amazing insights into a culture's values, beliefs, and social structures.
I'm definitely having one of those aha moments right now. We started this deep dive wanting to learn about ancient Chinese names, and we've ended up uncovering a whole world of hidden meanings, social changes, and historical shifts.
It reminds us that names are never just labels. They're stories waiting to be told.
They're windows into the past that can help us understand our present.
And those stories can be surprisingly complicated and interesting, even when they're about something as simple as what to call someone.
It shows the power of language and how even the tiniest details can reveal important truths about a culture.
This has been an amazing journey, and I have to say I'm even more curious about ancient China now. Who knew that learning about names could be so eye-opening?
It reminds us that there's always more to learn, more to discover, and more connections to make. And that's what makes exploring so rewarding. So as we wrap up this part of our deep dive, I want to leave our listener with one final thought.
Okay, what's that?
As we've learned, names in ancient China were much more than just simple labels. They were complex codes that reflected social status, family ties, and cultural values. So as you go about your day, take a moment to think about the names you come across. Think about the stories they tell, the history they carry, and the connections they create.
You might be amazed by what you find.
That's a fantastic thought to end on.
Until next time, keep exploring, keep asking questions, and keep diving deep.
If you found this discussion useful, maybe learned something new, definitely hit that subscribe button. We do these deep dives regularly, exploring valuable ideas.
We appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.